15. Rare Editions. It feels like 100 years have passed since I last stood outside Orman used in rare books. Staring up at the awning, it's hard to believe it was only days ago that I was here, eating Korean barbecue and listening to Levi talk about geocaching, arguing with him about the cemetery. Being with the Fathom, I can't think of it now without seeing that poster in my head. It makes me feel like Rip Van Winkle, like I've been trapped in a fey court, sleeping off my mortal years. Time passes differently with them. The hours blur, the night stretches into oblivion, the dawn becomes an afterthought. Maybe the magic is to blame. I wonder if I will walk in to find Levi's son running the store in his place, a whole life lived in my absence. Another love blooming, ripening, then withering, while I danced on Medusa's parquet floor. Sadness begins to take root inside me at the very thought. I barely know this man, I remind myself. But it doesn't seem to matter. My hunger for him has grown, and my knees tremble, a hurricane of butterflies dancing in my stomach. I inhale slowly, grateful I went by my condo to shower first, to wash the grit of the underground, the glitter of Medusa, off me. I was rude to him, and overly sensitive, secretive and strange. I have no business coming back here. He has no reason to hear me out. But I haven't been able to get him out of my head since I last drove away. And a ceaseless nudge inside me says he's feeling the same. If I walk back into this store, into his life, I can't hold back anymore. He said no secrets, no drama. If I step through that door, I cannot be the woman I was with Roger, mousy and accommodating, so flat she's practically made of cardboard. Levi deserves something real. And for the first time in my life, I think I do too. At the very least, I know I want it. I pull the folded paper from my back pocket and open it to read once more. On it, I've written everything I can remember from the poster. I even attempted a crude drawing of the woman creature in the middle. I did, for the record, Google it, but the search results yielded nothing useful. Just a bunch of articles on carnivals and kid shows, P.T. Barnum's circus, and images of Victorian women with facial hair or tattoo sleeves. But Rudzetan's pitch show would have to be a local event to be plastered on that wall beneath the city. And that means Levi or his grandfather might know something about it. But first, I owe him an apology. I just hope he'll accept it. Steadying myself, I reach for the knob and pull the door open. Stepping inside, it closes behind me with an audible click. His eyes immediately find mine from across the room. They are bluer than I remember, and somehow greener, like sea glass. He stops what he's doing at the register and walks around from behind the counter, leaving a small line of customers waiting as he marches toward me, a look of severity sharpening the contours of his face, lowering the brows and tightening the mouth, giving him a stern quality that appears wholly out of place on a man as affable as Levi. My mind wheels through possibilities in the seconds it takes him to reach me, thinking he is going to throw me out. He'd have every right. He's done nothing but try to help me, and I called him an asshole for his trouble. At the last possible moment, I find the courage to open my mouth, but he is on me before the words can escape. In an instant, I am enveloped by him. Thick arms wrap around me, pulling my chest tight against his, my face into the crook of his neck and shoulder. The smell of his tea tree shampoo floods my nose, the spicy undertones of his skin, like peppercorns and mesquite, causing me to swoon a little. He squeezes me with an intensity I haven't felt since my father died, and his chest is a broad cuirass I can rest against. The anxiety and overwhelming immensity of the cemetery and the club and the underground moving through me, bubbling out of my pores and shedding in great white sheets of fear as the tears gather and roll, silvery and silent, down my cheeks. Something about the past night, about Medusa has stripped away my defenses, the exoskeleton I relied on to move through the world untouched. I am exposed both within and without. My secrets no longer buried, my armor no longer in place. And everything about this man is tearing at me, begging me to give way, give over, to take him in and not let go. I am hungry for things I cannot name, things I have no place to ask for. I can feel his hunger, too. We are crushed against each other without even words to buffer the feeling that passes between us. An unspoken understanding taking root between our bodies, knitting us together like the seal of a pact. Finally, he pulls back and cups my face in his warm hands, wiping my emotion away, eyes searching mine. Whatever I had thought to say was lost in the sheer force of his presence, his touch washing it from my mind. I stand there mutely, soaking in the heat of him, never wanting it to dissipate. "Excuse me?" A shrill voice cuts through our silent exchange. "Are you going to finish ringing me up, or do I got to do it myself?" He smiles, and I chuckle as he turns to address the angry customer. "Yes, ma'am." But his hand grabs mine, tugging me in his wake as he returns to the counter, situating a stool for me and imploring me to sit, as if he cannot bear to let me out of his eye line again. He rings up 4 customers before the line is finally gone and the store empties out momentarily. Seizing the break, he rushes over to lock the door and turn the sign to closed before he returns to where I'm waiting on the stool. "You don't have to do that," I find the words to say. "Yes, I do," he counters. When he gets to me, his fingertips trace my hairline around to my jaw, and he lifts my chin. "Levi, I owe you an apology," I begin, but he stops me with a shake of his head. "No, you were right. I have no business telling you what to do." I press my lips together. "You were just trying to keep me safe, and I was rude. I can't imagine how I seemed to you, barging in here the last few days with my bizarre questions." He smiles playfully. "You seem mysterious, intriguing, maybe a little unhinged." I punch his shoulder, but it's a fair assessment. He shrugs. "That's what I like about you, Judith. I never know what to expect. You're always a surprise, always interesting. You seem more alive than most people, or maybe just more awake." Heat rushes from my feet to my scalp, and I can't find the words to respond. "I was so worried," he says more seriously. "It's only been a weekend," I remind him. "I know, but after talking about that place, the hospital cemetery, I couldn't sleep, knowing you'd probably go out there on your own, that something terrible could happen to you. And when you didn't come in..." He pauses, searching for the right words. "I can't believe I don't have your number," he finally says. I pull my phone from a coat pocket, unlock it, and hand it to him. "All you had to do was ask." He grins and takes it from me, tapping his information in and messaging himself so he'll have mine. He sets it on the counter after. "Really, you have a couple of hours left in the day. I can come back. I don't want you to lose customers." "We're closed," he says definitively. "Then maybe you could help me with something?" I give him a weak smile, fearful this might set him off. But he doesn't shut down. He just narrows his eyes and waits for me to say more. "It's not geocaching this time," I'm quick to add. "Just something I'm curious about." "I'm gonna have to start charging you," he says, teasing. I laugh and pass him the paper I brought. "I saw a poster recently at someone's place. This was written on it. I wondered if you'd ever heard of such a thing. It looked pretty old." Studying what I'd written, he asks, "How old?" "Mid-19th century, I'd say. A lithograph. There was an illustration, too, just there in the center where I drew the mermaid," he says for me. "Yeah, I guess so, but she doesn't really look like a traditional mermaid." I lean over his shoulder to look again at my rendering. Levi shrugs. Well, depends on what you mean by traditional. Mermaids have been described as looking like a lot of things over the years. Fish, manatees, aquatic primates. Sirens were originally part bird instead of part fish. What we think of when we hear the word mermaid today is very different from what other time periods and cultures have described. Somehow, mermaid doesn't fit with the beastly, dragon-tinged illusions I keep getting, even the way Levi describes it. The poster calls her a monster and a demon, I point out. He nods. These old freak shows used hyperbolic words, anything to draw in a crowd. Did we have those here in Seattle? Possibly, he admits. But these shows often traveled, especially if they were successful. This reminds me of the infamous Fiji mermaid, an exhibit that was displayed at P.T. Barnum's American Museum for years. It amounted to the preserved body of a monkey sewed onto the preserved body of a fish. Maybe someone tried the same thing here. I chew my lip, wishing it were that easy. But somehow, I highly doubt it. She doesn't look like a monkey sewed onto a fish. Neither did the posters for the Fiji mermaid, Levi tells me. Like with their word choices, pitch shows like this one often heavily embellished their advertising. Well, this one seems local, at least to the Pacific Northwest, I point out. I thought you or your grandfather might have heard of it. I can ask him, Levi says, refolding the paper and tucking it into his shirt pocket. There's also a curiosity shop on Pier 54 that might know something about it. I'm acquainted with the owner. This is precisely their kind of thing. Okay if I keep this? Please, I agree, grateful he'll investigate further for me. I think there may be more to it than meets the eye. It's just a hunch, I explain, when he gives me a questioning look. Funny, he says, facing me and stepping very close. I have the same hunch about you. I'm suddenly and fiercely shaken by nerves I didn't expect. Levi's windswept charm and warm countenance have reduced me to a lovesick teenager with a single line. I have half a mind to turn around and never return to cut this off like a gangrenous limb before it has time to infect me further. Because this, I can tell, will be nothing like Roger. This thing growing between us will lack all the ambivalent, invisible energy that kept me safe, detached, impartial. This will ask everything of me. But I may have come too far to turn back. He's already under my skin, like Arla, like the Fathom. My life has been invaded. I'm under a new regime. So, he says, back to the matter at hand. Did we just have our first date and our first fight in the same night? I can't hold back my smile. I think so. That must be some kind of record, he says. I can't deny that we seem to be moving at an advanced pace. There's another first I think we owe it to ourselves to get out of the way. His fingers wrap around the collar of my trench coat and he pulls me gently up and toward him. I'm going to kiss you now, Judith, he says softly, like it's more of a wish than a statement. It's something I've been wanting to do since the moment you stepped in here, looking for something familiar. Okay, I whisper. I'm not sure anyone's ever told me they were going to kiss me before. Roger certainly didn't. He just leaned across the charcuterie board and groped my lips with his, tasting of hard cheese. This ought to be infinitely sweeter. Levi nods as if he's questioning my consent, and I nod back, tingling with anticipation. But he is not brusque and stingy like Roger. His lips brush mine delicately and then linger, passing over my mouth again and again until neither of us can bear to pull away for air. He stiffens against me and his hands hold my face as if it is something precious. The smell of old leather and paper circling us like an aphrodisiac. My hands snake hungrily beneath the hem of his shirt, over the waistband of his well-fitting jeans and the plane of his abdomen, and into the coils of hair that cloak his chest. He groans into my mouth and drops a hand to my waist, and then lower, squeezing with relish as he pulls me closer. Reluctant, I break away, head nodding and eyes flashing to the wall of storefront windows that face the street. We'll have an audience, I tell him. Medusa's curvy stage comes to mind. Arla tucked comfortably in her dark booth. Everyone there a voyeur in someone else's game. With a final peck, he steps away, thinking I'm telling him to stop. But I'm just getting started. I brush past him, tugging on his waistband to drag him along. Surely there's a shelf we can hide behind, I say suggestively. The history and biography section is looking rather secluded. Levi's face lights up, and he grabs my wrist, leading me to the far back corner of the store, where a dark and narrow door is squeezed between shelves, a beautiful brass mezuzah affixed to the jamb. In here, he says, cocking a brow. After you. He fumbles for a key in his pocket and quickly unlocks the door, flipping on the lights as we enter. The cellar at Medusa swims before me, but the room we step into is nothing like Arla's basement, smaller and more square. Its walls are lined with immaculate ebony bookshelves, 2 mahogany tables taking up most of the floor with a couple of antique press-back chairs between them. Soft lamps glow down from sconces high in the corners of the room, and a banker's lamp is waiting on the far table for someone to sit and crack a book open beneath it. Overhead, a ceiling light with a glass shade is dimmed. Book spines of every color crowd the shelves, while cabinets, cases, and boxes of varying size can be seen tucked among them, some with their own lock and keyhole. What is this room? I ask as Levi burrows into my neck and hair from behind, his tongue tracing the muscles there. Rare editions, he says. Antiquities. The last word comes out like a breath, and then his hands are peeling the coat from my shoulders, lifting my shirt over my head, spinning me around and pulling me against him as his hands slide past my waistband. I want him everywhere at once, and our mouths find each other, tasting long and hard. He turns me again as his hands cover my breasts, and I press back, anchored against the solidness of him. His hands are smooth as they unbutton my pants, and then his own, gliding over me like I am silk, like I am parchment, like I am made of exquisite things. His fingers are deft when they slide between my legs, teasing out pleasure until I shudder and cry for more. He bends me over one of the tables, my chest flush with the wood as he sheathes a condom and enters me. A thick, hot pulse of energy fills me up again and again as he kisses the nape of my neck and whispers how I am the most intoxicating woman he has ever known. When we climax, it is like 2 refrains of music laid over each other, an unexpected harmony forming between the notes that is so bright. Even the tomes around us ripple with ecstasy. Afterward, we lay on the floor side by side, deflated and buzzing, our vitality spent. I've never done that, I finally say. Levi rolls on his side to look at me, curious. You certainly don't act like a beginner. I snicker. I mean, I've never seduced a man before, I tell him. It's always been the men who come on to me, who wear me down or catch me at the right moment. But with Levi, I felt empowered. Well, congratulations, he says, a finger winding its way along my breastbone. You've gone from novice to master in 1 session. I laugh. Although, I hope you'll continue to practice your talents on me for a while. I'm, happy to be in your service, he says, leaning down to give me an easy kiss. Oh, I will, I reply with mock seriousness. Exclusively on you, in fact. I like a willing captive. Consider me your prisoner of love, he says. Helping you develop your erotic gifts is a very worthy cause. Laughing, I reach up to stroke his face, running my fingers through the shining lengths of his hair, finally freed of its neat bun. I barely recognize myself. I never flirted, even with Roger. I like this version of me, the woman Levi brings out. I like who I am with him. Even this close, it's like I suddenly can't get enough of him. Touching him, smelling him, watching him. I can feel the place where this began, that same night I found the invitation from the Fathom. But something has shifted dramatically over our weekend apart, as if an energy booster were applied to our connection. For the first time, I feel the burning my mother spoke of. Arla was right. There is a fire glowing in my belly, and something is feeding it. I should be afraid it will consume us like it has other Cole women, but fear seems unthinkable with him this close. All I feel is ravenous. What are all of these? I ask him. He looks around, shrugs. First editions, collectible manuscripts, ephemera, niche antiques. Anything from literature to poetry to philosophy to history. The occult, old letters, photographs, maps. All kinds of things, really. But we specialize in religious and occult texts and artifacts. This is where the real money is made in the bookseller's industry. All these years I've shopped this store, and I never even knew this room was here, I tell him. My grandfather's best-kept secret. This room is by appointment only, he explains, for real collectors. I nod. Ormond's inner sanctum. Levi gives me a sly smile. It sounds dirty when you say it. I kiss him lightly. That's because now it is. He throws his head back and laughs, and when he's collected himself, he says, "It took us months to connect, and now it seems to have arrived all at once." What? I know what he means, but I want to hear him say it. Us. He pauses when I don't respond. Is that okay for me to say? Is the relationship something you're even looking for? No, I tell him frankly, and his smile dips. I wasn't. But now that it's here, that it's you, I'm glad. He perks up. You're not married or anything, right? I ask belatedly. He looks grave. No, not anymore. I push myself up with my hands. But you were? It was a decade ago, he says. I wrap my arms around my knees, almost afraid to ask. I can't imagine anyone letting Levi get away. What happened? I was young, he says simply. She was dishonest. I swallow. No secrets. No drama. It's starting to make sense. I struggled through 3 years of lies and manipulation before I found out she was cheating on me, and I ended it. That was that. He reaches out and tugs at one of my fingers. Does that change things for you, that I'm divorced? I shake my head. No, not at all. Just curious. He nods, clearly relieved. What about you? Not married, no, I say, but the memory of curling around my cramping midsection as Roger paced, saying, I don't understand what happened, over and over, flits through my mind. The almost angry way his brows came together, the unabashed disappointment. Not just in the miscarriage, in me, as if I were faulty, a perfect diamond harboring an inclusion he'd missed. He promised we'd try again, but when the grief lingered, he seemed unable to reconcile this new swell of emotion in my near-featureless performance heretofore. Then came the nightmares, the flashbacks of the fire, the dark. It was too much for him. I, the real me, was simply too much. But there was someone, recently. Levi grows serious, his brows straightening, a curious light in his eyes that encourages me to say more. I was pregnant, I blurt. I had a miscarriage. He pulls me into him. Judith, I'm so sorry. It's over now, I tell him. My relationship with the father. He left me after. Levi pulls back, shock lining his mouth and eyes. He left you after you lost a baby? The way he says it cracks me open inside, and the ugly reality gushes out. I was really emotional, grieving. It was something he wasn't used to from me. Of course you were. Levi is quick to come to my defense. What did he expect? The validation in his words gives me the strength to admit the rest. And I think he blamed me for the miscarriage. He didn't say it was my fault, but he didn't have to. Oh, Judith. Levi wraps his arms around me. I'm sorry anyone made you feel that way, but I'm glad he's gone. You deserve more. Better. When Levi says it with such conviction, he makes me believe it's true. Can I ask you something? He prods gently. I nod. Did you love him? It's a fair question, and the automatic response would be yes. But I'm not automatic with Levi. I'm more myself than I've been with anyone since Dara. So I give him the answer that burbles up from my breast, honest and present. No, I didn't. And that's what made him safe. He doesn't act surprised. He simply drinks it in along with the rest of me. Thank you for trusting me with all of this, he says. His eyes are full of gratitude. He means it, I think. And my heart squeezes with pleasure. I nod. I wanted the baby, though, I tell him softly. We weren't trying, but once it was there, I wanted it. For so many years, I couldn't see a future for myself. But when I found out I was pregnant, this whole path opened up before me, an automatic destiny. I wanted that, a way forward, a reason for being, for carrying on each day. Even if it wasn't really mine. You sound surprised by that, he says calmly. Yes, I agree. It is surprising to me still. Why? I meet his gaze. So earnest and unfettered, so open. My family history is complicated, I confess. Catching flashes of my mother's eyes, full of words she could never bring herself to say. My grandfather's arm across her shoulders, pulling her into him. You should know something about me, I add in a whisper. For a second, I think I might let it all spill out, a fraught and desperate story growing between us like a puddle of sins. The shame, the power, the fire. The portrait of my grandmother over Solidago's haunted mantle, the sea and the night, the years after, the loneliness, even the fathom. How will he react? No secrets, no drama, when he realizes that's all I am. I say, Clark isn't my real name. He's quiet for a moment, digesting. Okay. I sit up and he follows, his eyes careful, as if cupping a baby bird. Aren't you going to ask what my real name is? Where I come from? He smiles slowly as if he has all the time in the world. I could, but I have a feeling you'll tell me when you're ready. 16. Dark water. I'm standing in several inches of dark water. By the time I made it back to my condo, night hanging over the city, the entire thing had apparently flooded. A burst pipe, the maintenance man says beside me as he runs a hand over his protruding abdomen. It happens. In September? I ask, incredulous. It's not even winter yet. He smacks his gum. Must have been a bad connection or something. Better get a plumber here pronto. I've shut your water off for now, so you'll need to spend the night somewhere else. You think? I ask, irritable, as I consider how much of my furniture may be ruined. He doesn't seem to notice the venom in my voice. Lucky you're on the first floor, or you'd be liable for damages to the units below you. I'll bring the shop vac down and get this mess cleaned up. But I suggest you reach out to your insurance company as soon as possible. You'll need new floors, probably baseboards and drywall, too. I stand, mouth agape as it's been since I first walked in the door, and mentally tick off all the things I'll have to replace. Sofa, armchair, wool rug. I let Roger have the recycled black walnut table and chair since he'd bought them to begin with. My bed frame is metal. We never managed to agree on a headboard. But my bedding has been soaking up the floodwater like a wick where I left it hanging, unmade, so now it and the mattress will have to go. I glance at the kitchen cabinets and wonder. At least there's not very many. The condo itself is hardly a prize, barely more than a studio in a grubby corner of the city. Roger only moved in with me because it was closer to his work. But it was mine, one small thing I'd built for myself in a shifting, transient existence. And it was clean, which is not something I can say for it anymore. Why does it look like this? I asked the maintenance man, forgetting his name. Jerry or Terry or Perry. It's murky, like it's dirty or something. He shrugs, nonplussed. Beats me. Must have been a build-up in the pipe. He rolls his eyes. You'd be surprised what washes up in this city. His words are little comfort under the circumstances, and the wet, slopping sound I heard in Arla's basement repeats itself in my memory. I slosh toward the bedroom door and peek inside. The dresser is some kind of veneer over MDF, so trash now. But atop it, the painting of Thalassa stares at me, daring me to make an accusation. I narrow my eyes. Let me gather some things and I'll get out of your way, I tell maintenance man Gary or Larry. Not a problem. Leave a key and I'll lock up for you when I'm done, he says with a hearty sigh. Just leave it unlocked, I tell him. There's nothing worth taking now anyway. The truth is, like the rest of my life, this condo was furnished like a mid-tier hotel lobby. Generic and uninspiring. I don't have an attachment to any of it. There's nothing of value here. I pull a large duffel bag out, left over from my foster days. I was lucky to have it. Most kids don't even get that much. From a shelf in my closet because my actual luggage was lined up neatly on the floor. I cram most of my clothes and a few shoes into it. The small assortment of toiletries I actually use, and my laptop and phone charger. I sling it over a shoulder and stand before the painting, staring into Thalassa's stormy eyes with a narrowed gaze. It would be so easy to go over to Arla's, to plead my case and glide right into the space she slotted for me. But that poster, the strange chamber, the underground tunnels all make for poor roommates in my book. I'm not keen on sleeping over whatever it is they're hiding. Is that why this happened? To push me deeper into Arla's grasp? I don't know if you're responsible for this, I tell the painting in a thin-lipped whisper, but you're coming with me, so please don't flood my friend's place. I tuck her unceremoniously under one arm and head outside, where I pull my cell phone out, thumb hovering over the contacts. Arla's name shines up at me, then Brennan's. Both a firm and resounding no, especially since, for these purposes, they're one and the same. A little farther down, I see Levi's. Tempting. I'm afraid of bungling what we have. The perfection of today, my messy life, which has just grown exponentially messier. Moving from passionate, inaugural tryst to indefinitely crashing at yours in a day feels warp speed even for us. There's one other person I can call. Someone who, despite my rigid resistance, has always put me at ease, who I am certain will not see this as an imposition, but as a sign of progress. Aaron picks up almost instantly. Is this for real? He asks, cynical. Are you actually calling me right now? Did you forget to reformat the vivid piece before sending again? Because if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Always go with Helvetica. It's cleaner. Aaron, I say, repositioning the duffel on my shoulder. Hi. Listen, there's been a mishap at my place. A pipe burst. I need somewhere to stay the night. I'd go to a hotel, but I'm a little low on funds. Right, I hear him drawl. The mysterious mountain of cash on Sue's desk that you absolutely didn't have anything to do with. I manage, unable to lie convincingly. If you want to cross the bridge to Aaron Land, you have to pay the toll, he chimes. I inhale sharply through my nose. Okay, fine. It was me, but you can't tell Calvin. I knew it, he shouts into the phone. It was generous, I'll give you that. But there is such a thing as too much, Jude. You laid it on a little thick, and you were sloppy, doing your handoff at work instead of privately. Sheer luck that video crapped out, or Calvin would have fired you for something like disruptive behavior or oversharing already. A kid was sick, Aaron. What was I supposed to do? Let Sue figure it out, which she eventually would have, he says sagely. I'm sorry, have you met the American healthcare system? I say acerbically. Fair, Aaron drawls. Look, don't get touchy. I'm just worried about you. That was a lot, and now you're in a pickle. It's a manageable pickle, but a pickle all the same. Calvin's watching you like a hawk in Dockers. You could have started a GoFundMe, you know, given others a chance to pitch in. It's not your job to solve everyone else's problems for them. He's not wrong. And he doesn't even know how much of a pickle I'm in, what with the company card and Calvin threatening to make me his fall girl. But there's only so much I can tell him. When it comes to me and my life, the less people know, the better. So I can stay with you now, or are there more truth or dare taxes I have to pay? Come on over, he relents. I'm texting you the address. I have a couch that's deeper than the Mariana Trench. You'll sleep like my grandma on edibles. Thank you, I say with a sigh of relief. Be there in 20. When I pull up to his bungalow 24 minutes later, Aaron opens the door and greets me. You're late. I smile. His humor has always been infectious. I can't thank you enough for doing this. He waves me off as he ushers me inside. Nonsense. Can't let the good Samaritans of the world end up curbside. He takes my duffel and drops it on his overstuffed sofa. I decided it was safer to leave the painting in the car, just in case. His eyes glide over me knowingly. I heard you were hospitalized with food poisoning today. Miracle recovery, I assume. I'd forgotten all about Arla's call to my employer this morning. Oh, yeah, that. I'm, feeling much better. Sure you are, he grins. Nothing like a day away from the office to sleep off a hangover. I'm not sure what to say. It's evident by looking at me that I was lying, or Arla, in this case. Aaron crosses his arms and studies me. You know, I never pegged you for a night rager, lie-to-the-boss type before. I mean, I always sensed there was more to you than that sad twee vibe, and I like that you laugh at my jokes. But you've been such a square peg for so long, I started to think you were in the witness protection program or something. Not exactly, I reply. No, he says, I guess not. But there's something lurking behind your eyes, he continues, waving 2 fingers at me as he marches toward the kitchen. A secret, a big one. When I don't deny it, he says, I'm watching you, Clark. Not in a Calvin the Office troll sort of way, but I do like a puzzle. You're human Wordle. I'm intrigued. I'm glad one of us is entertained, I tell him. How many guesses do I get before you go poof and disappear, he asks. If I told you, I'd have to kill you, I tease, which sends him roaring with laughter. Nightcap? He asks from behind the counter, holding up a bottle of birthday cake vodka. You owe me, remember? You said drinks. I did. As he pours, I wave the bottle away. Aaron, that shit is for 20-year-olds. You need to get some adult booze. He looks up at me. I don't drink brown liquor, he says, unless it tastes like chocolate. You know there's vodka that doesn't come in flavors, right? He passes me a glass with a shot and a half in it. It smells like a scented candle. Honey, don't waste your breath. I am the Marie Antoinette of alcohol. Let them drink cake. We each take a large swallow and wander back toward the living room, to the chairs and sofa, their soft cushioned seating. The vodka is sweeter than bubblegum, but it still burns, a feeling I oddly relish after my last 24 hours. A little hair of the dog, he ventures. I can assure you I was not swilling birthday cake vodka all night, I correct him. Maybe not, he says, but you were swilling something. You have that puffy, irresponsible look about you. I know a good night out when I see it. Somebody finally got old Mr. Fuddy-Duddy out of her system. Roger, I correct. Whatever. I'm right, aren't I? I just smile and he smacks my knee. So, tell me what kept you all hot and bothered last night, Aaron says, taking another sip of his drink. Or rather, who? It's hard to know where to start, I say, dubious, and Aaron's eyes widen. Let me guess. Threesome? Foursome? No, wait. Are we talking orgy? Between laughs, I tell him, I was going to say I made some new friends, but not like that. He looks suspicious. Do these new friends have anything to do with the change that's come over you lately? I feign ignorance because I'm curious what he's noticed. What change? Aaron waves at me. You know, the money for Sue, the smack on the hand from HR, leaving early, calling in, an aggressive but not entirely disagreeable ballsiness that's new for you. Maybe, I say with a pout and a shrug. They took me to a club. It made me think of you, actually. This wild place with burlesque performers and BDSM acts. Everything is black and green and gold, and the music is a fusion of big band and techno, like Glenn Miller meets Deadmau5. We drank something called a maiden's prayer, and clearly I had way too many because... Wait, Aaron stops. I think I've heard of this place. Is it in Pioneer Square, with green doors? Medusa, I concur with a nod. Surprise steals over him. Jude, that place is really exclusive. I've heard some crazy stories. Who are these new friends? Like what? I ask. Of course Aaron would have heard of Medusa already. Unlike me, he's had a life for the past 15 years. He balks. Like people going in there and coming out different, rearranging their whole lives, leaving their families or careers, changing their names. One guy said he actually got the idea to found his tech company while he was dancing there one night. He's a billionaire now. That sounds like a good thing, I remark. Sure, but what about the others who piss through every cent they have trying to maintain a membership? Or the ones whose partners leave them once they see where they've been spending their late nights instead of the office? It's like a drug, that place. My friend's sister went in there a saint and came out with a heroin addiction, he tells me. I didn't see any drugs. I don't mention the ones Arla put in my drink. THC is mild enough, but adding it without telling me. Although, I guess she's right, I could have put it down, refused to drink it. He rolls his eyes. Jude, clubs and drugs are the peanut butter and jelly of nightlife. There are always drugs. But you misunderstand. She didn't get the heroin there. She turned to it when she couldn't get back in. When I'm too shocked to respond, he says, Christ on the cross, you really are in a demonic sex cult, aren't you? No, I insist. It's not like that. Really, it was just one time. I don't tell him Arla owns the place, that I spent the night there, that they live over Medusa like cats in a barn loft. Aaron becomes genial. Look, you know I love to see you getting out as much as the next guy. Just maybe stay away from there. Leave the deep end for the Olympic swimmers and the daredevils. I know it's supposed to be amazing, but there's something not quite right about that place. Yeah, of course, I say, embarrassed. All the things I didn't tell him burning a hole inside me. I decide to change the subject. Anyway, I met someone. He runs a bookstore near my condo. Aaron presses his splayed hand against his chest. Oh, I love a sexy introvert. They're the cannoli of singles. Crusty on the outside, but full of yummy surprises. Tell me more. I smile, thinking of Levi stretched out next to me on the floor of his locked room. He was definitely full of surprises today. He's smart and charming and so unexpectedly sexy. Was it a one-and-done event, or will you see him again? He asks. I bite my bottom lip as I grin stupidly. Very subtle, Aaron says with a sarcastic shake of his head. You know, he tells me, you never talked about that other one this way. Never lit up like this when I asked you about him. He was the relationship equivalent of a lobotomy. I swallow. Aaron's right, but it still throws me off guard how clearly he sees me, even with as little as I give him. Anyway, it's good to see you returning to the land of the living, he goes on. There's nothing like a long overdue orgasm to knock someone out of a rut. A rut. The word stings. I never thought too much about how other people saw me. I was too focused on keeping them from noticing it all. But hearing Aaron speak so candidly is like viewing myself from the outside. What a small, sad front I must have presented. I finished my vodka and set the empty glass on Aaron's rattan coffee table. I thought Roger was safe, I tell Aaron now that I'm full of liquid courage. But I think he was just another asshole after all. Aaron looks sympathetic. It's the quiet ones you gotta watch out for. I meet his eye. I was flattered at first. He so readily pushed himself into my life, and I mistook that for caring. But looking back, it was never really me that he saw himself with. And once he got a look at who I really was, he couldn't leave soon enough. Aaron lays a hand over mine. My mom has a saying, when they see themselves out, that's just God doing you a favor. I can't help laughing. I'll always grieve what might have been between my child and me, but when it comes to Roger, from his flat, lodestone stare to his monogrammed socks, there's nothing to mourn. I'll bring you a pillow from my room. There's a blanket just across the arm there, he says, pointing to the end of the couch. Tomorrow night, real drinks. There's a tiki bar near Madrona Park I've been dying to visit. Oh, I can't impose on you again. I don't know how long it'll take to get the condo in order, but I can't ask Aaron to take me in indefinitely, though I'm not sure how I'll pay for a hotel. I do still have the charge card I stole from Calvin, but I'm already regretting my impulse purchases of the painting and food. My larceny buzz has turned into a hangover. Nonsense, Aaron insists. You promised me, and I'm not letting you wriggle out of it. We're getting cocktails with exotic names and umbrellas, or I'll go to Calvin and tell him you've been sexting on the job. You wouldn't. Try me, he says with a dark chuckle. Okay, I agree. One more night. It's decided then, Aaron says, rising. He goes into his room and comes back with a spare pillow. As I take it from him, I ask, can I invite someone to come with us tomorrow night? He's a friend. Arla's special request hangs in the air around me, daunting. If Brennan has drinks with us, I can tell her I've done what she asked. And with Aaron there, he's less likely to drag me away for another night with the Fathom. I need a chance to clear my head. Sure, Aaron concedes, as long as he's hot. Aaron's tiki bar does not disappoint. Tiny straw and bamboo huts cover dark booths glowing with colorful candles, and a long bar down one wall is painted in a wave pattern lit with blue lights. Nets drape from the ceiling, clustered with faux crustaceans and enormous shells. A bubble machine burps happily in the corner, and a warbling vibrato sings over the twang of a ukulele. Aaron fits right in, wearing a purple shirt with tiny red flowers. I order something called a walk the plank and feel ridiculous when it arrives in a fishbowl with spears of harpooned fruit sticking out. Aaron laughs at my discomfort, completely at ease with his clamshell-shaped blue martini. So, this friend of yours, is he single? He asks from across the table inside our private little hut. I don't know. I don't think so, I answer with a shrug. Truth is, I have no idea. I barely know him, but I can't tell Aaron that. I wasn't even sure Brennan would agree to come, but I was relieved when he messaged back with a thumbs up emoji. "Give me 5 minutes with him and I can tell you," he says. "I'm not ashamed to admit I'm a little bit psychic about these things." I wonder if he's really joking, considering how well he's been able to peg me, but I just laugh. A second later, his face lights up and I hear a familiar "Jude" from the direction of the front door. Brennan, still dressed in black, stalks toward our hut with a giant smile and squeezes into the booth beside me. I look down at the gray slacks and green sweater I'm wearing and wonder why Brennan chose to stay in uniform even though this isn't a Fathom meeting. I get the sense they all take the group more seriously than I do. It's not that I don't believe Arla. It's not even that I don't like her. Maybe I'm naturally more reserved and Solidago is to blame. I just know that as much as it feels like some long-dormant part of me has awoken, and as much as I recognize Arla's role in that, I don't trust her. Not completely. Not like the others do. "Ooh," Brennan exclaims, eyeballing my cocktail. "How very Little Mermaid of you." I pull a face. Aaron talks me into it. At that, Aaron waggles his fingers. "That's me. I'm the brains at Pacific Creative." "What's that?" Brennan asks. Aaron looks a little surprised. "Jude's work? We're both in creative there, copywriters." Brennan raises his brows. "I didn't know you were a writer." "I'm not really," I say quickly. "Just copy. And Aaron is actually a senior copywriter, so technically my boss." "I thought you two were friends," Aaron says over his clamshell. "We are," I rush to answer. "We're still in the getting to know you phase," Brennan adds. Aaron nods but doesn't look convinced. "So how did you meet?" Brennan flags down a waiter and orders something with coconut milk and rum. Then he turns back to Aaron. "A mutual friend introduced us," he says coyly, giving me a look I can't decipher. Aaron sips his drink. Another mysterious friend. Where have you been keeping them all, Jude?" I smile nervously. "I'm kind of shy at work," I tell Brennan, as if he doesn't already know. His drink arrives and he takes a long, exaggerated sip through his straw. "Pity," he says, winking at Aaron. "You sure weren't shy on the dance floor the other night." "I knew it," Aaron shouts, slamming a hand on the table and making our cocktails jump. He grins conspiratorially at Brennan. "I'd pay good money to see Jude Clark actually dance." Brennan breaks out in a devilish smile. "Oh, I can arrange that." "Yes, please," Aaron says. He couldn't look more thrilled. "I heard you took our shrinking Violet to Medusa last night. That's a very exclusive club. How'd you get in?" "Brennan knows the owner," I blurt, increasingly uncomfortable with Aaron's sharp gaze. "Is that right?" Aaron asks, leaning back in his booth. "What's he like?" Brennan smiles. "Jude can tell you. She knows her." Aaron says there are rumors about Medusa, I tell Brennan, more to avoid eye contact with Aaron than anything. That it's bad for people. He acts unsurprised. "Medusa is a club like any other. A good DJ and a hot aesthetic, a few signature drinks, and the right people slinking around the bar. The illusion of exclusivity." His description puts me at ease. Maybe I've been making too much of everything, reading too much into every detail and gesture. Maybe Medusa is a normal, if exclusive, club, and Arla is a normal, if unusual, person. Maybe we have a little bit of magic that will someday be explained by science. Maybe we're just a circle of friends and nothing more. "It's what's underneath that counts," he continues. At that, my skin goes cold and clammy, the breath of the underground, not forgotten. The poster on the wall. Brennan's signet ring glows orange under the colorful lights, the dragon twirling like the symbol on the note cards, like the many tails of the woman on the poster. "I like you," Aaron says with a laugh, oblivious to my unease. "You're a bad influence. Jude needs more of that in her life." For a second, Brennan seems to blush, but it's hard to say in the strange rainbow lighting of the bar. "I like you too," he says to Aaron. "Not every man can wear purple." They spend the rest of the night swapping stories about ex-boyfriends and requesting increasingly deranged mixed drinks from the menu. By the end of my second fishbowl, which I've been nursing slowly but steadily, I've put Brennan's eerie words behind me, and I'm starting to feel like a third wheel. And then Aaron pulls Brennan onto the dance floor so they can slow dance to a cover of Tiny Bubbles by Dawn Ho, and they never come back. In all honesty, I'm just glad they're getting along. I close out our tab and leave a tip on the table before sliding out of the booth. At least I can tell Arla I completed her little task, spying on Brennan in the wild. He's harmless, unless you count the intense fuck me eyes he's leveling at my coworker. Though, who can blame him? Aaron is an 8 on a bad day. I tap Aaron on the shoulder on my way to the door and explain I'm heading back to his place for the night. When he makes a pouty face, I reassure him. Have fun. We'll catch up over coffee in the morning. Brennan flashes me a thankful grin. We all know I won't be seeing Aaron again this evening. He hands me a key and waves me along, turning back to Brennan. At the door, I blow them a parting kiss and Aaron laughs, pretending to catch it. Brennan sends me one in return, and just as his hand leaves his mouth, a slew of bubbles glug from the machine and ripple across the dance floor, spinning thickly around me where I'm clutching the handle of the closed door, eliciting shrieks of delight and alarm along the way. My smile falters, my grip tightening. Was that intentional? Is he drunk? A full-body tremble courses over me as I open the door. What am I going to tell Arla? 17. Sex magic. When I get to the office, Aaron isn't there, and I start to worry. He never showed last night or this morning. I had my coffee alone, watching dog walkers saunter by the front windows of his bungalow. I send a text. Everything okay? But don't get a reply. So, when he sails into work an hour later and skates over to my desk, I practically double over with relief. He and Brennan were plenty cozy last night, but something in me has been buzzing with doubt ever since that impossible wave of bubbles coursed through the bar, leaving me unsettled. I don't think Brennan would hurt anyone, but the truth is, I don't know what he's capable of. Any of them. Someone's in a good mood, I grumble when he nears, but the ridiculous smile on his face only grows. It's our mutual friend, he says with a wink. He's magical, Aaron gushes, swooning as he leans a hip against my desk. What? I stammer out. Surely Brennan hasn't lost all prudence. Aaron glows with post-sex dopamine. The things he can do with his tongue, it's positively mystical. Why didn't you introduce us sooner? I will my heart rate to settle, realizing he's only talking about Brennan's skills in bed, which I would know nothing about. Like he said, we're still getting to know each other. Aaron leans in, whispering, Well, we got to know each other very well last night. I figured as much, I say with a tight smile. Don't be angry, pussycat. His bottom lip juts out. I didn't mean to miss our coffee date this morning. It's fine, I tell him a little sharper than intended, the pussycat nickname getting to me. I'm already Arla's kitten. What about me screams baby feline? I was just worried about you. Well, you should be, he says. I could barely walk in here this morning. I give him the side eye. I'm not kidding, Jude. He's next level when it comes to sex. Next level. Okay, I get it, I tell him, flattening my hand and waving it to indicate he should pipe down. I glance around to make sure no one has overheard us. But Aaron's eyes bore into mine like they're trying to speak. I don't think you do, he tells me. A choked sort of laugh emits from his throat. He does things I didn't even know were possible, he says with emphasis. The way he says it sticks in me, turning my stomach. Aaron, what do you mean? I know, he says to me in a furtive whisper. I know all about it, Jude. Your little group. He beams like a kid who's just bought his first backstage pass to a concert. Whatever he thinks he knows, it can't be that. Because Brennan is not that stupid, would never... but I can't shake the dread stealing over me. What do you know, Aaron? His eyes settle over me, flashing sex magic. I sputter out a cough. I'm sorry, what? Not that light-a-candle Wiccan shit people talk about either, or all that breathy tantra. It's real, Jude. Real magic. Real. I take a slow breath in, let it out, try to calm myself. Grabbing his elbow, I stand and tug him back toward the wall behind me, turning him away from the rest of the office. Aaron, what are you talking about? What did Brennan tell you? His grin, already a mind-numbing glare of flashiest white, brightens further. It's not what he told me. He showed me. For a moment, I can't believe what I'm hearing, can't believe Arlo was right, can't believe I got my friend all mixed up in this. What did he show you, Aaron? A sneaky expression takes over him. We levitated, Jude. I didn't imagine it either. I know I didn't. We were humping like angels in midair, lofty current skimming over every inch of skin like someone blowing your whole body. To be that weightless, free, held only by your lover's embrace, it changed everything, made it all so much more, gave us this phenomenal reach. You wouldn't believe the contortions that were possible. I'm telling you, I went to another world last night, Jude. I'm not making this up. It was ecstasy. Keep your voice down, I scold him, wary of the many prying eyes and ears of Pacific Creative. Aaron's so high on hormones, it's like he swallowed truth serum. Damn these open workspaces. What? We're all adults, he says to me, crossing his arms. I don't believe you're as much of a prude as you pretend you are. Not anymore. I'm not a prude, I say reflexively. I just don't want everyone at work knowing our business. Aaron's eyes narrow. I knew it was a kinky sex cult. What else have you been keeping from me? What do you mean? I know you can do it too. Brennan said as much last night, he replies. Not exactly, I counter with a frown. But what else did Brennan say? There wasn't a lot of talking, Jude, he says now. Aaron, I'm serious, I tell him, pinching his arm. What's he saying about me? Ow, nothing. Just, that you're all basically the craft meets midlife or whatever, and that he'll take me down into your spooky ritual basement and show me how the Kool-Aid gets made next time. But only if I blow him first, which I then did with aplomb. My jaw unhinges, and my hand drops from Aaron's arm. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Why would Brennan say all that? Why take such risks? Aaron's attractive, of course, but he's hardly sell the family Bible hot. You went to Medusa? I ask, realizing my mistake. Of course Brennan took Aaron back to Medusa. He lives there. No, he insists when he sees how upset I am. We got a room at the Four Seasons. Brennan says he never takes dates home, something about his possessive landlord, and I didn't want to wake you. I'm going back at lunch for a little afternoon delight. At least I can relax about that much. I lift a hand to my head, try to keep the room from spinning. Don't worry, Aaron says with an exaggerated tone, thinking he understands my concern. I'm not going to tell your little secret. I scowl at him. I don't levitate, Aaron, I tell him, or do sex magic. Whatever Brennan told you, he's lying. Why would he do that? Aaron asks, unconvinced. My question exactly, I reply. I had every intention of going by the condo after work to check in since Carrie, the maintenance man, told me tear out would start today after the plumber leaves. But maybe I'll take an early lunch instead. Use the condo as my excuse and go track Brennan down before Aaron shows up for more horizontal refreshment. Aaron is about to respond when Jessica from HR rushes over. Jude, hi. Can we talk? He backs away, our private moment over, and makes a yawning gesture behind her back as I sit down at my desk. Jessica, I actually still have a lot of work to catch up on. I was out the other day with food poisoning. You may have heard. My nurse called. I turn and begin straightening papers on my desk unnecessarily, lifting them in stacks to tamp against the cheap wood. Yes, she says, too pertly. So glad you're feeling better. I just want to go over some figures with you. Figures? My heart begins to pitter-patter in my chest, anxious. She scrunches her nose. Mystery numbers we can't quite make heads or tails of. Okay. But I don't deal directly with accounts, so she plops into a nearby chair. It'll only take a moment. I can't really refuse, so I watch as she pulls out one expense report after another with my name attached to it. Not only the whiskey I'd seen before, but dinners, hotel rooms, even a Movado watch. Men and their timepieces, I think. It seems after I covered for him the first time, Calvin decided to use my name on his doctored reports again, and again, and again. I look at Jessica. Why would I buy a Movado watch? These are wrong, Jessica. I didn't make these purchases. She purses her lips to one side. Sure, I hear you. No one's accusing you, Jude. But Eric in accounting says he went over these with you already and you cleared them. Eric in accounting, the wormy little guy with bad breath who asked me about the scotch. But he never came to me about the others. And now he's throwing me under the bus to cover his own ass. I inhale. How do I explain without making myself sound more suspicious? I don't recall ever speaking with Eric, I lie. He must be confused. She laughs nervously. It's funny because it seems that just before all that money was left on Sue's desk last week, someone withdrew a large amount in cash from the company card listed on these reports. Okay, I play dumb, unsure what else to do. And your name is on some of those charges, specifically these, so you can see how we draw a connection here. And that's all we're doing at this stage, Jude, connecting the dots. I smile flatly, playing along. Well, is anyone else's name connected with purchases on that card? Another dot you've overlooked, perhaps? Maybe I can spoon-feed it to her. Calvin is bound to be in a lot of those reports. Her laugh is short this time, more like a bark. Due diligence, Jude. We're just covering all our bases. I can assure you we're speaking with everyone involved. Yes, but I'm not involved, Jessica. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Maybe check with whoever was originally given the card. Maybe they withdrew the funds. Her leg begins to kick aggressively. That's the other funny little piece of this puzzle. It seems the card has gone missing. Just vanished. She releases a high-pitched laugh and her eyes fall to my purse. Anywho, I thought we could clear some things up with this little chat. Sorry to disappoint you, I tell her. I really know nothing about these. She rises, gripping the papers chastely in front of her skirt. Her knuckles, I notice, are whitening around the edges. Okay, well, I guess it's back to the drawing board. I nod encouragingly. I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of it. We will, she says, with more force than I'm used to from her. We've already requested footage from the bank's ATM. I feel the color draining from my face. Arla protected me once. Can she do it again? Like her or not, I need her right now. And the background checks are nearly finished, just plugging a few holes, filling a few blanks. Know what I mean? It's only a matter of time, really. I force myself to smile up at her. Background checks. I can think of an enormous hole in mine that anyone with more than a little curiosity will notice, starting about 10 years ago before I switched to the name Clark. If they find out my real name, they'll find everything else that goes with it. The misdemeanor assault and drug possession charges when I was fresh out of the system, the sketchy foster care family before that, articles and news reports on the mystery fire at Solidago, my questionable family history and my grandfather's wealth and reputation, maybe even my hospital records declared dead. Well, good luck or whatever. I smile primly to hide the terror. She reaches out and lays a well-meaning hand on my shoulder. Jude, if there's anything you decide you want to talk to me about, anything at all, my office door is always open. I shift away from her touch. Thank you, Jessica. I mean it, she says before turning and walking away. Anything at all. I find Brennan, hair a mess, looking utterly pleased with himself in a wide white bed at the Four Seasons after giving the receptionist Aaron's name. I snuck out for lunch early while Aaron was preoccupied so I could get to Brennan before he pulled any more magic rabbits from his fucking hat. He opened the door thinking I was room service bringing orange juice and waffles, and upon seeing me rolled his eyes and threw himself back onto the bed. I notice even his underwear and t-shirt are black. "Do you dress like Arla's watching all the time?" "Ha ha," he says flatly, sitting up. "Why are you here?" "You know why," I tell him. "Aaron is a fount of information after a good orgasm. Apparently, so are you." He pulls on his pants and stands up to button them, putting some half-melted ice from the bucket into a glass and then running the tap from the bathroom sink. He stands there, clinking it angrily at me after taking a sip. "People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, Jude. You think I don't know Arla sent you to spy on me?" I don't deny it," he says, irritated, plopping into a cushy hotel chair. "I know Arla better than you do. She has a way of getting to people." I take a breath, lowering myself into the adjacent chair. "You're right. You know her better than me, so why bring my friend into this game you two are playing? You could have just had a few drinks and left. Then there would be nothing to tell." His expression is wary and jaded. He studies me as if deciding whether Arla has gotten to me. "I didn't mean to," he confesses. "Aaron isn't like anyone I've met before. He's spectacular. Sometimes when my emotions get the better of me, the magic just happens. And all the stuff you told him about us in the club, he thinks we're practicing sex magic, Brennan. All of us." He groans. I know, I was scrambling to cover, to try and explain. I didn't know what to say. It seemed better than the truth. Close enough to it that he would believe me, but far enough from it that he wouldn't know everything. I sigh and rub at my brow. "How many times has this happened before?" "Never," Brennan insists. When I look skeptical, he swears. "I promise, Jude. I'm always careful. Aaron's different." The dreamy look in his eyes tells me he's got it for Aaron bad. "Look, whatever you tell Arla, just leave Aaron out of it, okay?" His voice is urgent, laced with concern. "Why?" I ask him. "Aaron is innocent in all this. It's not like she'd do anything to him." Brennan laughs, and it's short and sharp like gunfire. "You understand even less than I thought if you believe that." He sets his glass on a nearby table. "You know, when I first met her a couple of years ago, all she could do was make it rain or turn the faucet on with a look. Push cups off the table with a thought, bend a spoon. We were so alike then," Brennan says, remembering, still figuring our magic out. "But I didn't know it then. I thought she was better than me because she could do more than I could. I thought she was a goddess. I didn't just admire her." He leans toward me. "I worshipped her. She made me believe she had something I didn't, something she could share. She promised me this whole way of life." "And?" I ask him. He sits back, spine stiff. "You're not hearing me. Do you remember the night in the park? That first invitation we left for you, how it caught fire?" I rub my palms together. "Of course, how could I forget? I was still holding it when it burst into flame." He grins knowingly. "That was the first time I ever saw Arla magic fire." My neurons sizzle inside my skull, trying desperately to get his message across. "Do you understand me now?" Brennan says, clasping his hands together. "It wasn't her fire. It was yours." I shake my head, confounded. "What?" "The only power Arla ever had before coming to Seattle was with water." "A water diviner," I whisper, recalling the title she used for it in her penthouse. Brennan nods. "Exactly. She told me that she used to go dowsing with her mother as a girl. Then her father figured out she could locate oil, too. He started using her to find crude deposits and collected mineral rights. She made him a wealthy man. That's where the money came from to buy the club." I sit back, letting this sink in. Growing up with the opposite, a parent who wanted to repress the power in me rather than exploit it, I can't really imagine what that must have felt like. But I know the hot stare of a man who looks right through you and sees only what he wants. I know the pain of paternal betrayal. Brennan goes on. Crude oil, as it turns out, has very little water in it, sometimes less than 1%. So her affinity for water is beyond exceptional, of that I'm certain. But the rest... He stares past me. I looked him up, you know. Her father. Not at first, of course. I believed everything she told me in the beginning. But over the last several months, as things stopped adding up, I became suspicious of some of those early stories. And then you came. She's different about you, was even before you showed up. I thought maybe she was just enamored with her new toy, but she's keeping too many secrets. Do you know why she had you meet us under that bridge? I shake my head. Bat guano, he tells me. I saw her collecting it before you arrived. We were supposed to be watching for you. She didn't know I was watching her instead. He grinds his jaw. The night we were at the Space Needle, she took Twig outside the city on a private errand. I only found out because Cadence told me. She left Rock to babysit the psychic, keep her doped up and occupied in the hopes that Cadence wouldn't detect anything. But Cadence, being Cadence, kept smelling purple. And later, I found bittersweet in Arla's room. It's a climbing nightshade with purple flowers, every part toxic to ingest. Why would she need that? I see the candle I found in my grandmother's fireplace, half burnt and wrapped in goldenrod, scrawled with a word I couldn't fully make out and rubbed with blood, the dead snake tucked inside. I don't know, I tell him, but I can picture Rock holding that shovel in the cemetery, the bag of his aunt's cremains. I think about telling Brennan, but I don't want to fuel his paranoia. Brennan tugs his phone out of a pocket and types something into it, before turning the screen toward me. There, he says, definitive. See for yourself. Printed across the screen in bold letters is the headline, Colorado oil baron Alcott Wells, dead by accidental drowning. My eyes meet Brennan's over the phone. Is that her dad? She said they were estranged, but he was found in a fountain on his own property, he tells me. It was only 3 feet deep. I swallow, a sick knot of alarm spreading through my stomach. Survived by one daughter, Arla T. Wells, Brennan reads. Poor bastard. You don't think... He grins bitterly. A year ago I wouldn't have. 6 months ago, maybe. But now? He lets the question hang there, the answer implied. I don't know what to say. Brennan seems convinced, but murder still seems a stretch to me. One by one, he says, changing the subject. She's collected us. A full set. A water diviner, a catalyst, an oracle, a dream spinner, a night bearer, and a fire rover. Water, magic, night, fire. For what? I shrug. It might sound preposterous, but Brennan knows this group and its leader in ways I don't. Is he seeing something the rest of us, even Cadence, are missing? Or has his time with the Fathom addled his mind? With every new person that comes into the group, Arla develops a new ability, he continues. I didn't realize it at first because she was moving things like I did from the moment we met. I didn't notice that when she talked about water magic growing up, it was all she talked about. But as Cadence came along, Twig and Rock, I began to see how her magic grew, her powers mirroring ours. And I realized that was the real reason we were there. The real reason she wanted us close. She's using us, Jude, our abilities, siphoning our magic like a parasite. How? I ask him, but he looks at me sadly. The Fathom may seem like just a secret club to you, he says, eyes sparking with emotion, anger, pain, hunger, fear. But it's so much more than that. There are things she hasn't shown you yet. Things that will change you. Forever. What things? I press him, tired of being kept just outside of a loop that holds all the answers I'm seeking. Tell me, please. He purses his lips. I can't. It doesn't work that way. My frustration ramps up, taking control of my mouth. I don't understand. First you tell Aaron all this stuff you shouldn't. Now you won't tell me whatever it is you should. You're kissing Arla's hand one minute and calling her a parasite the next. I drop my hands in my lap. Take a breath. If you knew this about her before, why not leave once you realized? Why stay? Why help her? Why recruit me? He laughs again. I told you. She changes you. There is no going back. You'll see. When I don't respond, he adds, besides, I only just put it together after last night. My brow furrows. Last night? What does last night have to do with any of this? His face lights up, something hopeful, wistful, shifting behind it. His hand reaches out for mine. The levitation. It's not something I've ever done before. It's new. I'm getting stronger. Okay. I blink, take another breath. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? A good sign? His face falls. It might seem that way, but you don't know Arla like I do. She won't like that. Why? It means she's losing favor. It means something isn't under her control. She can't abide that. Sighing, I rub my temples. What about the others? Have you tried telling them about your concerns? Maybe they could shed some light on what's happening. Brennan laughs sourly. I wouldn't get anywhere with them. Trust me, I know. I live sandwiched between them all. Twig and Rock and their undying devotion on one side, Cadence and her weak-kneed fear on the other. She's terrified of Arla, they're in love with her. Exactly who do you think I could trust in that scenario? He has a point. Why is Cadence so afraid? He shrugs. Her power is all twisted up inside her, hard to read, harder to control. It was never like this before. She's used to the ways autism manifests in her life. The sensory stuff and the stimming. It used to be something she felt was a part of what made her, her. But even that has changed in confusing ways since she came here. She thinks Arla has something to do with it, that she's using Cadence's own power against her, to keep her from seeing... What? We don't know, he admits, but it can't be good. Not if she's hiding it from all of us. I get up from my seat and walk around it, leaning down over the back, thinking, maybe you're not giving Arla enough credit. She wants to keep everybody safe. That's why she asked me to spend time with you. As long as it's not a danger to the group, she shouldn't have a problem with this new growth you're experiencing. Brennan rolls his eyes. I wish it were that simple. Okay, so play to her needs, I suggest. Tell her that you being more powerful means she can be more powerful. She can't take issue with that. Again, he looks annoyed. Look, whatever is going on between you two, you shouldn't have brought Aaron into this. I tell him, fed up. I know, he says, genuine remorse in his voice. I panicked. Yes, I say flatly, that's obvious. He looks at me and away, his gaze venturing toward the window, the blank sheet of sky outside. You don't get it. You think this is just between her and me, a spat between friends. But it's more than that. It's all of us. She's planning something, he tells me. Something big. I can feel it. I watch him, wishing I could understand his concerns, the things he hasn't found words for. I see a tangle of emotion shifting across his face, and wonder. He eyes me. In one way, I was right in those early days. Arla isn't like the rest of us. Brennan, you're going to have to be more specific or she's channeling us, he interrupts. What we can do, but Arla can't abide competition. So what do you think that means? I don't know, I tell him. These things you're telling me, I have no way of knowing if they're true. He looks disappointed. Even if I believe you, how can she do that, Brennan? It doesn't make sense. He shakes his head. and it's as if a wall goes up. I wish I could say. I sigh, uncertain what to think. All I know is you're the first people I've met like me who weren't in my own family. And for the first time in a very long time, I feel boundless, and that feels fucking good. Brennan looks sad, wilted like week-old flowers. Mark my words, he says. She's working on something. Maybe she always has been, and once we become disposable... His eyes find mine across the room. Well, all your boundless feelings can't save you then. I stand to my full height and take a step away, a chill penetrating the hotel that isn't coming from the vent. The Aurelia I know is incisive and controlled. Ambitious, perhaps, bold, even pushy, but still a far cry from homicidal maniac. I have one more question before I leave. He smiles, but it's not welcoming. Sure. What's in Arla's basement? In the locked room beneath Medusa? His face rearranges itself around a secret he won't share, but I can see it burning inside him. He knows. He's seen. Fear flits behind his eyes, urgent and restless. Maybe you understand after all, he says, getting up and walking to the bathroom. He closes the door after him, leaving me alone to guess. 18. The Heart of the Gorgon. After leaving Brennan, I start a dozen texts to Arla and erase them all. Too chicken shit to tell her what I know. Instead, I end up calling the gallery where I bought the painting and ask for information on the artist, telling the woman over the phone, who sounds different than the previous one, I'm interested in a commission after all, but want to speak with the painter directly. She gives me a name and number, which I use to look up a studio address somewhere on the bay. I decide to extend my lunch break and drive over. I pull up in front of a mid-century ranch with a low-slung roof, a corner of windows, and a turquoise front door. Getting out, I grabbed a painting from under the jacket I threw over it a couple of nights ago, and haul it with me, rapping on the wooden door. When I don't get a response, I knock harder. It takes a minute, but when the door opens, I see the same woman who sold me the painting the day I was in the gallery. The same tiny frame and nest of white fluff, the same skinny arms dabbled in paint, the same moon-shaped face and unnerving eyes passing over me. I can hear Tori Amos playing quietly in the background. Yes? It's you. You're the artist, eh, Nilsson? I am Annalie, she says, squinting at me. It's my gallery. Why? I hold the painting up for her to see. You painted this? Her face softens like she's seeing an old friend, and her hand reaches out to trace over the brushstrokes. Of course I did. So good to meet her again. How are you getting along? Can I come in? I ask, lowering it. That good, huh? Her eyes narrow, but she opens the door wide. As long as you bring her with you. Together, the painting and I step over the threshold. Inside, Annalie's place is sparse but neatly furnished with mid-century modern knockoffs and second-hand finds, colorful and functional. She leads me toward her square little kitchen, where she makes us each a cup of Earl Grey, pouring mine into an Oslo souvenir mug. I had no idea you were the artist, I tell her as I take my mug. Why, because I'm visually impaired? She stares at me, aware of where my eyes are, if nothing else. No, I mean, you didn't say. I just thought. She waves a hand to stop me. It's a common misconception that the blind walk around in the dark. Only a very small percentage of the visually impaired experience total blindness. I can see most color and light, a general impression of form. It gives me a sense of things. The details I have to discover another way or conjure with my imagination. But it wasn't always like this, you know. Once I had perfect vision. The things I remember, they inform my work a lot. Oh, I cup the mug, mulling over an appropriate way to respond. You want to know what happened, she says, sipping her tea. How I became legally blind. She smiles, pleased with herself. It's okay. Most people want to know but are afraid to ask. I wish I could tell you, but it's as much a mystery to me as it is to my doctors. Conversion disorder, they call it now, but they used to refer to it as hysterical blindness. It's trauma-induced, but not from physical trauma. My trauma was psychological. I'm so sorry, I tell her, unsure how to react. Don't be, she says. I'm not. It happened a long time ago. They kept thinking my vision would come back. I tried a number of therapies. Group, occupational, cognitive behavioral, hypnosis. But, well, at this age, no one's counting on it. I can't imagine life any other way now. It's made me the person, the artist, I am today, and I wouldn't change that for the world. You must be an inspiration to so many, I tell her. She laughs. Mostly I just make people uncomfortable, she says. But that's probably a lot more to do with my manner than my sight. Fortunately, it's never stopped anyone from buying my work. So, you're here for another painting? Not exactly, I respond. I wanted to know more about this piece. She seems intrigued. I'm not sure anyone's ever turned up at my door before to ask about a painting they already bought. But the Lhasa is special. Why did you paint it? I ask her. She cocks her head to the side and stares at me. Why? Why does an artist do anything, Miss Cole? I tell her before I can think better of it. It's the second time I've given a piece of my real name recently, as though I am flirting with a homecoming. But it won't matter here. Miss Cole, an artist is either inspired or driven or mad. There can be no other reason. She sets her mug down and takes a seat at her dining table, pulling out a pack of papers from her pocket and a bag of marijuana from a nearby ceramic vase. She begins casually rolling a joint in front of me, her fingers deftly working the materials. And which are you? I ask as I sit down across from her. Inspired or driven or mad? She grins. All three. Then she licks the paper and seals the joint, produces a lighter from God knows where, and takes a hit. I won't argue with her own assessment of herself. But can you tell me why her? She coughs out a plume of smoke. Who? Thalassa? I flinch at the name. Yes, that. Why not? She eyes me curiously. Because she flooded my condo, I say flatly. At that, Annalise starts laughing, and it takes a long time for her to stop. You believe me? I ask after she gives one last chuckle. Of course, she says, offering me the joint. I shake my head. People have a bad habit of bringing things into their home without thinking, Miss Cole. But there is energy attached to everything, especially to art, especially to idols. I peer at her. Is she saying it's my fault? I don't understand. It's like this, she tells me. Someone gets a big white dog at the pound, and they name him Loki. Then they come home a week later and whine because he's eaten the couch. Again, I don't follow. Chaos, Miss Cole. I'm talking about chaos. It's everywhere. A force larger and more powerful than us, but we want to pretend we're in control. She drags on her joint, inhaling deep. Is that why you painted her? Because chaos? In part, she says. I like sacred feminine energy because it scares people. Goddesses are, she waves a hand in the air, challenging to us. We need them, but we don't want to admit it. I shake my head. Why is that? She shrugs. No one can love you like your mother, she says now, and no one can hurt you like her either. The words slam into me with all the force of Solidago's winds. For a second, I can't draw breath. You talked about primordial goddesses the day I bought this, I remind her. She nods. They are the beginning and end of everything, Miss Cole. The very stuff creation is made of. They shape the world. She rolls the joint thoughtfully between her fingers. This, too, is chaos. Did you know that in the tropics elephants shape the forest? Not by planting trees, obviously, but by destroying them. They can create gaps in the canopy where seedlings flourish. They make pathways other species rely on and churn the earth for new seeds to germinate. Many plants depend on their digestive tracts for distribution. She watches me through the smoke. I thought we were talking about goddesses, not elephants. Annalie shrugs. To the ant, surely the elephant is a god, a creator and destroyer of worlds. I push my hair behind my ears. Understanding dawning. You think they're real? She eyes me strangely. I know they are. She takes a drag, lets it out slowly, and sets her joint down. You know, I used to be a professor before the art took over, of mythology and religion. She gets up and saunters to a bookshelf, plucks a volume off and brings it over to me. The title reads, The Divine Autochthon, Goddesses of the Emergence. Beneath it, Dr. Annalie T. Nilsson. So, I know what I'm talking about. I admit, I didn't expect that. I remember the books at her gallery. Hers was the author's name on the spines, the writer of them all. I set the book on the table. Doctor? That's impressive. I was older than you are now, but still a young woman when I traveled to Svalbard for my work. It's an archipelago belonging to my home country of Norway, and Longyearbyen is a settlement on the largest island there. I was there for the Sun Festival in March, when the sun first becomes visible after 4 months of polar night. To observe a place where humanity still echoed early rites of heliolatry, or sun worship, in modern times. I'd hired a guide to take me to a glacier plateau where I could experience the sunrise like I never would again. It was to be my last sunrise, in more ways than one. I noticed my fingers gripping the Oslo mug and slowly released them. What happened? An Arctic fox, she answers. I followed it to snap a picture. Foolish in a place where you're not allowed to venture without a rifle-trained guide due to the polar bear population. It was still dark, and I got away from my guide, turned around in the uniformity of the landscape. I was suddenly and truly alone. She looks at me, dread memory hanging in her eyes. What came racing over the distant peak when the sun broke wasn't just the day. Was it a bear? I ask, horrified. I imagine coming face to face with a polar bear might be enough to damage anybody, even if you live to tell the tale. I wish that's all it had been. Her words make my breath go still in my chest. It was a shadow, wide as the mountain and darker than night, flowing like water, pouring over the landscape in a flood. It wore the face of a woman and the antlers of a reindeer, the wings of an owl and the hooves of a herd of musk oxen, as if it had cloaked itself in animal parts the way an octopus covers itself in shells to hide from predators. It boomed like a volcano erupting as it barreled toward me, and heaven help me, I couldn't look away. Was it an avalanche? I ask, because it can't be what she's describing. No. She peers through me as if she can see it again on the other side. It was the night itself, running for its life from the morning. I don't understand. Did you stare into the sunrise too long? Is that what damaged your eyes? I recall a second after the words are out that she already said her blindness was caused by conversion disorder, not a physical injury. She looks directly at me now, her face cold and blank. It was power, raw and unrelenting, and it was darkness. And it was streaking straight for me like a comet dropped from the sky and screaming the whole way. Whatever she saw, it terrified her. What happened? It ripped a hole through me, she says, and I've never been the same. I couldn't see to find my guide. He had to locate me on the ice where I'd been thrown more than a dozen yards from where I'd been standing, help me up, and walk me like a child back to the vehicle. I started painting the day I arrived home. I'd never even so much as drawn a stick figure before. I gave up my career in academia, became a full-time artist, and my eyesight never recovered. "How awful," I whisper into my tea. "Maybe," she says. "Maybe not. Maybe it's what I was truly there for. Did I see her because of my background in mythology? Because I'd already been studying these things?" She asks hypothetically. "Was I primed for my encounter by my work? I really can't say. It's an ancient place, Svalbard, where people still live close to nature, to the sublime, the beauty and the fear. But I heard one thing as she passed over me," Annalie says now, voice grave. "Ace certainly." "Ace certainly," I repeat slowly, breaking it down. "What's that?" "She's an ancient deity of the early Sami people, a goddess of winter, shadows, and night who was said to protect the deer and the wild animals. The Sami are indigenous to the Arctic, much like the Inuit. They inhabited many regions of northern Norway, Sweden, and Finland. An old one, like I told you about." When I don't respond, she adds, "There are many things in this world we still don't understand, to say nothing of the worlds we have yet to explore. But I have a theory, if you want to hear it," she offers. "Why not? It can't possibly leave me any more befuddled than I currently am." "Dark matter," she says, as if this clears it all up. "You're talking about energy?" I ask, confused. She smiles lazily. "I'm talking about the void." My brows crease. "The void?" "Chaos," she whispers. "And what about magic?" I dare to ask, thinking of my own family, our many tales of woe. "What about it?" She regards me coolly. "You're talking about dark matter and the void, but I want to know where magic fits into your theory," I repeat. Her eyes drift away, untethered. Who says they aren't the same thing? I fall back in my chair. I'm not sure what I came here for. An explanation, a reparation. But this woman didn't do anything. She's just a channel. I, of all people, should know what that is like. "I'm retired from academia," she says after a moment. "But let me give you a brief lesson." She points to my painting. "Primordial beings, I call them the old ones, exist in every culture, every corner of the globe. Maybe they go by different names. This one, Nephthys. That one, Tiamat. In my own country, Nerthus. But there are similarities." "What similarities?" She shrugs a shoulder. "They govern unknowable things, often the things that scare us most, warnings buried in our subconscious by our ancient ancestors. Things like fire," I interject. She smiles. "Yes, things like fire or night, things like magic, dreams, and clairvoyance. Things like death. Me, twig, rock, cadence." Brennan's words float back to me. "She's collected us. A full set." "What does this have to do with the painting?" I ask her. "Everything, Miss Cole." I stare at the canvas, unnerved. "I'm giving her back," I blurt. "I don't want a refund. You can keep the money and you can keep her." She grins. "Sounds like it's far too late for that. She found you. She knows where you live." She pulls the painting over to her side of the table and studies it a moment. "Yes, she belongs to you now. Thalassa, goddess of the sea. It's where we get the word thalassophobia." "Thalassophobia," I repeat, reluctantly taking the painting back when she holds it out for me. "Fear of the deep," she says, leering. "Come if you dare. Learn what waits in the deep." The last two lines of the invitation the Fathom left me. I study goddesses and I paint them, Annalise says now. But it's these, the old ones, that I revere the most. You should too, if you know what's good for you. I gulp. Are you saying she flooded my condo as a punishment? Annalise smiles. A punishment or a blessing. With these old ones, they're often the same thing. How do you mean? Annalise takes another drag on her joint, coughing it out. It's like my sight. Many people would view this as a limitation, but it enhances my art. I wouldn't change it. She holds out one palm and then the other, the joint still pinched between her thumb and forefinger. A punishment and a blessing. I can't shake the sense that there is something lurking beneath the surface of what she's telling me, like the basement beneath Arla's club. What would you be punished for? She shifts back in her chair. To gaze upon the immortal is a transgression in every language. To see beyond your horizon, to reach for what you were never made or meant to hold, she says. Her light eyes bore into me. Wouldn't you agree? I guess, I stammer futilely, thinking she's too high to know what she's saying anymore. Thank you. This has been enlightening. I rise to leave less settled than I was when I arrived, and pass the book across the table. Keep it, she says. I have more. I tuck it and the painting under my arm, Annalise following me to the door where I turn back with one more question. You said energy is especially attached to art. I did, she confirms. To create is to be divine. I rake my teeth across my lower lip. Before Thalassa, there was one painting that dominated my life, that stood at the center of everything I wondered about and everything I feared. A painting that should have been destroyed with the house, with my family, but, like me, survived, with no explanation. What about a portrait? Annalise smiles easily. Well, that depends. On what? I can't help asking. Who it's of. When I leave Annalise's studio, I sit in my car watching cords of cloud drift over the sky and chewing my lip until it aches. Her words nesting in me like unwanted sparrows. I should head back to work. Focus on the task at hand, stay at errands tonight, and try to forget everything Brennan and Annalise said today. I'm in enough trouble as it is. But instead, I take my phone out and dial Arla's number. She answers on the first ring. We need to talk. I find the courage to tell her. Not like this, she says, low. Come to the penthouse. We'll talk in person. When I pull up in front of Medusa half an hour later, Jordan is waiting for me. He comes around and opens my door. Go on in, I'll park it for you. I bite back resistance and nod, climbing out with the keys still in the ignition. The green doors of Medusa loom before me, looking for all the world like they bar the passage to another realm, and when I clasp the handle of one and yank, it swings open easily. Inside the cognitive dissonance of being in the club by day, where all its practicalities are laid bare, vacuum cleaners and scraping gum off the underside of tables, polishing lipstick off the glassware, sets my teeth on edge. Or maybe it's that despite these, I can still feel it ticking below my feet. A pulse, a beat to the magic of this place, the heart of the Gorgon pumping glitter through its veins. The daytime staff ignore me as I make my way to the elevator, climb its golden pulley to the top, Arla's penthouse. She's got the front door waiting open, and I find her seated alone on one of the sofas, windows of seafoam gray hemming her in. She wears a long dress of embroidered black mesh that grazes her ankles and has a pale lip, more demure than I'm used to seeing her. She looks small, backlit by the fireplace and a lackluster day without the others flanking her. So much smaller than I realized. Her head rises. Judith, come. Sit. She pats the velvet cushion beside her, a haze of melancholy stirring as if she knows already what I'm here to say. You work fast, she tells me once I'm seated. I wave off the compliment, if that's even what it was. It just worked out this way, I say passively. I still haven't decided how much I'm going to tell her. On the drive over, I considered all my options. Tell her nothing happened, tell her something happened, but not all of it, or tell her everything. None of them ended well. The alternative, to not let her know I saw Brennan at all, however preferable, is impossible. She set me to this task like a well-trained dog, and she'll corner me sooner or later for an outcome. I've always been a terrible, if practiced, liar. Her hand grips mine. Our Brennan? She asks as if we are Victorian maids and he our wayward brother with gambling debts. Something wistful is suspended between her eyes, the fragile bud of hope. I can't tell if it's performative or unconscious. I pull my hand out from under hers. It's not that bad, I start, and the sly creature I know slips back across her face like a Venetian mask. Some ringing endorsement, kitten. My shoulders stiffen. I've not told her anything yet, and somehow I've already told her everything. Look, he's harmless, just a little confused. It was an accident. I try again. Apparently not, if you are here. I groan, every word I utter making it worse. He wants the same things you do. He wants to be safe, to feel powerful. He wants the group. This little slip, it wasn't intentional. His judgment is impaired right now. He's paranoid, but not dangerous. How little are we talking? She asks, the vulnerability of before tucked back into its cage. I shake my head. I don't know. I wasn't there for all of it. She cocks a perfectly coiffed eyebrow at me, and I fold. Without meaning to, I have brought Aaron into the discussion, even if I haven't named him. Just like Brennan warned me not to. Who was? I fist my hands in my lap. We were in a bar. There was an incident involving bubbles, nothing traceable, and her brow arches even more dramatically. And he went home with a friend. They hit it off. Something happened between them during, you know. Do I? Her eyes rove over my face, reading the details I'm giving away without trying. I send a silent prayer asking Brennan to forgive me. Can you be more specific? It was in private, like very private. I flounder. She sucks air through her teeth, annoyed, sounding snake-like. About the magic, Jude, not the sex. I've got that part. Oh, right. I scramble for an answer that will satisfy her without implicating Brennan. It's within the scope of his usual power. He assured me of that much. You spoke with him about it. She gets up, paces a moment, turns toward me. And the friend, what did he say? I swallow. He called it sex magic. He's clueless. You don't need to worry about him. Her eyes narrow almost imperceptibly, but she doesn't press it. Pretend I'm a child, she says. Spell it out for me, kitten. The truth is, Brennan was wrong. I was never going to be able to keep this from her. And he of all people should have known that. Levitation. Her composure slips, jerking to regain balance the way someone does on an icy step. But I've seen it in those unguarded milliseconds. The fury. It's the most undone I've ever seen her. Brennan is going to hate me. They levitated during sex, yes. I cut in, trying to recover, to make it sound more mundane than it is. Aaron was quite taken with the whole affair. I prattle, catching myself too late. Arla purses her lips and walks to the windows, gazing out. Her long hair sheets down her back, softer than usual. So he's growing. She says it under her breath. Sorry? Levitation, she says. It's not something he was capable of before. I wonder what else he's capable of that he's not sharing, she says quietly, an edge to her tone. I hate being caught in the middle. There's always blowback. Can you imagine, she asks quietly, others knowing what we can do. I swallow, even though my throat has gone dry. Aaron would never talk, especially if I tell him not to. She turns to me. Even one is too many. She's right. But Aaron isn't a threat. I can convince him to keep quiet. Maybe even that it was something else. A dream, a drug, a hallucination brought on by the best sex he's ever had. I press my lips together until they flatten. Arla looks out the window. What will you do? I ask, though I'm not sure I want to know. The conversation will be excruciatingly awkward. What will you say to him? She sighs, then rubs her brow with a hand and lets it drop to her side. Let me worry about that. I try to imagine what she's thinking, but her mind is a fortress. Guilt steals over me in a dark cloud. I came here to fix the situation, to give Arla just enough to get her off my case and to give Brennan some measure of reassurance. But instead, I've done the opposite, spilled Brennan's secrets across the rug and driven a deeper wedge between them. I never should have agreed to this in the first place. I don't like being put in this position. I don't want to do something like this for you again, Arla. It's not my place. You should have confronted Brennan directly. She scoffs, as if he would have told me the truth. I can't argue with her logic, but still, there's something slippery to her thinking. I stand and start to drag my purse strap over my shoulder. I should leave, go back to the office. I'm long past a normal lunch hour now. So we're clear. I'm done spying. She watches me, a shiftiness behind her gaze, as if I can see her thoughts. I'm about to ask for her help with the ATM footage Jessica has requested when her hand darts out, palm up, waiting for me to take it. Come, I have a reward for you. It feels dirty, like blood money, for so many reasons I shouldn't. I tell myself it's a gift I don't want. Sensing my hesitation, she purrs. I promise it will have been worth it. Thank you for displacing your own principles for me, Jude. I had to know. It doesn't land as a compliment. It hits like a slap, open-handed and loose. Displacing your principles. Is that what I did? About Brennan? About you, about where your loyalties lie and how much I can trust you. Now I do. Now I know you're ready. She extends her hand further, urging me to accept. My mouth parts, a word cut off in the back of my throat, escaping in a wheeze. I didn't do this to prove myself to her. This was never supposed to be about me. This was about Brennan, about the safety of the group. Why is everything a test with Arla? But she doesn't wait for me to find my tongue. She breezes past me and simply grabs my hand, pulling me the way a tugboat drags a barge through the harbor. I know you want to see inside. You've been so patient. My ears prickle. Inside? We are already whizzing into the elevator as Arla jabs at buttons. My room. In the basement. She has me, and she knows it. My rational mind is screaming at me to run, to get out before I'm dug in deeper, to forget all this and go on living a safe, obscure life. But then there is the other side of me, the bit I've tried to bury under monotony and routine, utility and drudgery. The hunger, the need, the burn. And she, I am beginning to realize, is so much stronger. She's taking over. Like my mother, like my grandmother. She will consume me. I can't refuse. The elevator ding vibrates through my bones and the doors glide open, the smells of the club pouring in like heat, thick and heavy. We cut across it, through the door in the wall and down to the storage room, until the entrance to the basement greets us. Arla unlocks it swiftly, all grease and speed now, eager to get me into her deepest, darkest confidence. We practically slide down the stairs, and then we are there, standing in the shadows of the basement, the brick and mortar looming before us, a column of secrets. A soft light pulses between them, emanating from the mortar itself, or maybe from the fine hair-like cracks webbing the facade. But it's enough that Arla doesn't reach for the lights and switch them on. It's enough that I see what I thought I'd seen before. The writing, a tight and slanting script, sparking along the mortar, sealing one brick to another. Arla whispers in my ear, "You see them, don't you? The words." I'm afraid to answer. Even from here I can see it's not any language I know. Only those who face the dark can see them. He wrought them into the mortar between every brick before he laid it. Who? You'll see. Arla squeezes my hand in hers. Are you ready, Judith? Yes. My voice is breathy, a sweet nothing. Once I show you this, you can never go back. Do you understand? Everything will change. The whole world will reorder itself. You will be more than the rest of them, the sightless masses who shamble about, thinking they're in control when they're nothing. Do you know why? I hear Annalie in her voice. Chaos, Miss Cole. It's everywhere. A force larger and far more powerful than us. I shake my head, unable to utter a word wrapped from the side of the glowing bricks, the delicately traced characters between them. Because they don't have this, she says. She tugs on my hand until I pull my eyes away and meet hers. Because they haven't seen. But you will. What is it? I managed to ask, the poster reeling through my mind in flashes. A fin, a horn, a set of sharp teeth. She steps forward, and I am a fish in her net, caught in the wake of her orbit, swimming to my fate. At the door, she stops. Tell me you're ready. I meant what I said. There's no going back. I think I am, I stammer, furious with myself for letting doubt slice the edge off my words. I've wanted to get inside this room since the moment I laid eyes on it, but Annalie's story is draining my courage. To gaze upon the immortal is a transgression in every language. To see beyond your horizon, to reach for what you were never made or meant to hold. I tell myself they are not the same. We are not the same. Her on the glacier before the mountain, me in the basement before this door. But I can't shake the sense of an overlap in our timelines. That's not good enough, Jude. You have to know. Arla's eyes probe mine. How? It is a squeak, pitiful. She exhales. Because you would give up everything for it. I nod. I can't go back now. My life is a series of events laid over one another on the screen of my memory. Standing on the steps of Solidago for the first time, hearing the voice and the bees, finding the candle in my grandmother's room, the mantle weeping in the night, Dara's stricken face, my grandfather's bulging hands, my mother's cold eyes, the house like a torch in the darkness, the earth slamming into me, then waking up, starting over, dragging through each day, the attorney, Roger, the miscarriage, everything a toneless, tedious, endless spectrum of gray, and then this. Levi, Arla, the fathom, the magic, the burn. I know now what I want. What I've always wanted and denied myself, just past the horizon Annalie mentioned and the fire my mother warned me of. And it was never death. It was simply this. Transcendence. An extraordinary life. It waits behind this door. And I would give up everything to claim it. I would. I tell Arla. I will. Good, she says, crouching down. Because that is what it will cost. With one hand on the lock, she produces a key from thin air and sinks it in with a click. A moment later, the lock swings wide and the latch is in her hand, turning. The bolt slides back, a mighty clang resounding through the cavernous room, and the little door at last cracks open. 19. To cage a dragon. I shield my eyes from the light until they can adjust. Overhead, a sturdy fixture of dark metal comes into focus, cupping a glowing old-fashioned bulb. I had to crouch and scuttle through the door, but the walls are a reasonable 12 feet apart. I can see now that they are lined not only with brick, but also a thick spread of black tar over which a dizzying pattern of words and drawings has been scribbled in something similar to white chalk, but gritty, more permanent. I recognize the same soft slanting script from the outside, lean and fast as letters go, but not ours. These look older than the Roman alphabet. Middle Eastern, maybe, but I couldn't say what the language is. The words move in all directions as if the writer had no sense of bearing, no care for the readers who came after. And they are broken up only by geometric drawings, circles, lines, triangles, that have been fitted with the writing and intersect in such complex ways as to remind me of crop circles, blighting the fields of England in beautiful fractal designs. Even the ceiling and floor are rendered in a crazed aberration of letters and drawings, which circle the line as if holding it in place. It seems to draw the walls inward in an optical illusion, making the space smaller than it is, stifling the air. A wave of claustrophobia overcomes me. A clang echoes off the walls, reverberating through me, and I realize Aurelia has closed us in, locking the door from the inside. Just a precaution, kitten. She steps toward the center of the room. Dubious, I spin slowly, taking everything in, afraid to touch the wall in case the frenzy is contagious. The room is empty except for a ring of dull, unexceptional stones rising from the center of the floor, maybe 6 feet across, mortared tightly together and capped by an iron lid cast with the same symbol I'd seen drawn at the bottom of the note cards. The entire thing is slick with glistening slime mold, blazing a deep purple-black. Gelatinous and sleek, it branches and trails, rushing from beneath the lid in a semi-aquatic mess, crisscrossing the structure like ganglia in the brain. A well? I ask, incredulous. Here? Did you have somewhere else in mind? She retorts. I shake my head, baffled. Elliott Bay is right outside your door. The flooding, the saltwater infiltration. Relax, kitten, she says, stopping me. It's not for drinking. It's not? No. She stifles a simpering smile. You might even say it's not really a well. What is it? I ask. She approaches the stones and lays the tips of her fingers gently against the iron lid. This, Jude, is the fathom. I look at her. I thought you were the fathom, you and Brennan and the rest. I am, she says, smiling sweetly, and now so are you. But this, she says, tapping the broad iron circle, this is the source. The source of what? I step nearer but remain cautiously apart from her, uncertain of what she might reveal next. Our source, Jude. She turns, sits lightly against the edge of the stone circle, resting her hands on it. Do you remember the story I told you about the Great Fire in the second Seattle? I nod. Many people attribute that fire to a carpenter's overturned glue pot. At least that's the official account. But if you look at the original reports, there were discrepancies. First, it was a paint shop, then a boot and shoe store, then the poor young cabinet maker. Fact is, it was pandemonium. You can't blame them for getting it wrong. Aurelia crosses her arms. Getting what wrong? What does any of this have to do with this room? I slide a step away, wary. The truth, Aurelia says, is that it wasn't a man who started that fire at all. Just like it wasn't a man who was responsible for the flooding that plagued the first version of our city and forced them to build up. She stands, reaching over to untwist a large dog bolt, like those seen on a porthole cover, then another and another, each one scraping and squealing as they give. Then what was it? I ask, watching her, curious despite my concerns. I know a thing or two about inexplicable fires. Heat blazes against my fingertips, the memory trapped forever in my skin. Arla grins, as if she hoped I'd ask this question, and lifts the heavy iron lid, which swings up on an equally heavy iron hinge. This. I step forward, neck craning, eyes darting from Arla's face to the opening yawning before me. This is the moment when the villain pushes the unsuspecting damsel over the ledge. I've seen it in enough movies to know. If I were smart, I wouldn't get near that ring of eldritch stones. But I'm like Annalee now, less smart than I am driven, and by something I can no longer contain. When I get close enough to peer over the edge, my toe bumping a seeping stone, all I see is a ripple of black water, the light above reflecting off its gently swaying surface. I look at Arla, confused. It's just a well. Look harder, she says, encouraging me like she would a scared child, with a fake smile and a friendly dip of her head. I look down again, watching the reflected light move gently across the surface of the water, at times taking the shapes of the letters written around me, until suddenly the picture changes, and I don't see the letters at all but the glittering white columns of Solidago, the house spreading over the water in a pale shadow, exactly as it was the day I first saw it. A cry emits from my throat, horror and grief commingling, and I clap a hand over my mouth. The image breaks apart, a disturbance under the water rippling up, and my eyes claw their way back up to Arla's gaze. I know now where she's been getting her information, even if I don't understand how it works. She moves around the well and takes my hand, pulling me close to her side, surprisingly strong. My fingers ache in hers, but she doesn't seem to notice how hard she's squeezing. Together, we peer down a third time. "Come," she commands the water. Darkness fills the well like smoke. Hypnotic whirls of velvety night seeping up from the bottom, emanating from the water itself, opaque as squid ink, sucking at my eyes until I am peering into a blackness so dense I can scarcely recall the existence of light. It is a place, an experience, a death I know firsthand. Suddenly the smoke parts, drifting to the edges, and the water pulses black and easy until a ripple crests across it, circling out like the years of a tree, followed by another and another and another. I tug against Arla's hand, but she won't let go, and I can't tear my eyes away, even as the water grows more volatile, rocking in large waves that slap the sides of the well and break open in a frenzy of bubbles. My other arm goes to Arla's hand, attempting to claw her off me, but she is clamped down, a mollusk that must be pried open, and her face has taken on a prideful, manic gleam. Even as I struggle, I cannot look away, knowing that something in that water is hurtling toward us from the depths, and I must know, I must see. There is a heavy, splintering sound that echoes up from the well, and it sets my insides quivering, legs barely able to stand. A fin splits the surface and arcs back under, blue like the dorsal of a legendary marlin, but spiked with the menacing black spines of an overgrown sea urchin. It goes on and on, longer than any fish I've ever seen, and I watch, rapt as each segment passes, a mixture of horror and awe filling me. Beneath it, I can make out the pocked and mottled flesh of an eel, currents of electricity igniting along its surface, charging the water until it froths. Finally, it disappears, and the water goes slack, only to be ruffled again as the long, dark hair of a woman emerges, swathing across the surface, the locks of a siren Rapunzel. My mind works quickly to piece these impossibilities together, but before it can, one tentacle rises from the water, followed by three more. Dark and oily like the feathers of a crow they come, lined with slurping white suckers as if they are scenting the air. They reach toward me, grasping, and for a mad second, I want to reach back, until they fall against the water with a slap, spraying our faces with dirty droplets, and break apart into dozens of silvery-scaled fish. A school of herring stirs the water to a boil in their panic, skipping the surface and flashing like aluminum in the sun. causing me to blink rapidly against the assault of shadow and light before they eventually sink out of sight one by one. We wait, holding our breath for several long seconds, before the water stills, whatever lurks within it receding from view, darkness spreading over the surface, hiding even our reflections. Arla's grip on me relaxes and I jump back. I want to press myself into the bricks that surround us for support, but don't dare. She lifts her fingers to her face and gently dabs at the drops of water, awe mixing with something far less innocent. Now, you see. The light overhead burns into me, the painted letters singeing my retinas in white-hot fire. I suddenly can't bear to look at them. What was that thing? I ask Arla, my mind reeling. Fish, woman, cephalopod, mermaid, monster. That is the fathom, Jude. Her eyes shine with fervor as she starts toward me. That is our source. That is our God. I shake my head. The impossibility of it firmly burrowed there. Annalee's deer-headed shadow, more real, more plausible than I first dared to dream. The night of the Great Seattle Fire, there was another man. Not a carpenter or a painter, but a Latvian immigrant, an autodidact and a polyglot with a zeal for ancient civilizations, dead languages, and Solomonic demonology. A man who had been planning and building and plotting for this day. The perfect opportunity to trap what he, and only he, recognized to be the source of the floods that plagued his less-than-fair city. And so he did. But not before it unleashed a vengeance so fraught it took most of Seattle with it. I believe you know a bit about what that feels like, she said, seizing me by both arms. I break free of her, twisting away, and back around the well. How do you know this? Arla shrugs. He left his journal behind, in this very room, in fact, a detailed, calculated account of what he knew and what he intended to do about it. What drew him here, the plans, the research and construction, the moment of capture and everything that came after. This was his great white whale, his Moby Dick, harpooned with words instead of weapons, bound and bewitched. And now it's mine. What are you saying? I'm saying that Edward Rudzeton caged a dragon, kitten, and that dragon is here. That dragon is now. And she belongs to me. Her face is sharper than I remember, hungrier. It bores into mine from across the room, cheekbones like knives, chin wicked as a thorn. Rudzeton's pitch show, Oracle of the Pacific. The poster simmers in the background of my mind, a vital piece of this intricate puzzle I'm still placing. Dragon? My brain seizes on this, adds it to the list, but still I can't make heads or tails of it. Or demon. She smiles. Some men might call her a demon, but those men are blind and stupid. The fathom is not a thing you can easily name, she says, her voice rolling at the edges as if she is willing herself to soften it. Frankly, I don't give a good goddamn what she is. She is old, likely older than this world, and she has power. My head aches with everything it's trying to process, unable to comprehend what she's saying. You say power, I tell her, but you mean magic, don't you? She has magic, like ours. Slowly, fragments are beginning to slot themselves into some kind of traceable order. Arla's information, her ability to siphon our magic, her power over us comes from this room, this being caged within it. The club above, her little circle, everything has been built on this foundation. The journal Rudzeton left behind is an instruction manual in summoning. She is the magic, Jude. Yours. Mine. She stands before me, calmer but still buzzing with energy, like a prophet with a message she can't unload fast enough. And I hold her in the palm of my hands, just like I hold you. I rub my face. I need time, space to think. I need answers. There has to be a way to understand what I've witnessed, to lay the pieces out and see where they line up and come together to form a complete picture. Rudzeaton, this well, Brennan's fears, Annalie's paintings, Arla, the others, and me. How did you find this? I ask, recalling Brennan's story about her water-dowsing days. Her face seems to narrow, eyes slanting, caught off guard. I didn't, she says, moving past me. She found me. She called me, and when she did, I came. The rest, she told me herself. She lowers the lid, carefully turning each dog bolt to hold it in place. It speaks to you? I ask, still trying to pluck facts from a chamber of myths. In a way, she says, with pictures like you saw on the water, with dreams, sometimes with a feeling. I watch her step away from the well and walk to the door. She can speak to you too, she says, glancing back at me, if you're good. I am beginning to see behind the curtain, the way Arla manipulates the others, dangles possibilities before them but holds the cards carefully against her own breast. If I'm good, indeed. Don't you think it's wrong? I ask. She turns to me. Wrong? Holding it, her, like this. My mother's words are a gnat in my ear. Some things simply don't fit in cages. What would you have me do, Jude? Release her on the city so she can finish what she started, drown us all in a tsunami, and plunge us into an era of darkness? She puts it to me in sarcastic monotone. No. It's a reasonable answer, but I can't help thinking that Arla's intentions aren't as altruistic as all that. Why doesn't she hurt you? I ask, lingering. I was so eager to get into this room. Now it feels wrong to just leave. Escape. Arla lifts a hand to indicate the walls around us with their cryptic writing and says, She can't, kitten. She needs me, just like you do. 20. Resurrection. Outside the chamber, the basement feels darker, malevolent now that I know what's seething at its heart. But the light trickling down the stairs is enough to split my head. I clap a hand over my eyes to shield them. The power sealed behind these walls of clay and tar and old magic is muted but not gone. I sense it within, patiently biding its time, storing its energy like an alligator before a death roll. The fissures in the brick, so fine they're barely visible, are suddenly gaping to me, screaming proof that this man-made cell won't hold, can't hold, forever. What then? What happens when Arla's pet manages to free itself and goes rampaging through the city set on vengeance? What becomes of her, us, this place? There will be hell to pay, the voice whispers to me, and it seems to come from within the room and within myself at the same time. It is the only thing I am certain of anymore. I wait for Arla to seal the door, watching as the key simply evaporates from her hand when done, and I wonder if she feels it too, the slow, inevitable unraveling, the creature pressing from inside to break free. The walls, everything written on them, that's what's holding her in? We stand side by side, staring into the darkness, feeling what sleeps there. It's written in Aramaic, she says, an utterly complex working, painted in cremation ash and slaked lime, bat guano, and goodness knows what else. I'm still trying to work out the exact composition of the material. The most important parts of Rudzeaton's journal have been a painfully slow translation process. I'm hardly fluent in Aramaic. I've spent the last couple of years working on them and still only understand a fraction. But I've figured out where to focus my efforts, and I'm proud to say I've made real progress in the last few months. It binds her, the spell you might call it, but it does so much more than that. Unfortunately, I don't have Rudzeaton's genius, but I have determination and a few things he didn't have. What's that? I can't help asking. Time, for one, she says with a grin, moving toward the stairs. Money, for two. And you. Me? Her hubris is unmistakable, a bitter spice salting the air that I can practically taste. My mind goes to Cadence, what she senses that the rest of us can't. I wonder what she knows that she isn't sharing. Yes, kitten, you. The final piece on the board. Now I only need to make the plays and checkmate. I was right. It's been a game to her all along. I don't understand. What do I have to do with any of this? You're the fire, Jude, she tells me, her sultry eyes sparkling, and that's where things are forged. Things that last. You're not making sense. But I remember Twig's eerie explanation to Cadence. You are the tool. You are the ingredient. We are the spell. I make perfect sense, she assures me. The fathom gives many gifts. Water, dreams, darkness, power, magic, energy. She saunters toward me. Fire and death. Her stare is unrelenting even in the faint light, and a shudder runs through me at her piercing gaze. You're a twofer. She's seen me strip Seattle's icon of its electricity, knows I've been setting fires since I was a child, but she's referring to something else. I back up a step. You've felt the heat and the grave. Her gaze hovers. That means we have a full circle now. With your help, we can finish what Rudziten started, keep her here in perpetuity. The full set, Brennan mentioned. Is that what this is about? Continuing to hold the fathom hostage? You saw the slime mold, she continues. It's contained, but it's growing. I don't know what it means exactly, but it can't be good for anyone. I grab her arm. Arla, what's down there? It's not natural. Don't you see? It's beyond you, me, any of us. My mother's words are a ghost at my back. Don't toy with things you don't understand. She jerks her arm away. Nothing is beyond me, Jude. Not anymore. Not if we stick together. Her face slips from snarl to smile. And you're wrong. The fathom is the most natural thing in the world. More natural even than you or I. You know, I have to say I expected something far less puritanical from you. That's not what I'm saying. Frustrated, I follow her up the stairs into the storage room and immediately collapse against a wall, blinded by the lighting raining acid on my retinas. Arla loops an arm in mine and steers me toward the club and elevator. I don't really understand what's happening, only that staring into that well has given me hyperphotosensitivity, the light unbearable. It takes time to process it, she says in a soothing whisper. You're discombobulated is all. Your senses in upheaval. I told you this would happen. You've had your whole world turned upside down. Fear is normal at first. But it's not the fear that feels out of place to me. It's the lack of it. That Arla seems perfectly at ease living over the mythical equivalent of an active volcano is delusional. How deep does that well go? Wells are anywhere from 10 to hundreds of feet deep, she answers. But that one, we're not even 20 feet above sea level in Pioneer Square. He dug deep enough to hit the saltwater-freshwater interface. The journal indicates that much, and it's graded at the bottom. But how far beyond that, I haven't been able to deduce. The deepest well in the world goes more than 1,200 feet down, she says, and it's not holding an ancient elemental entity. I shiver, imagining the potential scope. But it's not like I'm going to call groundwater services to have it surveyed, she tells me. Even with a complete translation of the journal, I'm not sure I'll ever truly understand how he did it. Back in her loft, she deposits me on a bar stool and starts making a tall glass of ice water. You need to hydrate, she says, passing it to me. My head is beginning to throb with the impending drum of a killer headache. And you need to rest. The first time is difficult. Why? Though I don't know if I can trust her answer. Because everything inside you is revolting against what you've learned. All those carefully ordered neural pathways are rerouting themselves, gouging new trenches into your brain. Even your organs can feel the change. They'll resist at first, but with time it gets easier. Annalie's blindness from her encounter comes back to me. Is that what happened? Did her eyes revolt against the vision in Svalbard? But I can see, if painfully, and Arla seems to think my reaction will be short-lived. How many times have you been down there? As many as it takes. Her eyes are flat, a wall I cannot scale. It's different for me. Why? We belong to each other, she says simply, the Fathom and me. It's clear that she believes it, but I don't. That creature I witnessed, she doesn't belong to anyone. I've known creatures like that before. My grandfather, my grandmother. Some things simply don't fit in cages. It's a drug to Arla, the power she's sitting over. I can understand the pull. I felt it myself, that insatiable craving for limitlessness. But I can't understand the ignorance. It's willful and reckless. You said that she called you. I watch her for any reaction that will explain. Does Arla hear a voice like I do? What did you mean? She nods. It was nearly 3 years ago. I was looking for a new place to land. My relationship with my father was strained beyond repair. I keep quiet. The headline Brennan showed me glaring behind my eyes. Drowning will do that, I think. I started to feel a tug westward, away from Colorado and everything I'd known, a pull to the coast and the water. Her eyes meet mine and cut away, as if she doesn't want me to read too much in them. I've always loved the water. I was barely walking when my mother found me in the neighbor's pond, swimming as if I were born to it. It made sense at that point in my life that I would find my way to the water again. But in the end, it wasn't the ocean I found. It was her. I wanted to invest in real estate, build something for myself for a change. I was drawn to this listing, to its dilapidated basement. The second I saw the door, I knew. I made an offer on the spot. It took time to figure out how to get inside. The key... It appears and disappears, I note. Yes, it's part of the spell. In the beginning, I slept down there on a mattress on the floor. My dreams were a vivid, repetitive, thrashing sequence of events. The stacking of bricks, the painting of words, the call to the deep and her arrival, the man before her, short but proud, the magic barely holding, the fire eating a path through the city. Until I saw him stand before the door one night and hold out his palm. He spoke a word, Aramaic for gift, and a key appeared. The next morning I tried it, and that was the first time I stepped inside. Now I have only to think it, and the key appears. And after, when it goes away? She shrugs one shoulder. I simply think it gone again once the door is locked, and poof. The story Brennan told me about Arla's water-dowsing days makes more sense. If the Fathom called her, it must have sensed her affinity for water, a magic that would enable her to find it when no one else could. But why does the Fathom need Arla? There can only be one reason. It's looking for someone to free it. What about the rest of us? I press. Why drag us into this? Arla's schools are gays, just left of mine. I told you. We need a full circle to complete the spell. Yes, but what can we do? I don't read Aramaic. None of us is schooled in demonology. Well, maybe the twins, I say facetiously. Her smile is careful, practiced. Your magic will feed the spell, kitten. How? I question. Let me figure that out, she insists, but her avoidance of specifics breeds unease in me. Your plan to remake the spell, strengthen it, does she know that? My gaze casts downward to the thing brooding beneath our feet. Arla rolls her eyes. I'm not stupid. But I wonder how much she can really keep from her, how safe Arla's secret really is, if the Fathom already knows so much about each of us. My thoughts plummet to the club and its revelers. Medusa. Arla looks at me then. Yes, all that energy, all that heat and chaos, the sex, the need, the hunger, people disintegrating and being reborn over and over. She feeds the club, and the club feeds her. I take another long drink of water, absorbing the truth along with the liquid into my cells. There's a catch somewhere that I know she isn't pointing out. There always is where magic is involved. What now? Arla smiles and takes the empty glass from my hand. Now you go home, you get some sleep, you dream. In the morning, you wake up, you go to work, you carry on as usual. But everything is transformed. Everything is new, including you. What I give, it's resurrection. You understand? I've made you over. And now, like the rest of them, like the fathom itself, you are mine. Her words are grandiose, but I see the truth in them. They are coated in oil to get them down. The mask is slipping ever so slightly, and behind it, she's covered in scales. Arla, I don't know if I can be a part of this. I lay my palms on the counter, reeling. Her hand snatches out and latches onto mine, fingers curling over my wrist, hot and searing. You don't have a choice, kitten. You gave that up in the basement. The genie cannot be put back into the bottle. It is a chillingly poignant metaphor. Now go home and get some rest, she says, releasing me. I'll check on you tomorrow. I cradle my wrist against my chest and leave. But as the elevator doors close, I look down and see it is red and angry, ringed with burns. I'm covering my eyes, squinting through split fingers as I stumble into Orman used in rare books. I couldn't possibly go back to work in this condition, so I came to the only other place I could think of. The drive here was excruciating, the late afternoon light wreaking havoc on my sight, my head pounding more with every mile. I considered waiting for nightfall, but I need to see Levi, to feel engulfed in him, to be steadied. I need something to lean against as my center of gravity recalibrates, something I can trust. And right now, the only thing in this world that feels safe is this man. Levi takes one look at me and drops the book he's holding, rushing to my side. Judith, what's wrong? Are you sick? He leads me toward the counter, but I clutch at his arm. Please, the back room. Get me away from the sun. Without hesitation, he guides me toward the nearly hidden door and unlocks it, resting me against a table as he drags a chair over. What happened? A demented laugh gurgles in my throat, hollow and sick. How would I ever find the words? I wish I could say. I understand Brennan's reluctance now, the gaps he couldn't fill for me. He's right. It doesn't work that way. You have to see. The absurd language of the poster makes more and more sense. Come and see for yourself, if you dare. Levi's lips purse anxiously. He looks me over for damage. When he doesn't find any besides the first-degree burn circling my wrist, he straightens, crossing his arms. You're going to have to do better than that. I'm trying, I insist, squinting up at him. What do you need? He asks. Food? Medicine? I remember Arla's command to hydrate. Water, please. And aspirin. Dim the lights if you can. The room has softer lighting to protect the contents, but I'm still ready to crawl under the table. He does as I ask and scurries, returning with a bottle of water, a couple of pills, and a granola bar. From my personal stash, he says as he sets everything in front of me. Stay here. Let me ring up these last few customers and I'll close the shop. He leaves the room, worriedly leaving the door open a crack. I gulp the water and swallow the pills as my eyes slowly adjust, hoping this reaction passes soon. The pain is too much. I tear open the granola bar wrapper, famished the moment the smell hits me. It's gone in a few bites. As my eyes relax and my headache eases, I get up and walk around, reading aging spines, awed by the more elaborate covers of the books shelved face out. Many are not in English, several are so thick they could double as doorstops. There are other things, too. A small but ornate reliquary with a fragment of bone inside, labeled Ex Ossibus Saint Concordia. An oval silver container with Hebrew lettering and little embossed fruits that reads Silver Antique Etrog Box. An iron wheel set into some kind of vise and box contraption that looks like a Victorian torture device but is tagged Cast Iron Bookbinder. Under glass, an ancient brown book marked 1600s edition of the Babylonian Talmud. Original binding looks exceptionally well preserved. I can only imagine how much value this one room holds as I move around it. A black spider the size of my fingernail, fine hairs shimmering violet like the slime mold on Arla's well, catches my eye when it scurries across a book cover facing out, melting into the shadows beyond. Myths and Legends of Ancient Egypt, the title reads when I approach, the dull and worn cover printed with hieroglyphs. I remove it from the shelf and let it fall open on the table. It lands on a page with the names Naunet, Kekwit, Hehut, and Amunet in bold, and I hear the whisper of Annalie's shadow woman, Ache Certainty. The smaller type describes them as the feminine half of something called the Ogdoad, a set of 8 primordial deities who represent the waters of creation, chaos and vastness, passivity and invisibility, as well as darkness, night, and obscurity. But according to the book, their attributes are so vague and their functions so ambiguous, it's apparent the ancient Egyptians were unclear themselves as to the nature and visage of these mysterious beings. Instead, a drawing shows the goddesses rendered with the heads of snakes. Brennan's dragon ring flits across my mind, followed by other things. Reindeer antlers, tentacles, the hooves of musk oxen, cloaked in animal parts, Annalie had said, the way an octopus covers itself in shells. The image of black water parting as a razor-sharp fin, too long to belong to any known species, slices through it, glides through my brain, followed by hair as silky as in a shampoo commercial. I shudder and close my eyes. I don't see Levi enter. Feeling better? He asks. I reflexively slam the book shut. Sorry, I probably shouldn't touch the things in here. He looks at the cover but doesn't move to take it. It's all right, no harm done. You looking for something in particular? I swallow, unable to explain what I was looking at or why. Words are failing me in the wake of seeing the fathom for myself. Ineffable, the voice whispers in my head. Not really. Okay, he gestures toward the chair. Maybe you should sit again. You look kind of pale. Nodding, I do as he asks, grateful for the wood beneath me. He drags another chair over, taking a seat in front of me, elbows against his knees, hands clasped between his legs. You want to tell me what this is about? Did you go out geocaching again? Did you find something upsetting? Or toxic? I take a long breath. No, nothing like that. Physically, I'm fine. At least, I think I am. But my sudden photosensitivity and the trembling of my hands would suggest otherwise. Do you have any more of those granola bars? He produces one from his shirt pocket, and I fall on it like a bear after hibernation. Slow down, he says. I can get more. I chew and sigh and try to figure out what to tell him. I just needed to see you. He reaches out and squeezes my arm. I'm here, but I need you to tell me where you've been. He's right. I have to give him what I can. I can't keep turning up like this, distraught and full of secrets. It's not fair to him or anyone. And after what he told me about his ex-wife, I don't want to invite comparisons. A club near downtown, I begin. In a historic building over the underground. You mean the areaways? He asks. Yeah, but a part that isn't open to the public. Okay, he says. I'm listening. I know the owner. She's a friend, sort of. He gives me a questioning look. I finish the granola bar and crumple up the wrapper. I'm not doing this right. It's hard to say where it started. He laces his fingers through mine, attempting patience. You were with your sort of friend in her old building. Yes. Was this today? I nod. I went to see an artist on my lunch break, and I went there after. I had questions. For the artist, not my friend. Well, that's not true. I had questions for both. Levi looks like he's trying to follow a cat through a rainstorm. Judith, what happened in the building? Can you tell me that? I'm worried you may have been exposed to something. Natural gas, hydrogen sulfide, radon. I was exposed to something, I tell him, but nothing like that. It's clearly something that hurt you. You can't stop shaking. Did the fathom hurt me? I don't think so. It turned my guts to jelly and cracked my mind open like a coconut. It changed me, just like Arla said it would. I can't tell you. He releases my hand and a heavy exhale. Why not? Because I'm not supposed to. Because I don't know how. He's hurt. The apprehension and suspicion he's trying to push aside out of concern visible. You wouldn't believe me anyway. This encounter has reordered my entire being. Me, a woman born to magic, born to legends, born to curses. If I tell him what happened in Arla's basement, what I saw, what did I see exactly, he'll think I'm having a psychotic break. I'll lose him. He's a kind man, but everyone has their limits. But if I don't tell him, no secrets, no drama, will I lose him anyway? He rubs one thumb over another. Let me be the judge of that. I bite my lip, considering, then try again. There was a locked room. Underground? Yes. I reach out and squeeze his hand. In the basement. And in the room was a locked well. He looks confused. Why would a well be locked? Because of what's inside, I manage. The words seem to slip around the image in my mind, sliding off it the way oil skims water. I wonder if it's the binding spell, if it addles the brain or befuddles the tongue. Arla said she'd only translated a portion. Brennan seemed equally unable to speak of it. Judith. Levi's concern is growing with every passing second. What did you see in the well? My eyes stare at the cover of the Egyptian book, unable to meet his. I'm not supposed to tell. I don't even know if I know. Demon, dragon, oracle, mermaid. Annalise run-in on the glacier trumps them all. He takes my chin in hand, turning it toward him. Listen to me. Nothing you can say is going to scare me off. Do you understand? I've seen a thing or two in this business, and I'm here for you. But if you don't tell me, we have no trust. And without trust, there's no us. I know this is new, but I promise you that whatever happened, I can take it. What I can't take is lies and withholding. Not again. Nodding, I take a breath. Start over. There's water in the well, and in the water, something lives. It's clear this wasn't what he was expecting. His eyes round and his jaw slackens. An animal? I want to laugh. I want to cry. Hard as I try, the words won't stick. Not like any you've seen before. Frustration edges in. He tries to hide it. Then what is it like? My eyes bulge. Everything and nothing. A beast, a being, a monster. I watch this word wash over him, expecting disbelief or disdain, maybe even humor. But he doesn't display any of those. Instead, he is quiet, thoughtful. But it isn't a monster, I continue, because I know that word doesn't do the fathom justice. I know, like Annalie with her shadow, that the fathom's more than that. At least, that's not all it is. Tell me more, he says. What is it, then? I cast around, flailing. Annalee's pale glimmering eyes and the fathom's dark, watery pit encircling me. I see the spines, the mottled skin, the school of fish. I see the poster in the tunnel, a mermaid on a rock, her tail multiplied many times, her eyes bright and horns curved in contradiction. I see the shadow, as Annalee described it, flowing over the mountain, full of wind and fury. And I see the painting. Thalassa bold on the water, a sea at her command. Then I see the encrusted mantle at Solidago, and above it, the portrait of a woman who, even in death, infatuated one of the world's most powerful men. At last, the word I've been needing, searching for but resisting at the same time, materializes on my tongue. I speak it so he can hear. I tell him the truth. A goddess. 21. Confession. I've lost him. His eyes have glazed over, his lips parting as he drifted away from me and this conversation. He leans back in his chair, distancing himself further. I can't really blame him. What man would hear such talk and take me seriously? Levi? I question, leaning forward, trying to close the gap. Did you hear me? He blinks, refocusing. Yes, sorry. I know it's a lot to swallow, I tell him. You have no reason to believe me. You probably think I'm on drugs or something. He shakes his head. No, you're far too coherent to be high. Of that I'm sure. I laugh, and he does too, the absurdity striking us both. So you do believe me? He's quiet for a breath before he says, I told you my mother died, but I didn't tell you how. She had a very aggressive form of brain cancer. She'd been withdrawing over the year leading up to her diagnosis, was overly tired and anxious. We thought she was struggling with depression and migraines. By the time they found the tumor, it was stage 4. They said we'd be lucky if she survived another year. We got 10 months. My heart breaks for the boy whose final memories with his mother are marred by withdrawal and confusion, grief and fear. Oh, Levi. His mouth draws tight and flat. In the last few weeks of her life, she began seeing things. A woman, she said, who kept visiting her. The doctors claimed they were hallucinations resulting from the tumor. The nurses said this kind of thing was common in a patient's final days. We didn't know what to think. My dad mostly ignored her, but I couldn't shut her out. I listened when she told me about these visits, when she described the dark woman who hovered over her bed, who filled her with peace and seemed to block out the artificial lights and noises of the room, who sat beside her through the long, disorienting nights. I saw how these visits had a positive impact on her. I believed her when she told me the woman was God. I gasp quietly and place a hand to my chest. He looks at me with sad eyes. I've never told anyone before. To this day, I don't know what my mother saw. If it was a hallucination, a visit from a deceased loved one, an angel, or the divine itself. My dad refused to talk about it. My grandfather threw himself into trying to produce a miracle before her death, to spare my father the grief of losing a wife as he himself had known. It's how we got into the antiquities market. He was looking for solutions. He would tell me tales of people who had been cured of everything from polio to infertility by stepping into a pool of water, or touching the feet of a statue, or speaking a magic word. He sourced a scarf blessed by a Buddhist monk from my mother that had supposedly sent another woman's lung cancer into remission. And it didn't work, I conclude, knowing how her story ended. Levi shrugs. We'll never know. It arrived the day after she died. My shoulders sag. I can't imagine the crushing disappointment and cruel irony. Judith, my point is, he continues, I'm open. I have the capacity to believe you. I know the world is full of things we don't have easy explanations for. I just need you to help me understand. I inhale long and deep. I've dropped a grenade in his lap, and I'm not sure how to give him what Arla gave me, short of sneaking him into her basement myself. Still, there is one thing I can show him. Something I've not shown anyone outside of my own mother and the Fathom in all my years. And it has the potential to cut both ways. It could give him the context he's missing, making this as real for him as it is for me. Or it could push him over the edge and send him running, away from this room, away from me and this relationship, never to look back. But I have to believe he can handle it. Arlo would be adamantly opposed, but I need an outside perspective to keep me sane. I need help figuring out where to go from here. I need a better grasp on what the Fathom is, where it came from, so I can figure out what to do. Arla's plan is too dangerous. She's playing with fire, and if anyone knows what that's like and where it can lead, it's me. I lay a hand on Levi's arm. I'm going to show you something, I tell him, and I need you to stay calm. His Adam's apple bobs against his throat, and he rubs absently at the scruff lining his chin. Okay. It's been a long time since I've done anything like this intentionally. At the Space Needle, it ripped a hole in me trying to get out. I don't really want to repeat that scenario. The cemetery wasn't much better. I close my eyes, trying to remember that feeling when I was a little girl, when magic slipped through me like blood, like wind and fire and light, when it was a secret self that I could trust in, an organ that pumped and buzzed and generated with little effort, when the voice and the power were one inside me, when they were of me and I was of them. Arla's voice echoes in the feeling. We belong to each other, the Fathom and me. I open my eyes and look into Levi's, letting the scents pool and gather in my fingertips and eyelashes, the Cupid's bow of my top lip, like a bead of sweat. It zips through me, racing and ready, responding so much faster than before. Is that the Fathom's influence? Or is it simply returning to me what was always mine? I look up at the sconces, and the lights in the room flicker, die down, then flash brilliant and strong until two of the bulbs pop. Holy shit, Levi exclaims, jumping up and reaching to turn on one of the table lamps. He spins around, assessing the damage. Sorry, I say with a wince. I'm still getting used to using it. He stares down at me. That was you? I nod and feel the energy in me build, order itself seeking out. Fire ignites between us, a torch in midair. It hovers before slowly dying away. With no natural fuel, it's hard to maintain it, draining, and I don't want to burn any of his books. I shrug after it's gone. I'm not very practiced. I wasn't trained. I wasn't even sure I could do it anymore, but recently something changed. His eyebrows rise, curious. My mother spent my whole childhood warning me against it, I tell him. And then, tentatively, he reaches out, taking my hand as he sits again. And then, she died, I finish. And it was my fault. The last words come out as a whisper, a confession I've never told a soul. The second they are free, I feel a space open up inside me, a release. I can't help wanting to snatch the words back, pluck them like poisonous berries and swallow them whole. I've carried them for so long. Sharing the burden is terrifying. The liberation inside me a thing I've feared almost as much as the rejection that will surely follow. But Levi just squeezes my hand tighter and gives me a tender look. Whatever happened, I'm sure that's not true. My real name is Cole. My gaze doesn't waver despite the terror I feel at speaking this truth. Judith Cole. But my grandfather was McAllister Bates. My family, it clicks behind his gaze. The knowing, the pieces fitting together. Died in the fire in Oregon, I remember. That humongous old house that burned for hours. They never found the source. I was a sophomore at Washington State then, but it was all over the news for days. A hand goes to his mouth. A new realization dawning. I saw your picture. They plastered it on every news channel. The only survivor. Heiress of the Bates fortune. I tug my hand from his and look away. It hurts to know my reputation precedes me, that my worst moment was fodder for the masses. The first part is true, yes, but I'm not an heiress. I don't have a fortune. I don't mention why. The attorney in my hospital room, a memory I'd rather forget. That confounded painting, miraculously untouched. They said you died, he carries on, temporarily. You were declared dead right after they found you, but then I recovered, I said quietly. How? He questions. I don't know. I push my hair behind my ears. I've spent the last 17 years wondering why. I woke up in the hospital and everyone was gone. I shouldn't have lived. He reaches for me again, the pads of his fingers soft as they graze mine. I can't imagine how frightening that was. But your recovery is a gift, something to be grateful for. I shake my head, tears forming along my lash line like seed pearls. You don't understand. They never found the source of the fire because it was me. I was the source. That's impossible, he whispers. I gawk. After what I just showed you? No, he shakes his head. You misunderstand. I don't mean you couldn't have started a fire. I mean that you wouldn't have. That's not who you are, Judith. I can see that much. I want to believe he's right, but deep down, I know there's no other explanation. I remember, I tell him. I remember when it exploded out of me. I didn't mean to, but it happened all the same. What did? His eyes narrow, searching my face for answers. Secrets I'm still keeping. He was going to rape me, I finally explain. My grandfather. He found me in my grandmother's room. I was getting older, filling out, and he'd noticed. I reach up and run my fingers through the golden strands I keep bluntly cut just past the shoulders. We had the same color of hair, my mother, grandmother, and I. He thought I was her, I think, my grandmother, Aurelia. He was never right after she died. Levi looks more shaken than I've ever seen him. That's awful, he manages to say. He was an awful man, I continue. For years, my mother tried to keep him away from me. She mostly succeeded by letting him have her instead. His face blanches. You mean incest? It's a horrible, ugly word. Saying it, finally saying it, disgusts me. But it is our truth. We had a rule against casting in our family. Casting? He asks. Spells and rites, using our magic to bend the world in our direction. My mother always said that when you force something to bend, eventually it breaks. So, we never did. Except my grandmother Aurelia. She wanted one thing more than life itself. My grandfather. And eventually it cost her that. They were lovers, but he was a heartless man. He strayed and he left her. So, she broke the rule and made a love spell. Mother never told me what was in it or how she did it, just that it happened. Only if you cast a love spell on a man incapable of love, it turns into something else. He came back to her. He married her, even, but he became obsessed with her. Controlling and possessive. He built Solidago to keep her like a finch in a cage. He was insatiable and belligerent where she was concerned. And as she braced against her constraints, resenting him more and more, he grew worse. In the end, she could see only one escape. They say she jumped from the bluffs into the sea by our home. I think she thought that would finally end the spell, but she was wrong. With my grandmother gone, my grandfather obsessed over her memory. The house became a shrine as well as a prison. His eyes turned to my mother, who looked so like her and was entering adolescence. I don't know how long they stayed like that. 2 bees trapped in a bottle. Eventually she ran away, but I imagine the damage had been done by then. She would have stayed away, if not for me. My father died young. She tried on her own, but we ended up on the streets. Solidago was a mirage in the distance, a promise and a curse. She knew she'd pay if we went back, and she knew how. But I would have a place to live and food to eat. She gave in when I was 5, and that's when I first laid eyes on the house and my grandfather. My mother had a saying, "The Cole women are an inferno." As a girl, I thought she meant our power, the ability to conjure fire. But now, I think she meant our anger. Everything we were repressing, shoving down deep in that house, all the brutal, hideous truths. For me, it all finally came up and out that night. I became the inferno she always warned me against. Levi's face is stricken, a twist of horror and grief. He rubs his eyes, blinks rapidly as if he can wash what I've told him away. "Judith, what you've been through..." He pauses, swallows. "It's unthinkable." I use a sleeve to wipe the sticky, wet tears from my face. "Even if the fire that night was your doing," he goes on, "anyone who knew your story, the story you've just told me, would understand." I shake my head. That doesn't make it okay. Innocent people died, not just my grandfather, though the revered McAllister Bates was all anyone could talk about. "That may be true," Levi says, "but those lives are on his conscience, not yours. The destruction that visited your house that night, maybe it came through you, but he wrought it with his own hands. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" I nod, a glimmer of light dawning deep in the crawl space inside me where this story festered for years. Still, I was warned repeatedly not to use my power, that our magic was a curse. The women in our family were taught generation after generation that we could not trust ourselves with it. If I had listened... Levi reaches out and brushes a hand against my cheek. "I don't know about your family or where your people come from, but in my family, a powerful woman is a blessing, not a curse. We trace our heritage through the matriarchal line. A strong woman is a strong foundation on which to build a strong faith. You shouldn't be ashamed of who you are, Judith, because you are a wonder, and you're good. Whoever taught you to fear yourself, they were wrong." I lean into the warm cup of his palm, feeling his sincerity, and try to imagine how it must be to grow up believing everything you are is worthy. Levi's eyes widen, his face brightening. "Wait, I just remembered, there was this article that came out maybe a month after the fire. It was in the Daily Evergreen, our school paper. I was a co-editor for them at the time, so I read everything we printed. This junior reporter was questioning whether investigators rushed to close the case because of your grandfather's notoriety. Hold on." He gets up and leaves the room. I can hear a bit of shuffling, what sounds like another door, and then he comes back, clutching a fold of faded newsprint in one hand. "My grandfather kept all the issues from when I was on staff. He's a bit of a hoarder. Comes with the job," he says, signaling the shop. Unfolding the paper, he finds the original article and skims through it. "Here it is," he says when he finds the line he's looking for. "Fire investigators have been unable to locate a source for the blaze, but one investigator who wishes to remain anonymous says, something got that fire going, but it was something else that kept it going. It started in more than one place, then seemed to spread everywhere at once, as if it were coming from multiple angles. Unfortunately, authorities have been quick to shut down active investigation, citing a lack of resources and the sensitive nature of individuals involved. Many in the surrounding communities believe McAllister Bates is still wielding his power from the grave, with one young relative of victim Nina Guerin commenting, "He was a very private man, and private men have a lot to hide." Nina's name fills my heart with sadness and guilt. The relative would have to be her daughter, Mira, a woman I met only a handful of times. She and her mother must have known more about what was going on in that house than I realized. But it's the words about the fire that shake me to my core. Something else kept it going. What continued to fuel it after I ran? After I was blown from the field of goldenrod like a cloth doll? After I saw the woman made of flame standing in the doorway, watching me flee? Levi's eyes hold mine, firm, convinced. "You weren't the only one in the house that night, Jude Cole. Don't carry what isn't yours." He means my grandfather, my mother. But now, I wonder who else might have been in there with us. Carrying the shame of my ancestors, their magic, mistakes, and regrets, is what I've been doing my whole life. Carrying the legacy of my grandmother, her beauty and torment, the unwieldy reach of her witchcraft. Carrying the sacrifice of my mother. Everything she gave to protect me from the demons infesting the hell she brought me to. Carrying the renown of my grandfather, the burden of his wealth and fame and insatiable hunger. And now, I am carrying Arla's charge, her sordid and sundry group of bedfellows and even more apocryphal plan, the secrets she can't keep without my help that have begun keeping me. Guilt, rich and ruddy as let blood, seeps through my system. The bitter tang of personal truth, my own implicit independence and survival instincts driving me to emancipate myself from the burden of the other. Freedom, salty and sweet, courses overhead just within reach if I can let go, if I can set down what isn't mine. And I wonder how it must feel, burrowed in that rotten hole, the fathom's bulk grating against the rock sides, the walls of cursed words, how our weakness must rankle her, our ability to come and go. The truth is, the fathom changed me before I ever laid eyes on her. She gave something back to me. But if imprisoning the fathom is the only way I can keep my power, then I'd rather let it go. Leave it behind once and for all with Solidago's ashes. Because I want the relief Levi speaks of. I want a life that's mine and mine alone. I don't want to siphon my joy off another's misery like Arla, like my grandmother and grandfather. I realize in this moment, completing Rudzeaton's spell, however feasible or foolish, is something I'm not willing to do. And if Arla is to be believed, she can't do it without me. "Oh, I meant to tell you," he says, breaking through my train of thought. "I looked into that lithograph like you asked, went by the oddities market and spoke with the owner, then went through some old newspaper archives on my own." My eyes go to his, searching. "Did you find anything?" The store owner had heard of it, though he didn't have much detail. Seems the actual contents of Rudzeaton's pitch show remains a contested mystery. The man himself had a reputation as a two-bit showman, a cad who struggled to establish himself and his act as one of significance. Mostly because he was already known in the area as a fabulist, full of tall tales and exaggerations. And his origins were unknown. I'm afraid America wasn't much kinder to immigrants in those days than it is now. I don't imagine a squat Latvian man crowing about a fortune-telling vampire mermaid he lured from the bay and locked in his tiny room would manage to garner the respect of the locals. But oh, if they only knew. I did find some articles from the Seattle Star, though. Levi goes on, unaware of my disappointment. Articles Two, in fact. The first one details the strange circumstances around several missing persons cases in the area. Pioneer Square had quite a reputation then as a place of ill repute, full of brothels, bars, and boarding houses. The men who lived there were rough, mostly working in lumber mills and fishing, so I don't think anyone took much note until the number of disappearances became too high to ignore. How many disappearances are we talking about? I ask, a growing sense of urgency and alarm sounding in my brain and belly. 9, he answers. Mostly women, prostitutes, but 2 men as well, notable drunks. My hand flies to my mouth. The last case at the time of the article is what really got journalists to take note. It was a young woman, the daughter of a reputable pharmacist and drugstore owner. Unfortunately, she had suffered from a decline in mental health and was lured to the area, though no one seemed quite sure how. The last witness to see her claimed he watched her go down into Rudzetan's pit show. The Rudzetan himself adamantly denied it. No one ever saw her come out. Levi finishes. I swallow the dread building beneath my tongue and along the back of my throat. The image of the mermaid on the poster, her sharp, red teeth, is impossible to ignore. You said there was a second article? I ask, remembering his earlier statement. Yes, he confirms. Police were becoming increasingly suspicious of Rudzeten until he himself went missing a short time later. After that, the disappearances seemed to stop. Missing? I have a terrible inclination that Arla is in even more danger than I first thought. Levi shrugs. I guess he was innocent. Man couldn't have abducted himself. Whoever was working in the area must have got him last and moved on. Other than that single mention, there's no other word about his show or what happened to it. I look at Levi, my hands darting out to grab him by the arms. I do. I know what happened to it. His face contorts, surprised. That's what I saw in my friend's basement today. I tell him. Rudzeten wasn't a fabulist, he was a demonologist. And the Fathom, the star of his pitch show, wasn't a prank or a stunt to draw in crowds and make some quick cash. She was real, and she's still down there. Levi's eyes go even wider than before as he connects the dots between this news and my condition today. Only, what he caught isn't a demon, not in the strictest sense. I believe she's something far more powerful and destructive than that. A goddess, he repeats my earlier assessment. An entity of chaos. I slide the Egyptian volume I found his direction, open it up, and flip to the page I was reading when he came in. Have you heard of these? The Ogdoad? His eyes narrow as he reads the text on the page, glancing several times at the picture. Not really, no. I'm familiar with the more commonly known myths. Isis, Osiris, Re. These sound like they come from an earlier period. Why? Do you think what you saw was Egyptian? I frown and close the book. No, but I think it may be related to these in a different way. It's something the artist I spoke to told me. There are primordial goddesses like this that exist in every culture and govern unknowable things. We associate them with our deepest fears, like fire and winter and magic and death. He rises and circles the room, picking books off the shelves here and there before bringing a stack over to me. You are in a great deal of luck, then, he says, setting them before me. We specialize in esoteric antiquities, religious objects, occult materials, and so on. People always want to believe there's some ancient knowledge we've overlooked that will give them the keys to the universe, and they'll pay heartily for it. Just like my grandfather did. He spins the first cover toward me. Tales of the Celts. A border of gold knotwork encircles it. The Kailach, he says, pointing. A hag goddess of storms and winter, possibly related to the Sheila Nagigs that predate early Christianity. He turns over the second book, Myths of the Middle Ages. This talks a bit about Baba Yaga, he says, an archaic Slavic witch figure who has powers of magic, death, regeneration, and fire. Then he stacks another 3, too fast for me to read the titles. Tiamat, he says with the first one, then Hecate and Nyx. At last he passes me one more. The title says Kabbalistic Mysticism. He points to it. Ain, the Abrahamic primordial deity of chaos and non-existence. She is the void. The void. My chest tightens as I pull the books toward me. Do you believe in these? Levi sits down. It's not that simple, is it? These aren't like other gods. They don't care if we believe, don't need our praise or offerings. But I suspect there's something there, yes. A principle, if nothing else, of life and death, light and dark, an impulse. In Kabbalah, Ayin is the all-seeing eye of God. If Yesh is the light, then Ayin is the darkness. If the light is God, then who is the dark? Ayin came first. She is older than God himself. Some classify her as the evil to his good, the destruction to his creation, but the truth is that she's neutral, simply not governed by morality or conscience. Ungovernable, or more likely still beyond governance. I believe she's the result of our human mind splitting the divine into polarities because we can't comprehend it any other way. I take a deep, steadying breath. Do you think that's who your mother saw? Levi sighs. It's possible as much as anything is, but I'll never know for sure. The artist I spoke to, she used to be a professor. She has a theory that all of these primordial goddesses were related to dark matter. Levi nods. It makes sense. Many names and faces for the same ineffable thing across many cultures and languages. No wonder Rude Seaton's spell isn't holding. He wrote it for something finite and trapped something infinite. I don't know how much time we have, but if the Fathom manages to free herself, the results will be catastrophic. There's only one small hope. Appeal to her nature. Free her first. I think I know what I have to do, I tell Levi, looking at the stack of books. And I'm gonna need your help. 22. Told you so. I check my phone again, waiting, but there's still no response. I messaged Aaron before Levi and I left the shop, telling him I got sick after lunch, but that I'd be staying at Levi's for the night and would see him tomorrow at work. That was nearly an hour ago. He hasn't even read it yet. The days between watching Dara flee our house and getting the news she was dead flit back to me, filled with unanswered calls and texts. How quiet the house had become in her absence. How heavy. Every breath laden with expectation. The very air fraught with memories and dread. A silent countdown happening to all our doom. Something's not right, I tell Levi. My friend Aaron, he's not answering. He turns to me. Aaron, huh? Is this a friend I should be worried about? No, I tell him, not like that. In fact, he's sleeping with another friend of mine, Brennan. Levi's brows lift with curiosity. I'd like to meet these friends someday. You will, I tell him, but my confidence tanks remembering why I brought them up. Provided Aaron actually replies at some point. Maybe he's just busy, Levi suggests. Give it time. I flash to Brennan, sprawled across the hotel bed. If he's busy, I know who's keeping him that way. But I have regrets about introducing Aaron to Brennan after our conversation at the Four Seasons. Brennan's still a part of this, which means Aaron is in danger. But from what, I'm still not fully sure. My head has become a swirling maelstrom of disparate information, all of it connected like the radial threads in a spider's web. Manifold paths crossing and recrossing, leading me somewhere I'm not sure I want to go. But I'm too close to see the overall design. The spider sitting at its dark heart. Is it Arla? Or the Fathom herself? Levi lives a short ride from the store in a small 3-bedroom home, with concrete steps leading to the front door, and modest arts and crafts details. It's cozy inside, clean enough to feel sanitary and messy enough to feel lived in, furnished with eccentric antiques like a French Art Nouveau cupboard and a red leather barber's chair. He draws the curtains and makes me scrambled eggs and toast, pouring me glass after glass of water. When I'm still hungry, he makes me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. He wanted to take me out for dinner, but I couldn't take the glare of restaurant lights or stomachs sitting in a room full of people casually chewing their food as if nothing in the world were out of place. We curl up on the couch to watch a movie, but before we can even get to the meet cute, I remember something Arla said. "You grew up learning Hebrew for prayers and blessings, right?" He nods affably. "Yeah, why?" "Is that similar to Aramaic?" "They're related, yes. And I studied a little Aramaic in Jewish day school. Not because my family was religious, but because my father and grandfather were trying to make up for the education my mother would have given me had she lived." "Do you know the word for gift?" I ask, expectant. Arla indicated that was the command she needed to produce the key to see the fathom. I'll need it if I'm going to get inside and find a way to let the fathom out. Levi and I have been planning, but I want to make sure I have everything I need. "Hebrew or Aramaic?" he asks. "Aramaic, actually. I've studied Kabbalah as an adult. The Zohar, the central work of Jewish mysticism, is written entirely in Aramaic." He smiles warmly. "Yahav means gift, which is what you are to me." I lean in and kiss him hard, mouths and tongues groping as we peel our clothes off layer by layer, dig condoms out of a pocket. Undressed, I straddle him on the sofa, burying my face in his neck, hiding my eyes from the light as I let him pierce me like a grounding rod, suck me back down to earth. My skin ripples with sensation as if newly exposed, networked with nerve endings that have multiplied 1,000-fold, so sensitive it causes me to gasp at every thrust. In the wake of seeing the fathom, emerging changed, renewed, I am experiencing Levi, everything for the first time, only more intensely and robustly than I once did. A tapestry of feeling I never experienced before, and my mind is deliciously blank, all my attention focused lower. The energy between us builds to a succulent boil, and I come hard and fast, shuddering against him as the orgasm grips me, and with it, vision after vision of a deep hole and dark water, the churn and bubble of something driving to the surface, the crest of fin and scales, hair and tentacles, and a scream behind it all that only I can hear. Later that night, as we lie together in his bed, I wake and run my hand between his thighs until he rouses and pulls me to him. We make love slowly this time. Every second something to be cherished, every breath and touch. Our bodies ache for each other, for a release we've only begun to feel. And when we finally pull apart, it is all I can do to roll over, checking my phone one last time, before falling into a sleep so deep it defies dreaming. But Aaron still hasn't responded. I force my eyes to open wider as I walk into the office, scanning the room for Aaron's tall, lanky frame, his crop of dark hair. He never replied to my text last night, never even read it. The photosensitivity I experienced yesterday has lessened enough for me to drive to work after Levi dropped me off at my car, still parked near the store, but it causes me to squint. Almost immediately, Calvin is in my face, standing a smidge too close, his breath a brew of stale coffee and cheap mints. "Jude, so nice of you to join us. I guess lunch breaks are open to interpretation now." When I don't immediately clap back, he says, "Or should I call you Judith?" His smile has his teeth straining so hard against each other I think they might crack. "What?" My heart lurches, does a free fall inside my chest. "You heard me," he says savagely, "and in a minute so will everyone else." "Calvin." I reach for my most soothing voice, the one I'd use when new animals came into the shelter, terrified and unsure. "We should talk. This has gone on too long. Let's go somewhere. Sort this out." "No," he says flatly. "I don't think so. I want to talk in my office, with Jessica and Doyle." David Doyle is our CEO, a man I rarely have the privilege of seeing, much less speaking to, being a low-level creative hire. I should have left this job. I should have quit the day after I put that money on Sue's desk. But it would have made it all the more obvious it was me. At least, being here, I've had something of a heads up on the investigation. "I've found some fascinating documents I think you'll be interested in," he says now. "And Eric in accounting has provided me with copies of some very intriguing records. I believe Jessica has some footage to show us as well." He gleams with spite. "Did you know Eric and I spend Saturdays at the golf club together?" Calvin leans in. "Between you and me, his swing is garbage, but he could never afford a membership on his salary." Heat rushes through me, but it's not shame or fear this time. It's anger. I am sick to death of this man's shit, and I have much bigger concerns than Calvin's embezzlement scheme, like finding my coworker who's gone inexplicably missing, the story in the Seattle Star buzzes at the base of my brainstem, and breaking into my new friend's penthouse to steal a century-old journal so I can release the primeval entity she's keeping in her basement, without wiping this city and its surrounding coastline off the map. "I'm not surprised," I say dryly. Something searing and sticky pumping through me, taking control. "You always looked like the kind of man who masturbates into a golf towel." Calvin's face puffs out like an adder, a red wave creeping over it. "In my office, now." I fold my arms, feign surrender. "Sure, if that's how you want it. But you should know, this may not go well for you, Cal." He narrows his eyes and points toward his office, unable to utter a response. With a satisfied smirk, I turn and march down the hall to his waiting door. His clopping footsteps are behind me, feet punching down like the hooves of some oversized draft horse. I don't know what I'll do to get out of this or where my assurance is coming from, but I woke up on the other side of the moon this morning, feeling stronger than I have since I was a little girl in San Francisco. Whatever the fathom tore open inside me has been knit back together in my sleep, stitch by painstaking stitch, into another person entirely. Things will never be the same again. I will never be the same. I am different today than I was yesterday. I am new, and I am better than this 6-foot lying sack of shit behind me. And I'll make sure everyone knows it, especially him. Maybe I did steal from the company, but I didn't do it to buy expensive scotch or an impressive watch. I did it to help someone, one of our own who desperately needed it. And if management weren't so blind, they might have figured out a way to beat me to the punch. The painting is another story. Call it severance pay. Inside, Jessica is waiting with David Doyle, seated before Calvin's desk, my chair empty on the other side. The hot seat. Jessica's laptop is perched open, ready to clamp down on my future and cut off the circulation. "Jude," she says with a short, ill-fitted smile, and I know immediately that I'm screwed. She must have the ATM footage already, and Calvin has sealed my doom with his doctored reports and evidence of my false identity. I wonder what else he has. Police reports, hospital records. Just how much money will I be going down for? How many years in federal prison is it going to earn me? "Mr. Doyle," Calvin begins. "Thank you for coming. Jessica and I have arrived at some pretty compelling conclusions about what's been going on here at Pacific Creative without your consent." He flashes me a mocking grin. Mr. Doyle eyes me speculatively. "Yes, well, let's get on with it. I'm a busy man." I want to wither to the floor and hide, but I refuse to give Calvin the satisfaction. He slides a stack of papers across his desk. "First, we came across these expense reports in accounting. You'll note the charges are, in some cases, quite extreme. Many have been attributed to Ms. Clark. Or should I say, Ms. Cole." My face reddens. If anyone cared to check, I'm sure they'd see that the bogus reports began long before I got here, but I'm an easy target, and Calvin has probably gotten his buddy Eric to scrub out anything suspicious prior to my hire date. I make a mental note to pay Eric a little visit soon, to give him my personal thanks. But Mr. Doyle doesn't touch the papers. Instead, he glares at Calvin. "Don't speak in riddles, man. Say what you mean. And as I heard it, there are other names on some of those reports as well, yours included. We'll need confirmation to charge anyone." Calvin looks befuddled. Yes, sir. I mean that Jude Clark is not her real name. She's been posing as someone she's not. Her real name is Judeth Cole, and she has a criminal record. Something we don't tolerate here at Pacific Creative. It takes everything I have not to drop my face in my hand. Criminal record? Please. They were minor shoplifting and possession charges. I was 19, barely graduated with no income, no family, no help. But Calvin makes it sound like I spent my 20s robbing gas stations. It certainly makes me look a heap guiltier than him by comparison. David squints. You have proof of this? Calvin smiles victoriously back on top. Yes, sir, he says, tapping a second, smaller stack of papers. I'm not posing as anything, I try to explain. I made a legal decision to change my name for personal reasons. But Jessica interrupts before I can finish. Her previous ambiguity conveniently dried up. I can provide the confirmation you spoke of, sir, she pipes up. This footage was sent over this morning. It's from the ATM where a large sum of cash was recently withdrawn using a company card. The same card listed time and again on those reports. The person on this video is our embezzler, sir, without question, which should clear anyone else indicated. Turning to Jessica, David signals for her to press play, leaving Calvin's papers on the desk. The footage is grainy at first, dark and gray, but it's clear enough that they'll be able to tell me from Calvin or anyone else at this company. I glance sidelong at Calvin's pompous face, and the urge is so immediate and intense that it's rolling through me before I can totally register it. A shadow is just emerging from the far side of the footage when Jessica's laptop shuts down, the screen blackening in an instant. Excuse me, she says nervously. Must have crashed. Give me one moment, sir. In a few minutes, she has it booted back up, ready to play again. But no sooner does she press the button than it crashes a second time. I hide a smile and pretend to study my nails. Calvin gurgles with rage. For Christ's sake, Jessica, he exclaims, quickly apologizing to David. Finally, she gets the laptop up and running a third time and prepares to play the video, making sure everything is in working order before she does. Battery life, the fan, the barrel jack on the charger cord. This time, the video starts to play before glitching multiple times and falling into an aberrative fit. The laptop clicks off. I just don't understand, Jessica is saying as she futilely pumps the power button. It was fine this morning. The file must be corrupted, I suggest innocently, and she glares at me. I actually feel a little sorry for her. It was cruel to lead her on that way. I should have just shut it down with no hope of recovery from the start. But frankly, I couldn't help myself. It was too easy. Calvin pushes his paper stacks at David. Leave it, Jessica, he barks. We don't need the video. If you'll just look at these, sir, I think you'll see what we've been trying to show you. He shoots poor Jessica a look that could curdle cream. David is leaning over when the smell hits him. He sniffs. What is that? Smoke begins to fill the room, a thick haze obscuring everyone's view. I point nonchalantly to the corner where a healthy blaze is dancing in the trash can and licking up the wall. It must be that, sir. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire. As the words leave my mouth, both stacks of damning evidence against me ignite into glowing orange flames right on Calvin's desk. What the devil? David shouts, jumping from his chair. Calvin shrieks and scrambles to his feet, reaching for a bottle of water to put the fire out, but a streak of flame chases across his desk, singeing his arm, and he drops the water bottle to the floor. Drawing back, he looks panicked as Jessica and David rush out of the room, and alarms begin to drone in the hall outside. Sadly, this particular building isn't equipped with a sprinkler system, but I'm not worried. These aren't the runaway flames of my youth, a pyre to my repressed emotions rushing out of me in a flood, rampaging like a beast of its own making. This fire is connected, extending from me like tentacles, every point centered within. I can find the place where we meet, and I can pull them back inside as if drawing in a breath. Enough damage will be done, and not a spot more. However natural my power felt as a child, it was never like this. Never this controlled. Never this connected. Calvin was right. I am Judith Cole. and the Cole women are an inferno. A lesson he deserves to learn. His eyes find mine through the smoke as he moves to exit behind the others, and I see my grandfather's fear in them, the mortality flashing across his face when he realized he'd lost control that night, that he'd been outmaneuvered. It was a small grain of satisfaction that I didn't have time to savor as I fled, one I came to regret, to deny in the tragedy that followed. But I can savor it now. I'm still in my chair, and when he sees me, he knows. Maybe it's the shit-eating grin on my face or the way I'm staring him down. Maybe it's how the smoke dances around me, never coming too close. Or maybe it's the way I can't even feel the heat. Told you so, I say through the din of the alarm, and from the expression on his face when he looks at me, he no longer sees a woman. He sees a witch. Before he can reach the doorway, flames erupt across it, hemming us in. Please, he begs, turning to me. Give me one good reason to let you go, I say, standing. He coughs into his hand. Please, I'll do anything. I promise, okay? You'll keep your job. I'll drop the stuff about your background and make sure Jessica's footage never sees the light of day. Whatever you want, I fucking swear it. I fold my arms, watching him squirm, liking it more than I care to admit. I don't want the job, I tell him, but I don't want to be fired. I want to leave quietly with an Irish goodbye, and I want to be exonerated from the embezzlement claims, the needless concerns over who left the money on Sue's desk. Generosity is not a crime. Yes, he stammers, absolutely. If someone has to take the fall, let it be you or Eric, not another unsuspecting bystander. He nods emphatically, head bobbing like his neck is made of jelly. Of course. If I ever find out you're stealing again, Calvin, I will toast you like the fucking marshmallow you are. Do you understand me? Flames crawl up the wall beside him, eating at the ceiling to drive the point home. He cowers, whimpering as he coughs, and I think I see real tears. Yes, I promise. Good, I tell him. Glad to get that part over with. Now let's get the fuck out of here. 23. Expendable. The last one out of the building, I look for Aaron among those gathered on the lawn, necks craning up, mouths agog as they watch for billows of smoke. Unfortunately, I still don't see him, and Aaron's hard to miss, what with that chiseled jawline and those bright colors he wears. I pull my phone out and check my messages, but there's nothing new. Standing among the other oglers, I try his number. It rings and rings before going to voicemail. My stomach seizes with worry, so I try Brennan instead, choosing to call rather than text. But, like Aaron, there's no answer. I bite my lip, my office victory short-lived. I'm too worried about my friends to care that I bested Cal and Jessica in one blow. With a smidgen of effort, I draw the flames back into that raging part of myself. A conflagration at my center that I'm only just beginning to take measure of. It's like sucking an extra thick milkshake through a straw, if it were made of magma and trying to get away from you. But the fire's burned long enough to disintegrate those pesky documents, melt Jessica's laptop, and get me out of work. I don't need it anymore. Of course, it's only a reprieve. Jessica will get a new laptop or watch the video on another device. I can't erase what Calvin has already seen, papers he can print again, everything stored in the cloud somewhere I can't touch. But maybe Calvin will stand by his word and keep this from haunting me. I don't care about the job. First-tier convict of the copy dungeon be damned. I always deserved more, but was too afraid to let myself have it. It's become the refrain of my life. But I don't need the police involved in this, my past splattered across everyone's psyche. I don't need to be indicted for something I mostly didn't do. What I need is a clean exit. Something short of razing the whole place to the ground. That didn't work so well for me before. With a sigh, I text Levi. Change of plans. Mission light reading engaged. Brush up on your Aramaic. We have homework tonight. With that, I head for the parking garage and get in my car, start toward Pioneer Square and the club I've become all too familiar with. We agreed last night that I should steal Rosita's journal from Arla, let Levi translate what he can while we try to determine how to undo the showman's complicated summoning spell. Then, once we have a proper plan, I'll sneak back into Medusa's basement, use the word Levi taught me to reveal the key, and get inside the Fathom's chamber, where I can free her in a way that hopefully won't bring the building down on top of us. What we hadn't anticipated was starting today. But I'm worried about Aaron and Brennan, and I figure I only have so much time left to pull the trigger before Arla ropes us all into her damned if you do and damned if you don't ritual. I make my way through the empty club and board the elevator. But instead of riding it to the top, I stop at the 3rd floor where Brennan and the rest keep their apartments. I'm not sure what to expect, but what I find is a dull, dark hallway with ugly gray carpet and 3 composite doors. Twig and Rock must be roomies, no surprise there. A far cry from the resplendent taste of the club below or Arla's penthouse above. I recall Brennan saying he lived sandwiched between Twig and Rock on one side and Cadence on the other, so I try the middle door, but it's locked. Knocking, I call through it to him on the other side, if he's even there. Brennan? Brennan, it's Jude. Open up. Is Aaron with you? I haven't seen him. Hello? Look, I just want to know you're both okay. Arla didn't send me, I promise. I step back and wait, staring at the door as if I could see through it to the other side, but it doesn't budge. Instead, the door to my right opens, and Twig's lithe body slips halfway through it, a black bedsheet wrapped around and tucked under her arms. What do you want? She asks, groggy eyes parting reluctantly like she hasn't seen the sun in days. Have you seen Brennan? He's gone, she says flatly, but doesn't elaborate. I draw a worried breath. Gone where? She shrugs. How should I know? You don't think that's weird? I tried calling him and he's not answering. You all live here, play here, hell, maybe you work here. Do you work at all? She ignores me. He should be here, so where is he? What I think is weird, Twig says slowly, is that the last time anyone saw him, he was going to meet you. My eyes narrow. You're not implying, she smiles, the beam of a child, but behind it there is venom. I'm not implying anything, just stating the facts. Well, that was 2 days ago. Has anyone tried looking for him or calling the police? That elicits a short burst of laughter. The police? What are the police gonna do? My patience with her emo Holly-Golightly impression is wearing thin. I don't know, Triama. Maybe their job. Her face falls, no longer lit with irony. Don't call me that. I'm going to talk to Arla about this, I tell her, but she simply shrugs a shoulder. Sure, talk to Arla. Talk all you want, kitten. Talk, talk, talk. But talking never brought anyone back, she says evilly. What the fuck does that mean? I practically growl. She slips back inside without another word and closes the door. I hear the lock slide into place. Frustrated, I spin toward the elevator and see Cadence's door open a sliver, but it quickly closes. I approach and knock. Cadence! Cadence, it's me, Jude. But it doesn't open again. Look, I say after a moment, realizing she's not going to answer. If you can hear me, you should leave. Get somewhere safe. There are things happening that I'm not sure any of us fully understand. You seem like a nice person. Brennan thought so, but he's not here anymore. I don't know where he is or if he's coming back. But that means it's just you and Tim Burton's version of the Bobbsey twins down the hall. I know it's been different for you here. Hard, even. So maybe go stay with family or take a road trip for a while. I pause, waiting to see if she says anything. For a second, I think maybe I hear breathing, see a shadow pass beneath the door, but it's too brief to tell. Finally, I swallow down my disappointment and say, I'm going upstairs. I'll see you on the other side. Back in the elevator, I press the button for Arla's floor. As the doors close, I wonder if I'll see Brennan again. Maybe his departure is a good thing. Maybe he got tired of all the bullshit, got away, and is lying low, starting over. Maybe this means Arla can't carry out her ritual to trap the Fathom. But somehow, none of it feels that easy. Upstairs, I approach her redwood door and beat my hand between the swirls of glass. When she answers, she looks tired and more than a little annoyed. It's not a look I'm used to seeing on her. Her black hair needs combing, and her eyes are webbed in pink. The flowing black tunic and ripped jeans she's wearing are more hapless bohemian chic than her usual sleek style, and the shoulder of one sleeve is torn, a crescent of fair skin peeking through. To anyone on the street, she'd look fine, but those of us who know her know that Arla never looks less than exquisite. "What do you want?" She sounds just like Twig. It must be going around. I follow her inside, not bothering to close the door, and glance around. Both bedroom doors are closed, but the loft seems too quiet, too empty. My eyes catch on Brennan's signet pinky ring on her ottoman, the dragon design unmistakable. I'd know it anywhere. It's haunted my memory since I first saw it. I quickly look away. "Is Brennan here?" Arla pauses mid-stride. "Brennan? And here I thought you'd come to see me. I'm hurt, kitten. I haven't been able to find him since we last talked. And my friend didn't show up to work this morning. I thought maybe they came back here, spent the night at the club." That ring glints from the ottoman in my periphery as apprehension crawls up my legs and spine, urging caution. "I'm afraid I haven't seen him since your visit yesterday," she says, uncorking a half-full bottle of red wine on the table and pouring some into an exaggerated glass with a slender stem. "So you saw him yesterday, then? He's okay? Was he alone?" My eyes follow her, but I stay where I am near the kitchen bar. "Alone, yes. Okay, not so much. He showed up here ranting about secrets and favorites, demanding I give him Rudzeaton's journal, claiming I was hiding something. He was quite worked up over it. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, kitten?" I didn't know if the others knew about the journal, but I guess I do now. Arla must have shared that much with them, but they certainly don't know about the poster or the articles Levi showed me. I don't know if even Arla knows about those. "You had a confrontation?" I press her, believing she knows more than she's saying, looking for some clue as to where he might be. "Confrontation's such a strong word," she says, taking a sip of wine. "But when I wouldn't give in to his petty demands, he decided to leave." "Leave? As in, leave your apartment? Leave the building?" "Leave us, Jude. Leave the group. The Fathom, all of it." She shrugs. I cock a brow. "You're saying you moved out?" "In so many words," she replies. "Overnight?" Unsuccessfully, I try to curb the suspicion in my tone. "It's not like I followed him. Seemed like he needed his space, you know?" She stares into her wine glass as if all my answers are swimming there. "And you're fine with that?" I ask. Arla spits a laugh. "I'm not a prison warden, Jude. Everyone's free to come and go. You do it all the time." Her eyes find mine, a warning implicit in them. "Did he say where he was going?" "Without word on where Brennan is, I don't know how I'll find Aaron." She sighs. "Oh, can't we talk about something more pleasant, for pity's sake? Fuck Brennan and his whiny demands, his never-ending questions and paranoia. The boy was never quite right, if you ask me. We don't need him anyway. He's expendable." Expendable. The word hangs heavy in the air between us. I swallow and avoid glancing at the ring. "Aaron, where the fuck are you? What have I gotten you into?" "We don't need Brennan?" "Not anymore," she says, smiling, sucking on a secret like it's hard candy. "I'm celebrating, by the way. She tips her head and the dragon ring zings from the ottoman to her open hand. She slides it over her ring finger as a sultry voice begins to play from hidden speakers. It takes a second for me to recognize the melody and lyrics of Nat King Cole's Fascination. She pours a second glass of wine and glides toward me, holding it out. "Drink with me." I take the glass, sniffing it as she waltzes around the living room, the fine hairs at the nape of my neck twitching. Like Cadence, I can taste something foul and slippery in the air. It unleashes a stampede in my stomach, a swishing, stomping garble of nausea and emotions. Carefully, I walk to the table and set the wine glass down. "What are you celebrating?" She moves lithely across the floor as if dancing with an invisible partner. "It's a new day, kitten. I've been given a gift, one that can never be taken away." I narrow my eyes. Arla's words are always fraught with meaning she expects you not to recognize until it's too late. What gift? If Brennan's no longer here, then she can't be siphoning his telekinetic power. So, either she's lying, or something else is going on. Her eyes roll back in her head. She's limber, bordering on sloppy. I think she's drunk. She must have already gone through another bottle of wine before starting on this one. Maybe more. "What gift, Arla?" The speakers make a ghastly noise as I bring our music to a screeching halt, killing the power to the stereo. She turns and faces me, agitation written all over her face. "The final ingredient, kitten." My mouth falls open. "You translated Rudzetan's right. I don't have to ask. I know by the superior glint in her eye, the looseness of her movements. All that I need of it, anyway," she says, "which isn't much as it turns out. Quite boorish, really, full of tedious details that only someone without our talents would think were necessary. All Zabriel this and Curciel that. Oh, so many names. And the geometry, really. Whoever needed so many hexagrams to do anything?" She shakes her head. "Bindings, as it turns out, are deceptively simple. They all follow the same recipe, more or less. Even one of this magnitude. Rudzeten just missed a critical ingredient in his pigment. Recreate it the right way, and I can simply trace over what's already written." Bindings? I could have guessed as much. Had, really. The fathom is bound to her well, her room, her condition. But hearing the word brings the candle I pulled from my grandmother's fireplace flickering to mind. I-N-D. As in bind. I was a fool not to see it sooner. It was never a love spell. It was a binding. The lashing of a heartless man to her side. Forever. But what was my grandmother doing all those years later? Was she, like Arla, reenacting her first rite? Attempting to make the spell hold, the man stay? Did she doom us all time and time again when she could have simply let him go? "What is it?" I ask, my voice giving a little. I clear my throat. "The final ingredient." "An eye for an eye, kitten," she says, laughing. "One answer for another." She takes a large gulp of wine. "What was he like, your father?" "Is that your question?" I'm not sure where she's leading me, but it's clearly not somewhere I expected. She frowns. "No. Mine was a ballbuster who thought of nothing but money. Every man in our county feared him. He was petty and vengeful and focused like a laser. Impossible to please, as it turns out. I gathered enough from Brennan to assume as much, and I don't want her to realize I know about what happened to him. I'm sorry to hear that." She narrows her eyes at me. "Are you? Don't answer that. That's not my question either." Walking over to a console, she sets her wine glass down. "Here's my question. Did you do it?" "Do what?" She can't mean what I think she means. "We're more alike than you might imagine, you and I. We share something the rest of them don't. Do you know what that is?" "Murder," the voice whispers inside me. The stain of powerful men, she answers herself. It's like a birthmark across your soul. It changes who you become. She looks down, her face stricken with emotion I'm not used to seeing on it. When she meets my eyes again, the steel is back, holding her together. I won't ever be that weak again. Her insistence on keeping the fathom is making a jaded kind of sense. I can understand the desire to be invulnerable, but I know it's folly. So, she says, regrouping, I'll ask you again. Did you do it? Did you kill your grandfather, your mother, all those other people? Not on purpose, I say quietly. I remind myself what Levi said about my grandfather, his responsibility for what happened. I spread it over my guilt like medicine. She almost looks pleased. Sure, kitten, she says. Sure. Your turn, I say. What's the final ingredient? Arla walks to the table, pours herself more wine, and crosses one arm over her midsection. Blood. The dead snake dropping to the vanity, the red smear etched into the candle. This I should have known. Blood. Brennan and Aaron come to mind, and my heart sickens inside me. Don't go getting any ideas, though. You haven't asked the right question. You haven't asked what kind of blood. Turns out there are 4 types of blood when it comes to magic. Binding spells require a specific one. You have to know it to be successful. You mean like O positive or B negative, that type? What if this could be part of how I free the fathom? Maybe it calls for the same things as the binding, but in reverse. A way of canceling out the energy of what was done before. Her smile says I'm an idiot and an innocent, that I better be glad I have her to school me in the ways of the world. She says. Eye for an eye, quid pro quo. You got your answer. So ask me another question, I insist, but like Brennan said, she's keeping this card close to her chest. I'm all out of questions at the moment, I'm afraid, she says, finishing off her wine and setting the empty glass down so hard it cracks the stem. You're drunk, I tell her, seeing a chance to get her out of the way so I can look for the journal, for any sign of where Aaron or Brennan might be. We should get you to bed. You need to lie down, sleep this off. I make a move toward her bedroom door to open it, but she dashes ahead of me, throwing herself against it, spine rigid, arms braced across the frame. No. Overhead, the lights begin to flicker, and the water suddenly comes on in the sink so forcefully it blows the aerator across the kitchen, chipping the marble countertop. The fireplace ignites in blue flames that beat against the glass, threatening to explode. I raise my hands and surrender. What are you hiding, Arla? Is it Rudzeaton's journal? The journal? She scoffs. You and Brennan. What is your obsession with that journal? You want to see it so bad? Fine. She lifts off the door, marches across the room, and removes a framed Maxfield Parrish print of a woman in a twilight garden from the wall. Behind it, a safe is tucked. Arla leans toward the lock, and I step lithely to the right, hoping to see what numbers she keys in. I make out a 3, a 7, and a 9, simply because of their position on the grid. But she shifts her weight as she punches in the last one, and I miss it. The door springs open, and I step left again as she pulls out a book wrapped in old linen. Unwrapping it many times, she holds out a narrow, leather-bound book. Smaller than I expected, that tucks into a flap on the front almost like an envelope. She opens it and flips the pages beneath my nose. They smell of mold and tannins, the writing so tightly coiled across each page that I fear it might take months, if not years, to decipher. Whatever answers it holds, I hope we can reach them fast enough to stop what Arla is planning. I wouldn't stand a chance without Levi's help. There, happy, she snaps, before tossing it with the wrappings back into the safe and slamming the door. Will you let me see her before I go? I ask. She knows I'm talking about the fathom, and seems amused. Once wasn't enough for you. I have questions, I tell her. It's not entirely untrue. I want to know why the magic feels so different now. Why my flames can be as easily retracted as they are projected. Could I have done that all along? If I hadn't run, could I have saved my family? Don't we all? She muses, crossing her arms. Go home, Jude, she says, appearing tired again. I have work to do. She couldn't have slept looking like that. What kept her up all night? Had her drinking first thing in the morning. Come back tonight if you want to see her so badly, she says, tossing me a bone. I'll make sure you get your turn. Frustrated that I haven't gotten the journal or come any closer to knowing where Brennan and Aaron are, I'm reluctant to go. But it's clear I won't get any further with her right now. And I at least know where the journal is. If I come back tonight and bring Levi, one of us can sneak up to retrieve it while the other keeps Arla busy. I sigh and start for the door, but pause and look back at her. Whatever happened to him at Rudzeaton after he trapped the Fathom? I wonder if she knows about the missing people, if he talked about them in his journal, if they had the kind of blood she's looking for. I wonder if Rudzeaton realized his mistake too late and was trying to shore up his work all along. I wonder if, in the end, the Fathom got to him, or if it was someone else. Arla's eyes glint with knowledge, but her expression is a vault. I really couldn't say. 24. Buy a ticket. I stand across the street from Medusa, peering beneath its black awning, watching Sal deftly work the doors. A full, unfeeling moon stares down, where a line is forming along the block. Odd, because Arla lets very few non-members in. Something is different tonight, and I'm not sure what. Beside me, Levi looks irresistible in a green button-down shirt and black pants, his hair hanging loose for a change, a honey-streaked tassel of soft curls nearly as long as mine. He takes in the whole building from rooftop to street level. This would have cost a fortune, he whispers, especially in this part of the city. Arla comes from oil money, remember? For a second, I think about being in her shoes. What if I'd taken that attorney's offer in the hospital? The money, the painting, the house. Would my life look like Arla's? Would I be making the choices she's making? Is that the real reason I said no? Because, like the magic, I didn't trust myself with it? Money is just another kind of power. Did I think it would turn me into them? My grandfather and grandmother, even my mother, in the end? Do you remember the numbers I gave you? I ask Levi for the 40th time. 379, he says. Shouldn't take long to figure out the final one. And the painting? I prompt. I must have shown him the image on Google a dozen times. Maxfield Parish's enchantment. Fortunately, there are only so many Maxfield Parish prints. He points to his temple. I've got it all right here. I blow out a breath. Okay, good. It's the 4th floor. You can't miss her place because it's the only thing up there, he concludes. Jude, I know. I've got this. You just keep her busy and away from the elevator. Right. Inhaling, I try to steady my pulse. While I'm a natural shoplifter, I'm not really experienced in planned heists. It was always more of a spontaneous thing with me. But I did manage to slip that company card out from under Calvin's nose, which took a bit of finesse. So, I tell myself I can do this too. But stealing from Calvin is like stealing from a bulldog, while Arla is a Belgian Malinois, intelligent and militant. Once we're inside, don't let her see you, okay? She's mentioned you before, so she must know what you look like. If she realizes you're here, she'll suspect something. And after Aaron, I don't trust her. Still no word, huh? He asks. I shake my head. I drove by Aaron's house after leaving Arla this morning, but he wasn't home. His car wasn't even parked out front. And his phone has finally stopped ringing. It goes straight to voicemail now. I've left several already. He considers that and gives my hand a squeeze. Are you sure about this? We can turn back, think of something else. I want nothing more than to turn back, to leave the city and the club and the Fathom behind and pretend this chapter of my life was never written. But that didn't turn out well the last time I tried it. And there will be no retreat. Not with Arla. Not with the Fathom. This is our best chance at setting things right. I have to take it. Let's go in, I tell him. She'll be waiting. She knew I'd come. He nods and follows me across the pavement to the awning where Sal is batting long eyelashes in our direction. One more thing, I turn and whisper to Levi in a rush. Don't drink anything. His lips are tight, but his eyes tell me he understands. Welcome, Sal says with an enormous smile. We've been waiting for you. You have? The ceremony can't start without the honoree, he says dramatically. Honoree? I glance at the people in line shooting daggers at my back for cutting. He's with me, I tell Sal, so that Levi won't have any trouble getting inside. Once we're through the door, we'll have to go our separate ways. Of course, Sal replies and pulls open the door with a bow. The first thing I notice is the music. There's a lounge singer crooning over an unmistakable beat that the DJ is playing. They've both been relegated to a corner of the club instead of the main stage where the music is usually stationed. She sounds like a slower, weirder Debbie Harry, melodic and electronic at the same time, and her performance leaves people sweaty and blank in the eyes. A shiver goes through me as I finally catch on her lyrics. Tall and wild it waves. My mother says it's just a weed. Goldenrod. That's when I see the tall vases rimming the room, leggy stems of goldenrod bursting from them like sunny fountains, and I freeze. It's no coincidence. Arla has done this intentionally. For me. Coupled with what Sal said, it's enough to set my teeth on edge and send my heart sprinting in panicked circles. I pull Levi toward me. Something's wrong, I whisper. My eyes scan the crowd, searching faces and alcoves for anyone from the Fathom. But all I see are the freestanding plaster columns positioned around the main stage, stretches of black fabric mysteriously draped between them. The two topless women on platforms dressed like snowy peacocks, and the fire breathers, posted near the center of the room, their bodies glistening beneath the flames they spew. It's a carefully crafted nod in my direction. The thoughtless, drunken Arla of this morning replaced by the ringmaster I know too well. But I don't know why. Before I can utter another word to Levi, who won't recognize the meaning behind any of this, a young man comes by holding a tray crammed with drinks. Golden liquid swims in the clear plastic cups, twinkling with edible glitter. He foists them off on anyone and everyone in our vicinity, repeating, "A golden hour. On the house." When he gets to us, I decline with a wave, but he won't take no for an answer. Finally, I take two and pass one to Levi, quickly setting them aside once the server leaves. Everyone else gulps them back like it's their last hurrah. The club is growing increasingly crowded so that there is less and less room to dance. People are swaying in tighter and tighter circles, but the servers continue to fight their way through the throng with tray after tray of the same glittering cocktail. I can't explain what's happening, but the fear is curdling inside me with every new detail, with the knowledge that this is all building toward some end I can't control. We've walked into something set just for me. A stage, a trap. And I have the distinct sense that I've been outplayed. We were supposed to separate once inside, and I pointed Levi to the elevator, but I can hardly make it out in this commotion. And as people continue to enter, Levi and I have been pushed deeper toward the center of the room. Now I grab his hand and tug him back toward the door, shouldering revelers as I go. "Jude, what's wrong?" he asks, picking up on my anxiety. "We're leaving," I tell him. "Something doesn't feel right." He follows blindly, but I am suddenly cut off by Rock, who has materialized out of thin air and is resolutely blocking my path. "Rock, what's going on?" Behind me, I release Levi's hand and make a shooing motion, hoping he'll understand my signals. Go, find a way out. Rock's eyes lock on mine. Jude, we've been waiting for you. Where's Brennan? I ask him. Have you seen him? His eyes bore into me, silent and grave. You know something, I whisper. A slow smile spreads sickeningly across his face. I feel myself go cold, despite the press of bodies in the room, the stifling heat and recycled air. He stares down at me. You shouldn't have come. I lean back. I don't know what's happened, but the expression he's wearing is deadly serious, and I don't need to be told twice. I turn for Levi, but grab a stranger instead, a man with a slack jaw and lackluster gaze whose arm dangles from my grasp limply. His zombified impression gives me the creeps, and I quickly let go. Turning, I see Rock is already gone. But before I can find Levi, Arla's voice comes through the speakers, and a spotlight hovers over me in the crowd, pinning me to the floor like a mounted insect. Everyone turns, thousands of eyes hanging on my every move. Tonight, we celebrate someone very important to me, I hear Arla boom. Heads turn and faces crane toward the ceiling as if they'll see her there, gliding over us like a pin-up angel. I should run, but I'm frozen in place, struck dumb by what's unfolding around me, trapped in the spotlight. I glance toward the doors and see Sal is now inside, leaning against them, his arms crossed over his chest. It clicks then that we're locked in. No more entries, no more exits. The drapes sectioning off the stage from the rest of the club drop, and Arla stands alone at its heart, above the heads of her acolytes. Sheer white linen falls magically from her shoulders, the sensuous curves of her body exposed beneath in a shining satin corset of the same anemic shade. She'd look like a Roman bride if not for the capelet of black panther hide cloaking her head and shoulders, its subtle markings barely visible in the light. In one hand, she's cupping a retro silver microphone on a stand, her face and voice bright, her hair coiffed around her cheeks like ribbon candy. In the other, a black-handled sword hangs, the grip, guard, and pommel all cast dark as night itself. But the blade is bright and painful to look at, engraved down its central ridge with symbols I recognize, but can't read. Her bloated smile lands on me, and it has all the warmth of a polar front. I shiver in place. Judith, the golden hour has come. Everyone, let's give Judith a hand getting up here. She releases the microphone and beckons. In response, I feel hands pressing in on me from both sides and behind, shoving me forward in a surge of bodies. From the front, people reach out and grab at my arms and clothes, tugging me on despite my resistance. I may as well be fighting the ocean tide. My feeble attempts at pushing back and turning around completely ignored. Don't resist, I hear the voice say, and I go limp as they jostle me toward the stage. Eventually, I am shoved onto the steps at the stage's side and stumble up them, if only to get away from the grasping hands of the crowd. As I trip toward Arla, my eyes scan the faces below, trying to locate Levi. But the lights dim on some silent cue and everyone falls into shadow, each body merging into the next until they form one shapeless, faceless mass. I pray he got out already. Soon Arla is beside me, her spirit rising off the floor like phosphorescent gas. Taller than both of us, her hand clutching mine, dragging me to the mic. It's then I look down and see what's painted at our feet. The stage covered in a complex network of shapes and Aramaic. The symbol for the fathom at its core, wrapped with a drawing of a dragon whose body is covered not in scales but in words. Behind us, an equilateral triangle is sketched, lined with writing except at its center. Pentagrams and solar crosses abound, as does a maze of curving lines that end in arrows and spirals and footed crosses. It's nearly as dizzying as the well chamber itself, but from the floor below, they're not visible. We have a very special show planned for you, and Judith is our star. Flames spew from dark corners, applause swelling like a roiling sea. The mass seethes and writhes, responding to her energy. But before we begin, I want you to repeat after me, she says to the room, and everyone quiets as if on cue. Yida, Katam, Shamar, Laulam. Her voice echoes through the club as everyone copies her, the words foreign on their tongues, and yet they persist. Yida, Katam, Shamar, Laulam, Arla says again, and the crowd sways and repeats after her. Yida, Katam, Shamar, Laulam, she says, faster, this time the sounds of each syllable blending into the next. From around the room, the words ring out on repeat now, a chorus of Aramaic, the meaning unknown to them as they chant in unison. Arla beams. Keep going, my pets. She holds one hand out and presses it down, encouraging them to lower their voices. They chant in low whispers, but never stop. She has them completely in thrall. Reaching over, she pulls a stretch of puddled linen from the floor, throwing it over my shoulders, then grabs a wreath of goldenrod that was beneath it and places it atop my head. In my confusion and overwhelm, I'd overlooked them. The dark tones of my shirt and jeans are muted beneath. Tonight, Judith will be playing our witch, Arla calls, the crowd chanting and cheering in response. It's then I notice the plumes of swirling, perfumed smoke misting up through the lights around the stage, a piney, green-smelling incense burning in dishes to either side. She must have lit them using my power as this was starting. They're really getting going now. A few people cough, but the chanting continues unbroken. Ida Katam Shamar Laulam. What's going on? I whisper to Arla. Follow my lead, she says, a hand over the mic, and her face turned away so only I can hear. And don't worry about them. As far as they know, it's all an act, which is exactly what they came for. So let's give it to them, kitten. A scuffling sound causes us both to turn. Twig and Rock enter the stage from behind, draped in long swaths of the same white linen, nothing but their skin glistening naked underneath, a whiff of licorice and cinnamon wafting in their wake as they pass by me. They are dragging someone between them. She's bent at the knees, feet tracing the floor, head slumped forward as if unconscious. Her wrists are bound in a red silk sash, hands wrapped so they're poised in prayer. They stop when she's squarely within the confines of the triangle. My heart beats out her name, and I take a hasty step forward. Twig responds by grabbing a fistful of silver hair and pulling her head back. It's then that I notice the ball gag buckled into her mouth, the bands of sweat and grime wringing her neck. She is bruised and dazed, the fight beaten out of her, a trickle of blood dried along the side of her face from a cut over the brow. But I'd know her anywhere. It's Cadence. Shock quakes through me. My arms and legs go rigid, my mouth dry. I'm so startled to see her that I lose all sense of time and place, everything tying me to reality. I am suspended. I am nowhere. I am lost. At my back, Arla cries, "Oh, look, a volunteer." She spins around and reaches over, curls an arm tight around my waist. "We got you a gift, kitten," she snarls into my ear, her hand over the mic again. "Say thank you." "What the fuck?" I manage. "What have you done to her?" She looks irritated. "Nothing that wasn't required." "I don't understand," I say, bewildered. A drone of people spread behind us who can't possibly understand either, but seem content to go along. She shrugs, like it's all so simple. Silly Jude, silly stupid girl, must be told everything. I didn't think it mattered who, given your history and all. My blood sluices like ice. What mattered? It can't be good. You wanted to see the fathom, did you not? Arla asks me. You came to my door, pounded your angry little fists, made demands. My mouth opens but refuses to work. I want to say no or stop. I want to argue, but when I reach for the words, they're not there. Rock, I see, can barely conceal his glee at my confusion. Everything comes with a price, kitten, Arla explains. If you want to see the show, you have to buy a fucking ticket. The poster in the areaway screams inside my head. The face of a woman, the body of a monster, the power of a demon. Come and see for yourself, if you dare. Turning back to the mic, Arla announces to the audience, tonight, in a feat of incredible magic, our very special guest star, Judith the Witch, will make this woman disappear. Whistles and applause explode over the chanting as excitement builds for our magic-themed BDSM show. To our right and left, plaster columns flank everything in a sick mockery of the estate where I grew up. I look down at Cadence, suspended between the twins. Her eyes are dull but not lifeless. They meet mine and flicker with recognition and fear. How did I get here? How do I get out? I shift in Arla's direction. She's my ticket. Actually, these are, she says, brandishing an open arm as someone I recognize as a barkeep arrives on stage, carrying a gleaming silver tray. On one side sits a hammered brass vessel, a crude but polished bowl big enough for punch but empty, sigils etched around its rim. On the other, a black-handled knife gleams sharply beneath the lights, fashioned in every way to match the sword Arla is still gripping. Between them, a small glass and filigree vial, the flame-shaped dabber set into it. I try to meet Cadence's eyes, but they dart from one terrifying detail to another. I take a step back. Arla's expression darkens. Delivered on a silver platter, kitten. You couldn't ask for more. I still don't understand, I stutter. The crowd is quieted behind us, their strange chant low and monotonous. Collateral, Jude. You want to have more on us, so we must have more on you. She steps over and squeezes Cadence's jaw in her hand, turning her face this way and that for the audience. But Cadence is one of us, I argue. She's in the circle. Arla rolls her eyes. Yes, obviously. All part of it, kitten. When I don't react, she continues. Come now, don't pretend you didn't know where all this was leading. The hour has come, Jude. We're all here, gathered in her name. What Rudzitan began, we must finish. One quick action from you, and the real ritual can begin. We can complete the pigment, descend into the darkness, paint the seal. I shake my head, my eyes beginning to water. A sick twisting in my gut is taking over. All I want is to leave. This is the price, Arla hisses. Do you want to keep her forever, or do you want to go back to your miserable life with no one and nothing, not even the power you came in with? When I don't respond, she steps closer, takes my chin with her free hand and forces me to look into her eyes, beautiful and wicked. This is the price, kitten. Everyone has paid it. Now it's your turn. My eyes shoot to twigs, then rocks, so self-satisfied. I shouldn't be surprised. They'd follow Arla into hell if she asked. My gaze slides to Cadence. Her hands tremble before her, her mouth quivering. Her pupils are big as plums and glossy with unshed tears. There is fear in them, but not guilt. Whatever she knows, it's eating her alive. My heart sinks for Brennan, for Aaron, This isn't right, I tell Arla. You never said anything about this. Blood, kitten, I told you. Taking a step back, she holds out the sword so that the point of the blade is only inches from my chest. It takes both hands for her to heft it. Every club has its dues, and you've paid yours along the way. I didn't come this far to stop now, Jude. You can do this the easy way or the hard way, but you will do it. Twig and Rock lean in, messing with Cadence's binds. Then in one swift move they twirl apart, yanking her arms out, each of her wrists now tied in its own twist of silk. She is suspended between them, a humble bug caught in an elaborate web. Her head hangs forward, neck stretched out over the ritual triangle holding her hostage. It's heating up under the lights, despite the cold strike of terror lancing through me. The stage feels both vast and crowded at once. I may as well be standing on the cliffs at Solidago. The crowd at my back, a sea I can't escape. I gape at her. You want me to kill her? Blood in, blood out, kitten, she purrs. I take a step toward the tray, and Arla lowers the sword. She reaches around me and grabs the brass bowl, placing it just so beneath Cadence's throat on the floor. Nausea overcomes me, and I swoon. Blood in, blood out. If I do this, I will be tied to the fathom in a way I may never be free of. Bindings require blood, Arla told me. This will be my binding. The price I pay to tie myself to the fathom forever is tying myself to the group forever. I will well and truly become my grandmother. I look at Cadence's swollen face. I tried to tell her to leave, that it wasn't safe, but I never meant this. Whatever Cadence did or didn't do, whoever she is, this isn't who I am. This power we have, Arla, the fathom, all of it, it can't be for this. Whatever happened in my past, whatever role I played in Solidago's burning, it wasn't my choice, and neither is killing Cadence. Slowly, I take the knife from the tray. The barkeep's arms have begun to shake. Our eyes meet briefly, but his are vacant. He's just another of Arla's pawns. Inside me, the voice speaks. Steady. I inhale sharply and wrap my fingers around the hilt of the dagger, its cold bearings biting into my flesh. Outside, I am solid as a stone, but inside I am a riot of emotions. My only hope is that the voice has a plan to get me out of this. Arla takes the vial and the barkeep leaves. She uses the dabber from the vial and wipes something oily and pungent across my forehead. It glides on so thickly it drips down one of my temples and between my eyes. But she doesn't reach to wipe it away. Her fingers grip the flame-like stopper, eyes like shimmering planets. Hyssop, she whispers into my ear, so you are clean for the bloodletting. I hold my breath and turn. Cadence whimpering as I approach. She sweats profusely, eyes pleading for mercy as her head bobs up and down. Twig and Rock hold her ties fast, practically pulling her arms out of their sockets, her skin pale from low circulation. They're getting a thrill out of this, playing their parts well. Twig's eyes are mocking. She wants to see me humbled. But Rock's are fixed on Arla, who hovers at my back, watching over my shoulder to be sure I don't miss a step. The spicy aroma of the twins' scented bodies envelops me, thicker than the incense from this close-up. It's the same thing I smell rolling down my temples. Hyssop. They must have rubbed it all over themselves beneath their revealing shrouds. I glance to the side and see Arla's fingers clutching the vial, her grip tight on the stopper. And something strikes like a match in my heart. Anointing oil. My arms quiver with the effort to hold them forward against every instinct as my fingers tighten around the dagger, preparing to run it under Cadence's chin, like parting fabric. Arla breathes down my neck, eager to see it done. I step closer, lower the blade to her throat, every muscle in my body tensing. And then I feel a shift in the air. Arla is stepping away. She turns to the crowd, urging them in their ritual cries. Their voices swell to give me strength, courage. It's now or never. Sorry, Cadence, I think. Flames burst from the ties along her arms, racing toward Twig and Rock, whose shiny torsos light like torches. I spin and fling the dagger at Arla as she twirls away. It grazes her forehead, knocking the hood of her capelet back to reveal shock and fury. There is chaos as Rock flails and Twig screams, their hold on Cadence's binds loosed. I dive headlong into the psychic's beleaguered body, knocking her back through the curtains, behind the stage, and down the steps beyond, where we tumble and roll before scrambling to our feet. And then we are racing through a darkened corridor behind the stage, Cadence's burned arm clutched in my hand, as we pray I haven't just steered us toward a dead end. 25. A deeper madness. I can still hear the crowd chanting through the wall, Yida Katam Shamar La Lam, as we crash through a door at the end of the corridor into an open, dingy dressing room. Despite the commotion, the utter collapse on stage, they are committed to seeing this night's plan through. Their zombie droning strikes fear through me. The belief that if Arla only says the word, they will flood this room and drag us back to do her bidding. I can still feel their hands and bodies pressing me, pushing me onto the stage when I didn't want to go. But the guest star has escaped with the blood offering, and Arla can neither complete her pigment nor paint her seal without us. I swallow back the urge to vomit and press on, Cadence in tow. As we run, I do the best I can to reel the fire back in, but with so much oil smeared over their bodies, I don't know if it's already too late for Twig and Rock. Sequins and feathers and shiny embroidered satins have been cast over folding tables and wire-backed chairs, simple black vanities and clothing racks made from industrial pipes, a glamorous skin to cover the osseous truth. To the left, a service elevator is the dressed-down counterpart to its golden twin on the other side. I never realized the building had two elevators, never bothered to peek behind the gilded curtain. I imagined this room would normally be full of performers changing and prepping, each evening's lineup readying themselves for their set on the stage. But tonight, ours was the sole performance. And everyone else, fire breathers, waitstaff, bartenders, is already out on the floor. I rush toward the elevator, grateful for any exit, any distance I can put between myself and that stage. Its dull black doors hold little promise, but the only way out of Medusa always seems to be deeper in. I throw off the wreath of goldenrod, the gauzy fabric draped over me, and pound at the buttons. Doors slide open, and I dart inside with Cadence, pressing the first number I see, second floor, and stabbing at the close button until we're safely out of sight. In the seconds we have between stories, I unbuckle her gag. The ball drops from her mouth, tethered to a long string of drool, and she sucks in air, working her jaw up and down. Fucking hell, she manages to grate out, voice hoarse and hairy, throat raw from muffled screaming and breathing around the gag. What happened back there? I ask her as the elevator dings and the doors slide open at the second floor. Her eyes find mine as we dart into the space, which looks to be a lot of open storage. She's been planning this for a long time, she says now, but she was hiding it from me. Brennan suspected, but he could never quite put it together. Planning what? The ritual, she says calmly. The blood. And you had no idea? Cadence seems honest enough, but it's hard to imagine she never got a whiff of Arla's intentions, even living one floor below her. She shakes her head. I swear, Jude, She used my abilities against me, shoring up her psychic defenses with my power. She intentionally overwhelmed my system with constant input, psychic and sensory, and she was always pointing me in the wrong direction, getting me to focus my abilities on what amounted to nothing more than one distraction after another. I could barely focus long enough to brush my teeth, much less to see through her manipulation. She misdirected me for so long. But the other day, at your door, her gaze drops. After Brennan disappeared, I knew he'd been right all along, but by then it was too late. As we cross the room, I note the St. Andrew's cross I'd seen on the stage before, as well as the giant bird cage, among other looming shapes and shadows. A human-sized champagne coupe, medieval stocks, a hospital bed. "Do you know where Brennan is?" I beg. "Oh, Jude," she whispers, fists clenching. I slow to a stop. "What? Tell me." Her face falls. Her fingers relax, only to ball up again. "It claps like thunder, you know," she says tragically, her eyes darting around as if she can hear it even now, even here. "What does?" My brow crunches as I try to understand. "The screaming." I'm almost too afraid to ask the next question. "And Aaron?" She looks at the floor, shakes her head, squeezes and unsqueezes her hands. "What happened to them?" It's barely a whisper between us. And as soon as it's out, I wonder if I actually want to know. If I can handle knowing. These were my friends, and whatever fate they suffered is tied to my actions. At least in part. At least in Aaron's case. I don't know if I can take more lives on my conscience. My eyes burn and I cover my mouth with a hand as I suck in a sob. Reality dropping like dead weight. Cadence's face crumples with anguish and I realize it's unfair to make her recount the details she knows. Never mind. I stop her before she can get started. We'll sort it out later. Let's just figure a way out of here for now. Or we'll be next, I think, but don't say. Glancing around, I take in several old bistro chairs, a park bench, a couple of chaise longues and brocade settees. Where the fuck are we? Storage, Cadence tells me, wiping her eyes. It's a prop room. Come on, I know where there's a stairwell. I used to escape down here when I needed a break from the twins' constant shouting or moaning. They fight like cats and dogs. Screw like 'em, too. Stairs? I question. I thought there was only the elevator. She shakes her head and tugs me along. It's code. This is a public establishment. Fire warden wouldn't be appeased with just an elevator. Anyway, don't slow down. If anyone's coming for us, I promise you they won't. Her arms are striped in angry red slashes. Burns from the fire I started. But she shook the ties off soon enough that they'll heal. Her hands were fortunately spared. Twig's screams ring effortlessly through my skull. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted out. But there is no out with Arla, I'm learning. There is only a deeper madness, a slow descent into chaos. As we pick our way around, I say, I still don't understand about the blood. Why yours? Cadence casts a weary glance at me. Not just mine, she says. My mouth drops open. Brennan's too? She nods. And yours, eventually. Twigs and rocks. I tug my arm away. What do you mean? She was going to kill us all? The psychic's sigh is full of fatigue. Her mind is wide open to me now because she has nothing else to hide. But despite her efforts to the contrary, I got snatches of information before. It was hard to piece together, and I never managed to extract a full picture. Only a limited series of details that felt useless on their own and that I was too afraid to share. But I knew she needed us for something, a full circle. I thought she needed our powers. Even when Brennan became suspicious, claimed she was siphoning magic away from us, I thought it was because she needed the full range of abilities for whatever she was hiding. But it turns out she never needed us alive. She needed us dead. She needed our blood. Magical blood. to make the pigment hold. Arla's words to me fall into place. 4 kinds of blood, and a binding needs the right one. Magical blood versus mundane blood, but that's only 2 types. She told me as much this morning, but I didn't get it. I tell her. She said bindings required the right kind of blood. I just didn't know it was ours. Not like this. I'm so sorry, Cadence. If I'd only listened to Brennan, maybe I could have prevented this. She stops to scan the room, but it's dark. Apparently, that's where Rudzeaton went wrong. He knew the summoning would call for blood, but he never understood what he had captured. The disappearances Levi read about come back to me. Was Rudzeaton trying to stave off the inevitable? When he felt the vulnerability in his spell, did he keep trying to reinforce it? I suggest as much to Cadence, quickly filling her in on the articles Levi found. She looks at me. Rudzeaton was a catalyst, like Brennan, gifted with telekinesis. I could feel his power over everything here like a varnish since the day I moved in. It's how he built the well to hold the fathom in the first place, and it's the only reason his spell has held as long as it has after his death. My mouth drops open in disbelief. Arla said he didn't know what the spell needed because he wasn't like us, so I never imagined he had magic, but now it makes sense. His death? She nods. You're saying he died here? She nods again. I couldn't understand why I kept sensing his flavor, red currant jelly, until I saw his ghost in the areaway. I told you I used to spend extra time down there. It was the only place I could get a little space from Arla's overpowering aura and psychic meddling. That's when I knew he'd died in the building. She did try to warn me it was haunted as fuck in the underground. I just never realized she'd experienced it personally, or by whom. But now that Arla's got her claws out of my third eye, I realize he didn't just die. He sacrificed himself. To the fathom. I gasp. He must have known it was only a matter of time. Cadence shrugs. Whether his was the only magical blood he knew of to fix the fading ritual, or he simply couldn't face the destruction his failure would surely bring, I can't say. Rudzeaton always knew a binding requires blood, but a binding of this magnitude requires more than just any blood, and he didn't learn that in time. Neither did we, I point out. Without Arla deliberately muddling her 6th sense to hide the truth, Cadence is suddenly clear as a bell. I reach into my back pocket where I tucked my phone before Levi and I came in. Thankfully, it's still there. Quickly, I pound out a text message to him. I'm okay. Are you out? I guess the twins had no idea about this either? I ask, as I wait for him to respond. Cadence points toward a heavy door in one corner that I can just make out. It must be the stairwell. Not about Rudzeaton's sacrifice, but they know most everything else. Though it's hard to say what they learned when. They're the only ones Arla ever truly trusted, but I'm sure she kept secrets from even them. You mean they know she wants to kill them? I'm aware the twins are peculiar, but I had no idea it went this far. They would happily die for her cause, Cadence tells me. The twins are devoted to Arla in every sense of the word. They helped her kill Brennan. They were helping her to kill me, and they were going to help her kill you. As we near the door to the stairs, an old coffin and bier set pushed against a wall comes into view. And after that, she turns to me. After that, they were going to kill themselves, or let Arla do it for them. Shocked, I look away, my eyes passing over the coffin like it's just another prop until I notice the scrap of banana yellow fabric pressed between the head and side panel. It's the brightly patterned end of a silk tie. My stomach sinks and I veer toward it, unable to stop myself. What are you doing? Cadence whispers. Don't. I know why she wants me to stop. She knows what I'll find inside, but I have to be sure. Carefully, I lift the top. Aaron's lifeless body lies within, white as the satin paneling in the cap. His skin is tight and shiny from bloating, a foul smell beginning to emerge. Evidence of a long, clean cut runs the breadth of his throat. Cadence covers her nose and mouth and turns away. This is my fault. I tell her as I lower the lid, forcing a rush of emotion to halt before it can explode out of me, to sit in my throat. I introduced him to Brennan. Cadence pats my arm in an attempt at comfort. It's not that simple, Jude. But you already know that. I look at her and see Solidago burning behind her eyes. Come on, she says. We need to get out of here, or we'll end up the same way. My phone pings and I glance down at the screen. It's a reply from Levi. Upstairs. I have the journal. Upstairs. A swirl of anger and fear and pride courses through me. I thought I told him to leave. Stay put, I text back, coming. Come on, I tell Cadence as we plunge into the stairwell. We have to go up to go down. The stairs led out in a far corner of Arla's bedroom, between the windows and the wall. I dimly recall seeing the door when I woke up here that morning after coming to Medusa for the first time, but I'd thought it was just a closet. Her room is dark and silky like I remember. It's empty. Whatever she didn't want me to see earlier is gone. Cadence passes me, flinging open the door where Levi is waiting on the other side with the journal gripped tightly in one hand, his phone in the other. I fly into his arms, not realizing until this moment how grateful I am that he's okay, how much risk we took in coming here. I release Levi and tell him, this is Cadence, a friend. We can trust her. He nods and extends a hand, but Cadence balls hers back into fists. I can't muddy the waters right now, she explains. I need to be clear if we're going to get out of here alive. Levi looks confused. Cadence is an oracle, I tell him. She's psychic. Sometimes the sensory and psychic information overwhelm her processing system. He drops his hand immediately. Got it. She's right, I tell him now. We need to get out of the building, fast. I don't know how much he saw of what happened on the stage, or if he understands how much danger we're in. The elevator is too risky. We need to use the stairs, all the way down this time. Together, we scramble back to the stairwell and race down it, certain we'll be confronted at any moment. But we make it all the way to the storage room behind the bar, and I can see the door that leads onto the club floor from here. If we could slip into the crowd, we could maybe get out the front without being seen. But that's a lot of ifs, and the crowd under Arla's thrall could be dangerous. Stay behind me, I tell Cadence and Levi as we creep across the storage room. We're lucky no one's back here, that Arla had everyone on the floor tonight, corralling the masses and supporting the ritual. I crack the door open and peer into the club. It's dark and crowded, but the chanting is breaking up, bodies shifting frantically in varying directions as they realize something is wrong. Smoke shrouds the room, the lights of the stage casting a toxic glow over its empty set. There are shrieks and voices rising, asking what happened. And then I spot Arla shoving people as they jostle her, face contorted with rage as she tears in this direction. Her capelet is gone and her lipstick is smeared, the glossy undulations of hair now disheveled, the lake green of her eyes swimming with vengeance. I am a rogue element in her carefully orchestrated world, an acolyte out of thrall, a colossal disappointment, a threat. She will hunt me now, bring me to heel or send me to hell. I'm not sure it matters to her which. Quickly, I push Levi and Cadence back and close the door. We can't go that way. There's another door, the voice whispers in my head. It doesn't lead out. It leads down. But there's nothing for it. We'll have to take our chances in the underground. I grab a stainless steel table. Help me, I demand as we all three slide it to block the door to the club before rushing toward the basement stairs, only to recall that the door to them is locked. Does Arla keep a spare key somewhere? I ask Cadence. Only one I know of is the one in her bra. Trapped, we cast around looking for anything to help, and then Levi spots the silver box that is the bar's refrigeration. Hold on. He darts toward and disappears inside, emerging a moment later with a fire axe in hand. I think for a second he's going to hack down the wooden door, barring us from the stairs, but instead he spins the axe around and digs the adze between the door and jamb just above the lock, prying until the whole thing bursts inward. Keep it, I tell him before he can set the axe down. My memory plays back the image of Arla pulling a second key from her bra as we hurry down the stairs. How did you know about that anyway? I stocked produce at a grocery store, briefly in college. They kept them in all the coolers and freezers in case anyone got shut in. It's a pretty common safety standard. You are the MacGyver of booksellers, I tell him between breaths. Where are we going now? Levi asks as we reach the bottom. Nowhere good, I manage, before we spill into the basement. We are halfway across it when I tell them to stop, a detail snagging in my peripheral vision. I approach the chamber slowly, the pull of the iron door lapping at my cells. I eye it like it's the drain in the deep end of the pool, something that could never be trusted, that might suck me down and hold me there without warning. I squat down. Brennan's buckle shoe sits empty on the floor before it, the polished black leather spattered with something dark. It congeals inside the heel, streaks the buckle brown. Several stained drips lead beneath the mysterious door. Rising, I meet Cadence's haunted eyes. I know where Brennan is now. It's easy to hide a body when you have a well of untold depths at your disposal, a beast within that feeds on death and destruction. Brennan was sacrificed like Rudziten, his blood too important to waste. But Aaron was just collateral damage. She must have caught them together. I realize now she was probably never going to let Aaron live, knowing what he did. I hear her voice inside my head. This is the price, kitten. Everyone has paid it. She told me she'd been given a gift that could never be taken away, just before using telekinesis to slide his ring onto her finger. The gift was power. Brennan's power. I guess killing us gives her more than unlimited access to the Fathom forever. It gives her unlimited access to our magic, too. My teeth grind. Anger and grief, the feeling of being too little, too late, too many times tonight pulverizes between them. A desperate twist of longing for Aaron's bright humor and sarcastic wit rips through me. His love of truly terrible booze. Behind the door, water sloshes, and the bricks are slick with moisture that shouldn't be there. The slime mold I'd seen inside is peeking through the mortar now, reaching for freedom. I imagine the Fathom rising, her dark, silky body changing shape in its ascent, every atom bending and breaking, becoming and dismantling in a dance of creation and destruction. Her power of force so incomprehensible it defies definition. And yet, all of it is crammed into this 12 by 12 chamber by a small man with big dreams and a finite number of forgotten scribbled words. It must be excruciating, I think, to have the foundations of magic at your disposal and not be able to use them, even to free yourself, to be trapped by what you are, to have your very nature turned on you. My grandmother's portrait, all fierce eyes and shining hair, slices through my memory like a paper cut, and a bouquet of empathy blooms in the wound. What foolish webs we mortals weave. The voice stirs inside me, the rustling of old feathers. If she can exact a price, it posits, so can you. What price would I have Arla pay for spilling Brennan's blood? For Aaron's, what should her redemption cost? There is only one thing in all the world that Arla truly values, and I will take it from her. Yahav, my voice rings out. For a second, I don't know if it's worked. Maybe the key only appears for one master. But suddenly, it is before me, suspended in the air, a dull gold so close my eyes can barely focus on it. I pluck it from the air. It is real and cold to the touch inside my sweating palm. That's when I hear the crash above, the metal table we braced against the entrance to the club overturning, the splintering wood of the basement door as it's blown open. There's no more time to lose. I shove the key deep into my own bra as I saw Arla do, and sprint past Cadence and Levi, pulling at them. Come on, the tunnel. We'll find a way out. Darkness drops with all the grace of a guillotine in the tunnel. a heavy chop that divides us from the world above. Levi was able to force the padlock open by digging the adze in between the shackle and the body, then prying up. But the axe seems little protection against the past, and the damp and the scuttle of vermin, the wail of lost souls. It's nighttime in Seattle, and the street lamps filter down in piss-thin, discolored runnels through the vault lights in the sidewalk overhead. The flashlight apps on our phones keep us moving in the right direction, but they shine in dull, hazy circles, pitiful contenders against our subterranean reality. Cadence stumbles behind me, weakened by the fight for her life earlier in the day, but she's familiar with this underworld and pushes on. Levi is new to this place, though he's seen other areaways, and does his level best to keep up. My eyes skate smoothly over the shadows, picking out details they can't see without more light. "Do you know where you're going?" Levi asks me as we navigate the dark and debris. "I think so," I reply. "These basements interconnect through the tunnels, if not through doors. If we can find our way up through a different building, we can get to the street." We round the corner, and finally I recognize the first opening I skated through before. A busted-out window on a building at the end of the block. "Through here," I tell them. A few disparate noises. The reverberations of long-forgotten mishaps or echoes of underbelly species give us all paroxysms of fear. But we're lucky we don't have to dig our way forward. Fingernails crusted with a century's worth of dirt and grime, tetanus lurking everywhere. I hear a clang far behind us and wonder if Arla is in pursuit. Her eyes can easily carve out the dark. Her mind carve out the fear. Can she smell Cadence's blood and Levi's sweat, the lingering traces of my lilac perfume wafting through the miasma of shit and mold? We make quick work of what I now see are boxes and crates, a maze of forgotten things I ran into before, and come to the far wall with a tall brick portal. Passing through, I veer right when I did before and find the next wall with the closed door, still hanging open from my last excursion down here, much faster than I did then. I turn left and keep as straight a path as I can, recalling my encounter with the dove, until we reach the vacant windows at the front of the building that once would have looked out onto the street. We move into the areaway beyond and cross 2 more building fronts, a boarded-up general store and the remnants of an illegal bar, and that's when I remember the rickety wooden staircase I spotted that led up to the pub behind Medusa. I point it out and steer us toward the corner where it waits, the unremarkable door above resolutely closed, but still a relief. "It's locked," Cadence informs me as we near it. "Can you break it open like the others?" I ask Levi, who's still got the axe from Medusa's cooler. "I can try," he offers, "but it's likely to make whoever is on the other side think they're starring in a horror movie." "What if no one's behind it?" I put to him. He shrugs. "Is that a risk you're willing to take?" "Maybe just pry it like you did before. Don't use the blade." "Okay," he says, moving toward it, "but we'll be hard-pressed to convince police we don't mean harm if we break and enter with an axe." He has a point. "Wait, let me think. The key," Cadence reminds us as defeat is washing over me. "But it only works on the chamber," I reply. She shakes her head. "You hold the key to the fathom, Jude. That means you can use the powers of the full circle like Arla could. Do you understand? Brennan's telekinesis?" I shake my head. "But if that works, why didn't Arla use telekinesis before? Why keep keys at all?" Cadence practically rolls her eyes. For one, Arla's a showman. She likes the drama of a lock and key. She's not bothering with telekinesis unless it adds to the performance. For two, she probably didn't even think of it. Telekinesis was not her first affinity, remember? I doubt she's considered everything it can do. Brennan certainly wasn't using it to pick locks. Besides, we're all pretty programmed to use our magic as sparingly and secretly as possible. Haven't you ever lit a candle or a cigarette with a match instead of your mind? Are you telling me you've never used your hands to flip a light switch? She also has a point. Okay, fine. I'll try it, but no promises. I'm not a catalyst. It takes several long moments of me feeling my way into the door and the lock energetically, before I manage to turn the mechanism. But when at last it slides audibly open, I practically cheer. "I told you," Levi says, beaming. "You are a wonder." We stream into the kitchen of the Horse and Yard Pub, a name I pick up from the monogrammed apron of an older woman scooping breaded pickles from hot grease, who nearly comes unglued when she sees us. We apologize profusely as we bolt for the nearest exit. After upsetting several patrons in our rush to freedom, we find our way into the brisk Seattle night air. I immediately pull out my phone and call an Uber for Cadence. There's a car on the way, a black Corolla. I gave it the address of a Best Western in Tacoma, but take it anywhere you want, just go far. I don't care how much it costs. She'll tear the city apart looking for us. "Thank you," she says, "for everything. You didn't have to help me, but you did. I'm sorry I didn't open my door that day. I was so afraid. I didn't know who to trust anymore. But you're one of the good ones, Jude." I throw my arms around her in a genuine hug, careful of her burns. I fully expect this will be the last time we see each other. "Take care of yourself, Cadence," I tell her. "You're one of the good ones, too." Her lips press into a smile, and she nods once before Levi and I turn and start down the street. Most of Seattle at our back and a monster waking up beneath our feet. "We can head back to my place, or the bookstore even," Levi offers as we jog toward the block where we left our car. "No," I tell him. "We can't be anywhere she'll think to look. She knew about your store. She might know where you live." As my car comes into view, a fire truck flies past us, followed by an ambulance. They must be on their way to the club. Sirens screaming and lights whirling so fast the colors blend to purple. If we're lucky, the authorities will stall her, buy us time with their questions and inspections. "Where do you suggest we go, then?" Levi asks. "A hotel, I guess? Outside the city. We'll have to check in," he reminds me. "Give a credit card. Do you think she could trace that?" I honestly have no idea. But then, a tiny golden speck of flour drops from my hair onto the concrete at my feet, illuminated by the full moon riding the city. The bay rolls through the air and across my tongue, tasting of history and brine. The columns and flowers in the club tonight parade through my mind. There is one place Arla would never expect to find me. One place we won't have to check in, give our names, because there's no service, no beds, no walls. It's hiding in plain sight. "I know somewhere we can go," I tell Levi, "long enough to figure out our next move. Somewhere she won't think to look." I rub a frustrated hand over my face. At least my back seats lie down. His eyebrows raise with concern. "Car camping? Sounds rustic. Where are we going?" "Home," the voice whispers. "Home." The words are leaden ball bearings rolling under my tongue. They taste bitter and strange, like poisoned fruit. "To Solidago." 26. Daedalian creature. The drive is over 6 hours if you don't stop, but the last time I made it I was riding away from Solidago, not toward it. That was a lifetime ago, and it felt like it went on forever then, the coast stretching into the endless distance, mile after beautiful gobsmacking mile. This time we're making it at night, the moon quietly shadowing us as we creep out of the city and then the state, reminding me that this nightmare won't be over until that well is empty and the fathom is far from here. What happens to Arla then, or any of us, I couldn't say. But without her source, surely the worst of her power will be drained. Maybe then we can go to the authorities, report Aaron's and Brennan's murders. Maybe then they can contain her. At least we decided to drive my car tonight, since my Mazda crossover has back seats that fold flat. Annalie's book was still inside. I pore over it as Levi takes a turn behind the wheel, flipping between chapters, trying to find some reference to what specifically is trapped in Arla's basement. There is nothing that points directly to the fathom, though several water goddesses are listed, from Sasuma Arna in Greenland to Tiamat of Mesopotamia to the Greek Thalassa I'm already acquainted with. She explains how the primordial waters indicate memories in the collective unconscious of both the mother's womb and evolution from a shared aquatic species. At the same time, they represent our fear of returning to a preconscious state, what we perceive as the loss of autonomy and control, as death itself. She does the same with fire, likening it to dual roles of protector and destroyer, order and chaos, the heart of civilization and the center of our apocalyptic nightmares. This she attributes to an instinctive understanding terrestrial species carry of the sun, the giver and nurturer of life. But we know it also as our sure demise, for all stars must die. According to Anneli, water and fire are not opposing elements, but procreative dualities that generate, nourish, and govern life through their union. While today's mind might think of them as separate, copulating entities, she insists their reproduction is parthenogenetic, housed figuratively, if not literally, in the bodies of these ancient goddesses. She describes them as forces more than beings, that hold within them the violence of our awakening and the seed of our destruction. It's hard to imagine she wrote this before her experience on the mountain. I wonder if she'd write it differently now. Setting the book down, I look at Levi. "Learn anything useful?" he asks. "I don't know. Maybe it's better if I drive and you read. The journal, I mean." I pick it up from the floorboard and unwrap it again, flipping through its many decorated pages. There must be something here that can help us. I have the key. I can get inside the chamber. But what then? How do I make it so the fathom can get out? "Take some time," Levi says. "You need rest. We're not going to fix this by sacrificing ourselves." His choice of words unsettles me. He has no idea how close they are to the truth. But he's right. I'm terrified and exhausted, and that combination does not make for the best problem-solving skills. I return to Anneli's book, my eyes finding a paragraph I haven't read yet. Primordial goddesses are neither benevolent nor malevolent. They do not plot and scheme, nor are they passive observers. They are to be feared and revered. Appeasement is questionable, control futile. It is their nature to be unpredictable, but not accidental. Their actions and reactions may be beyond mortal understanding, but they are cosmically true. How one might reveal herself to you. It is only one profile of a compound face, one facet of a complex prism, one arm of a Daedalian creature. Shivers skitter over my skin, the dance of arthropods. I brush at my arms reflexively and feel the fathom-like breath against the back of my neck. The realization that she has witnessed me, even as I witnessed her, that one of us will be forever changed, the other forever unchangeable. My knowledge of her as newborn as fresh snow, while her knowledge of me is older than the world itself. How small we've been thinking, our little cult, deceived by that finite room, that tiny door, all while her thoughts have birthed galaxies and set fire to whole histories. Which means Arla, Brennan, Cadence, me, we are no accident. The call Arla described, the gifts we each experienced, the death that claimed me for 17 long minutes, these seemingly random encounters are not random at all. We just can't see the design. All along, Arla thought she'd been calling the shots, but she's merely been relaying them. We are the pieces, but the fathom is the board, the player, and the game. Every person she has drawn to that chamber has been intentional, and she could only have one purpose, to set herself free. She used the promise of our power to convince Aurelia to do her work for her. Let her puppet believe it was a master. But she's been biding her time down in that well, because as an immortal, time is all she has. Some things simply don't fit in cages. I put the book aside, rub my eyes, and look at Levi, who's quiet behind the wheel, steadfast. I'm weary. In a way I've never been. I've lived harder these past couple of weeks than in all my 30-odd years. They've been a blur of magic and monsters and fire and blood. At least, looking at this man still beside me, after everything, I can say one good thing has come of it. She's standing in the water when I see her, her back to me, red hair plaited down it, spooling like a ribbon at her feet. Dara. The ocean rolls in front of her, a lavender expanse of placid waves that come to nip at her ankles. There is something off, though. Something not quite right. Maybe it's the impossible length of her hair, or the unusual breadth of her shoulders, the swooping cape of iridescent feathers coursing down her back. Or maybe it's that when I call her name, she doesn't turn. My feet plunge into the sand as I move toward her, and it is only when I reach her side that I see it isn't her at all. Even if the nose and chin are right, the pattern of freckles, the smooth space between the eyes. Her irises are spinning quasars, the whites swirls of smoke. It's her face, but it's been drawn over a question like a silk veil. You're not Dara, I say. No, I'm not, she agrees. Would you prefer this? Her body thins to cellophane and ripples like liquid, running down into the ocean and back up in a column of water before re-solidifying as Aurelia. Raven black hair and green eyes. My flinch sends her spinning apart again. Droplets scatter over my face as she melts beside me and reconfigures into Annalie's bright hair and colorless eyes. Before I can respond, she is shifting once more. Coming together is Ache Certainty, terror of the glacier, wings of an owl and the antlers of a reindeer. I shudder to see what the artist saw, this beast maiden of the north. And then she is gone, and Thalassa has replaced her. The body of silver scales and crab claws snapping overhead, eyes like thunderclouds. Before that image can fully settle, she morphs again into the large, lithe form of a dragon, her slender head spewing fire and her barbed tail whipping behind us. Heat pours off her scales that clink against each other like steel. Then, all at once, the dragon is gone, and she is a woman once more, with the proud golden bearing of my grandmother, complete with Aurelia's slanting eyes and hard jaw, just like she looked in the portrait. I throw my hands over my face and cry out, unable to bear it, and when I pull them away, she is Dara again, if a bit more. Who are you? I ask, though I know. I feel the answer wiggling inside me like a parasite. She turns to me. I am all of them, and I am you, too. When she looks at me this time, I see my own long face and stick straight hair, but only for a second. A ripple across the surface. If you prefer, I can be fins and tentacles, hair and fish, the sleek shock of an eel. You're the creature in the well, I respond, the memory emerging. I am the well, she says to me, anger in her tone. And the water. I am the thing that lives within. I quiver at her ire. You're the fathom.
I am a multitude, she answers, an expression of something too vast for you to comprehend.
The ocean spreading to infinity before us suddenly takes on new meaning. How is this possible? Where are we?
You're dreaming, Jude, and dreams are a specialty of mine. You'll forgive me for invading yours, but we are past due for a talk. She glances sidelong at me.
Now?
You have the key, she explains. The spell, the chamber, it's yours now. Of course, I'd wanted this to happen much sooner, but you lacked a certain sensitivity, making the connection harder to establish, and were too young to be of use to me. So I waited. But before you could come of age...
The fire, I supply.
Dying. Yes, she confirms. And after you were impossible to reach. Though I have tried of late, with what meager messengers I could muster, after the other one began to fail me.
The cat in the street that night, that was you.
The rat, the spider, the moth and dove.
So many small ways she's been reaching out, showing herself to me from the beginning. Something like a smile crosses her face.
The chamber may hold my form, but it cannot hold my power. Not all of it. There are cracks in Rudzitan's design, and I have had many years to discover them.
I blow out a long, disbelieving breath.
I envy humans, she admits to me,
staring out across the hazy water.
The way you throw yourselves at life, each of you a puff of air, a breath you would happily give for what you love. It must be easier to spend everything when all you have amounts to so little.
The feathers on her cloak grow into long blades of kelp. The braid becomes a serpent around her ankles.
You are like him, my jailer, she says now. More powerful than you know. Insignificant, to be sure, but determination makes up for a lot. And you are also unlike him. You lack his passion and drive, the ugly glut of ambition. The women in your line pass their magic down like a mutation, and beside it, their fear, like a disease. But fear is a quality I rather appreciate in a person.
Her eyes shine across the water, despite the terrible black pits at their centers.
That other one is sadly lacking it.
Arla.
She nods. You may have all been her pawns, but she has been mine.
Hadn't I considered as much? You know my family?
I've smelled your line before, she answers. Like the last breath of a dying flower passing on the wind. The gifts you were given, that you've named a curse, as if creation and destruction are different. Power is power. Magic is magic, though it's all wasted on your kind, if you ask me. I suppose I should be grateful only remnants remain, vestigial traces squirreled away in one DNA sequence or another.
You're talking about our magic, I whisper.
Magic, dear girl, is like any other trait. Recessive in some, dominant in others. How much one gets may vary even from sibling to sibling. How it is expressed, what you do with it, that is entirely up to you.
But it's too much, I argue. There are too many stories where it's gone wrong. She looks out over the water.
Yes, well, magic is chaos and creation. You can't have one without the other. But there are other things in you, too. Goodness, wisdom, compassion. Used rightly, those can be a guide, a way to harness and channel the power, if you listen.
The voice. I realize that she's describing my experience of that thing I trusted within myself when I could trust no one else, that I manifested out of sheer loneliness and longing. The best parts of me that I stopped believing in, stopped listening to after the fire. I have a question, I tell her.
I imagine you have many, she responds.
Why did my power come back after meeting the circle? Why is it stronger now, easier to control? She clasps her hands behind her back.
The answer to that is one part law of proximity. The closer you stand to the fire, the hotter you become.
And the other part? I ask, nodding.
The other part is radiation. You related to the people in the circle you belonged to. It hacked your belief circuit. Your magic returned because you believed it's what connected you to one another, and you wanted so desperately to belong to anyone.
She looks down. When her eyes land on me again, they are Dara's, through and through.
In a way, the same thing happened with your family. Stories of magic and misfortune were seeded in each successive generation, breeding only more of the same. Connecting with a different group of people with different experiences of their power gave you hope for a different outcome.
It's upsetting to learn that the women of my family in some part doomed themselves, not because they wanted terrible things to happen, but because they believed it was all they were made for.
I admired him, you know,
the Fathom says as she stands before me in Dara's body.
Myopic as he was. At least he reached for something. At least he saw beyond his own shadow. So few do anymore.
You're talking about Edward Rudzeton. She sighs.
In the end, I consumed him, she says. As I will each of you until I am released. It's my nature. Fire burns if you get too close.
The breath dies in my chest. That's what I'm afraid of. What happens if we let you go? Can you promise you won't destroy the city a second time?
I cannot be less than I am.
Her smile is almost sad.
We shaped this planet, my kind. Shaped the very curve of your brow. Set you to it like cattle to a field to graze. And we have watched you forget your origins and who made you, forget your magic and your power, forget us and our capacity. We gave you this place, and you have turned your backs on us.
What will you do? I ask her. She stares through me.
Take it back.
I inhale sharply.
I can give you this much, she bargains. Free me, and it will go easier than if you don't.
I swallow and bow my head. Tell me what I have to do.
You have to break the binding, she says simply.
But how? She shrugs.
How do you neutralize anything? Opposite forces cancel each other out.
When I clearly don't understand, she says,
The blood, Jude. It's all in the blood.
Can she mean the magic, like Arla intended? The blood of the circle? I want to ask her more, but another voice breaks through our dreamscape, deep and insistent.
Jude. Jude, wake up.
Light streams from the sky, blazing off the water, breaking the view into shards. My hand juts out as if I can reach her, hold her, keep her here until I know more, but we are already drifting apart.
You have the key now, small one, she says,
turning away, spilling back into the water at her feet.
Try not to lose it.
Jude, wake up, the deep voice demands. And then she's gone. The water rushes in, but it isn't water at all, it's light. And as my eyes flutter open, I realize the dawn has come. The sun, the day, and with it, the glistening white gold promise of Solidago. 27. Mirage. I never wanted to return to this land, the place of my undoing, but my blood sings with memory as we arrive. It's not a melodic hum or a bird's trill, but the deep, keening moan of a shattered woman. It is a song of loss, a funeral dirge, an incantation of ghosts. It rises to the surface like helium, the past, the trauma, the woman I was just becoming and lost. The power. There is a rightness to return, to tidying up business left undone like clamping arteries after a piece of you is torn away. I have been bleeding all these years, I realize, as the car turns down the long drive, leaving a trail of abject misery from here to Seattle, wondering why I felt so drained, so lifeless, so lost. Maybe the attorney who visited me after the fire was right. Maybe there was no use in running. Where has it gotten me in the end? The truth is, Solidago never left me, even if I left it. Who we were, what happened, all that passed in that house is enshrined in my soul like a marble plinth, erected in my bones, the framework over which the rest of me has grown, closing like a roll of bark across a downed branch. I expect the waving grasses and shining flowers as my eyes settle on them, and I expect a woven parcel of trees, the cool, smooth slab where the house once stood like a shadow without its source. I expect to find nature reclaiming the stain of us, washing the earth clean of our memory, drawing itself tight over our sins. I expect space and emptiness, the house plucked from the vista like a pulled tooth, the abscess purified by fire. I expect it to feel haunting and reflective, this grave where it all went down, where I once lay dying, but where the future has so clearly marched on, time the necessary antiseptic. But what I see when we break from the trees is a field of goldenrod pooling like a dream. And something so impossible. I bark at Levi to hit the brake as I tumble out of the car and stare, the wind tearing at my hair. The house, every board and brick and column, every erect chimney, every winking, sun-filled window, every exposed bone-like rafter. It's just as it was the day before it burned. An alabaster prison, a nightmare hemmed in white. At first, I think it's a mirage, that I'm hallucinating as I squint against the brilliance of it. A hard slap of cold water, the loss of air, the terrible understanding that one is sinking. But as I get closer, close enough to count the panes of glass, the slotted shingles, the wavers in the cross-grain, I know that it is real, and it is here, and it is wrong. Mr. Lampett said these were my grandfather's wishes, but I guess I thought that without an heir to live in the house, he wouldn't resurrect it. That by denying myself, I was denying my grandfather as well. The old bastard must be laughing from the grave. I take unthinkable steps to the unthinkable door, and I am 5 years old again. My mother's hand sweating in mine. My grandfather staring down his nose in distaste. The house a palace for the dead. Behind me, Levi is following, concern in his voice. Jude? The doors stand black before me, a blight on our perfect image, hinting at rot within. My hand grasps the unthinkable knob, and the door glides open. The grand foyer as I remember, a hollow at the heart of a tree, stairs curving gracefully away like wings, pendant lamp dangling overhead, an anvil on a gold chain. My lungs fill with unthinkable air, scrubbed clean, the scent of bleach, a sanitized whisper in the room. At my back, the high-flying smell of salt water and fir trees threatens this sanctified bubble, fills it with the low-born things of earth. There is a movement at the edge of my vision, and I turn, half expecting to see my mother on the stairs, her hand cupping the banister for support, the shock of her hair tumbling over her shoulders, eyes lighting on me like pale moths. But the room is empty. The stairs a promise I no longer believe. I look left and see sunlight filtering down the hall. That accursed door ajar at the end, still stained a rich, rosy brown. I walk toward it slowly, every unthinkable step as real as the one before. The tiles at my feet the very same I remember, a striking mosaic of white on white, punctuated by the occasional black. I pass other doors blankly, fixated on my destination, because it cannot be. It simply cannot be. The stairs, the tiles, the doors, fine, I'll swallow that. I'll choke them down alongside my memories. Maybe they sprouted like weeds, an invasive vine that cannot be purged even with gasoline. Maybe they grew from the dark magic of this place, the secrets spilled into the earth like blood. Maybe they sprang back of their own accord, the way a starfish regrows its arm or a lizard regrows its tail, but some things cannot be copied. Some things cannot come back. I reach the door to Aurelia's room and push it open. A slow squeal echoes in the cavernous shrine. Across from me, the fireplace mantle twists and contorts in its aquatic dance, a roiling of waves and shells, fins and scales, tentacles looping back on themselves. The flourish on the note cards and the lid of the well is unmistakable in it. It is a behemoth of briny energy, an effigy to a creature I know and have seen before. A paradoxical depiction, cold and unfeeling. Inside it, no wood rests, no fire glows. At least that much has changed. My eyes lift and meet hers over it. The portrait of my grandmother hangs proud as ever, overseeing all that happens in this house, her gaze unshrinking from the truth. Her smile is suggestive, lips parting over bared teeth, a glint of ferocity. Her jaw, her cheekbones, the point of her nose, everything defined in a clash of angles. A beauty so rare and savage it steals your breath. I put a hand to my chest, disbelieving. What did I do? What was it all for? If it can be so easily restored, so gracelessly reconstituted, if the evil can live on forever, the root remaining no matter how many times you tear it out. I should have stayed dead that night, my body rotting in the flowers. I should have taken the pills when Arla planted her little invitation, left them lingering in the park alone. I should have hurled myself from the cliffs. They taunt me through the window. Maybe I still can. Hello, miss? You can't be here. The voice strikes through my dark reverie. It's not the soft resonance of Levi's questions that followed me into the house. It's female. I turn and see a familiar face. One I never expected to see again, one I thought was lost to time. Nina, I whisper, eyes wide and stinging. She drops the basket she was carrying, golden flowers scattering across the floor, her hand flying to her mouth. Judith! It is an exhale, a swoosh of fleeting fear, a prayer or a swear. Oh my God, she says, crossing herself. You're back. Every inch of the kitchen is how I remember. Painted wainscoting, blue and green tiles, the yawning basin of the farm sink, the enormous gas range, the double ovens. Mira, Nina's daughter, makes our tea with the deftness of her mother. Their hands similarly shaped, though Nina's were strong where hers are narrow. She pats at the low twist of brown hair over her neck, passes me my cup with a small spoon inside. Levi has gone out to take stock of the grounds, giving us some space. The sugar sits in the middle of the table in the same crystal bowl I recall. Nostalgia washes over me. Beside it is a plate of muffins, though I couldn't possibly eat. The kitchen was always my favorite space in the house, the closest I came to feeling safe. Nina mothering me in ways my own mom had forgotten how to. She sits across from me. He said you might return one day, but I'll admit I didn't believe him. He? I hear my voice bounce off the tiles, older and lower than it used to be. She nods, sipping her tea. Mr. Lampett. He said you would probably come back once you ran out of money or curiosity got the better of you. I don't think he suspected it would take this long. He said you knew about the house. Mr. Lampett, the attorney from the hospital. I didn't know, I tell her. Not about this. The rebuild. He told me my inheritance was dependent on it, so I refused it. I never dreamed he'd carry on anyway. She looks surprised, whistling over the top of her teacup. You turned down all that money. I turned down the horror of coming back here, of being forced to see everything I'd escaped resurrected before my eyes. It wasn't a hard decision. She shakes her head, regards me with a note of admiration. Still, you're stronger than most. I shrug. Maybe. But look where it's gotten me. I didn't know Mira well when I was growing up here. Back then, she was Nina's eldest, a mother in her own right of 2 young boys. She helped Nina at the estate on occasion, when it was warranted. She was friendly but reserved, polite but not a fixture in our world. Mostly she was the place Nina retreated to when she wasn't staying here, the family she should be caring for instead of ours. I remember feeling a vague curiosity about her, and a simmering envy on the rare occasions I saw Nina show her affection. But I was too young to see very far beyond these walls, drowning as I was in my own pain and neglect. How long did it take? I ask, looking around me. To put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Faster than you'd think, she says, taking another sip. But of course, they had all the king's horses and all the king's men. Yes, my grandfather would have been able to command a veritable army of contractors, even from the grave. And I can see no expense was spared. A few rooms dragged out, mostly because they took a while to source new fixtures identical to the originals, but the bulk of the construction was done in under 2 years, she elaborates. They even managed to replicate the fireplace mantel. They must have found the same artisan to do it, I speculate. But Mira shakes her head. No, not that. That mantel and that portrait were the only 2 things that survived the fire. Confounded the investigators. It stood here with the walls cratered around it like a memorial for weeks. A chill bristles down my spine. I set my teacup down. What about you? I ask her. I wouldn't expect to see you here after your mother... It's her turn to shrug. I wasn't interested when Mr. Lamp at first approached me, but he said that keeping everything about the house as close to the way it was as possible was very important to your grandfather. After a while, I realized that, besides you, I was the only one who knew exactly how my mother kept things here. How she folded the towels and stacked the dishes, how she set the tables and arranged the flowers. In a way, coming back felt like keeping a part of her alive. And frankly, he offered me too much money to say no. By then, Damien and I had split. I was mostly raising the boys on my own. I needed the income. And with no one living here, it would just be me, the boys, and a groundskeeper who stayed off-site. We could have the whole house to ourselves. It sounded magical at first, but... My eyebrows raised questioningly. It's not a house, she said at last. It's a mausoleum. I've adjusted, but the boys haven't. They spend more and more time with their dad every year. If I had to do it over again, I don't know if I'd say yes. I meet her warm brown eyes, my hands balling on the table. Mira, I don't know how to say this. I know it won't change anything. I can't bring your mother back. But I'm so sorry for what happened. I loved Nina. She stops me before I can go on. Please don't apologize. What happened wasn't your fault. You were a victim, too. You died, for Christ's sake. No, I won't hear it. And my mother wouldn't want you carrying the burden of her death. She was a good woman and a proud one. She knew what she was doing here, who she was serving. She did her best to protect you, all of us. But there was always a chance it would catch up with her. Her words sizzle against my nerves, full of meaning. There is a story there, beyond what Mira is saying. One I haven't heard, but need to. What do you mean, it would catch up with her? Mira looks thoughtful. She takes a sip of her tea, then she frowns. My mother had unprecedented access to your family. She witnessed things in this house that no one else did. Like what? I can't help asking. She shakes her head. It's no good to drag up the dead. I reach across the table and squeeze her hand. Mira, please. There's so much I don't know, so much I never understood. It's followed me all these years. It would be a relief to fit some of the pieces together. I know the picture isn't pretty. She swallows. The night your grandmother died, my mom had been lying awake, unable to sleep through the constant screaming. They were in her bedroom, Aurelia and McAllister. He'd been away on business, and returned to find her with one of the gardeners, discussing plans for a gazebo. It was innocent enough, but unusually late for such a meeting. He flew into a rage. He was an exceedingly jealous man, especially regarding her. The gardener was fired on the spot. They fought for hours, both drinking and shrieking, hurling abuse at one another. The way I understand it, your grandmother was a spirited woman, not easily held down, and she'd grown increasingly depressed being locked up here, chained to his side. My mother didn't know what to do. She thought about phoning the police when she heard glass breaking, but knew the old man would never forgive her for such an impropriety. She already had me by then. I was living in Bandon with my father, who earned a modest living as a woodworker. She needed the job. Then she heard a sound she will never forget. A sickening crack, followed by a thud. After that, the screaming stopped. My mouth widens as I listen. I don't know what's harder to believe, that I might finally learn what happened the night my grandmother died, or that Nina was hiding the truth all along. She waited a few moments, and then she sneaked out of her room and made her way carefully down the stairs and through the hall in the dark. She had just entered Aurelia's bedroom when she saw your grandfather through the window, carrying your grandmother's body. She watched, rapt and helpless, as he made his way to the cliffs, bristling against the wind, and threw her over. That's when my mother turned her head and saw the blood. It dripped along the fireplace mantel where your grandmother must have fallen when he hit her, striking her head. My stomach sours on the few sips of tea I've taken. So he killed her, yes, and threw her body into the sea to make it look like a suicide. Then he paid off the police, anyone who might take too close a look. Mira sighs. My mother was sick and devastated by what she'd witnessed, but even more afraid. Your grandfather was a powerful, ruthless man. She knew what might happen to her, to me, if she dared speak a word of it. He came to her that night, sobbing like a child, and asked for help cleaning the blood. His despair was overwhelming. After that, he hardened even more. Whatever humanity he might have had went over that cliff with Aurelia's body. I lean back in my chair in a state of shock, trying to absorb everything Mira has just told me. People said she was disordered, that her mental health was gone. She was, Mira confirms, driven to it by her circumstances. Her mind was racked with torment, and her sleep was racked with dreams. She felt too much, and she wanted too much, and it was all cooped up inside her, inside this house, like a pot boiling over. She was a force, my mother used to say, the only match to a man like McAllister. But she paid too heavy a price for it. She used to tear down the stairs in a fit after one of her sleepless nights, and rave about the ocean come to life, calling her, molding itself into the shape of a woman, then a fish, then a dragon. Your grandmother loved the water, so my mother thought it was a delusion born out of that. She would stand and stare out at those waves for hours, could walk into a rainstorm and come back dry or predict anything from a drizzle to a downpour. But then she would beg my mother to drive her north to Seattle to make the screaming stop. Said only she could right such a terrible wrong. And my mother never knew if she meant the dreams or her marriage. That's when she decided it was a fantasy built around her own desperate need to escape the suffocation of her predicament. I choke on air, the fathom writhing through my grandmother's dreams as surely as she has now writhed through mine, calling her as she later called to Arla. My grandmother, who had an affinity not only for fire but for water, a fire rover and a water diviner, the vestigial traces of magic in her DNA greater than mine or my mother's, than the other women of our line. But she didn't jump, Mira says now. I think many people around here suspected, but no one was going to point a finger at McAllister Bates. My mother always insisted he loved his wife, but even she had to admit it wasn't the love of a normal man. It was too powerful, gushing forth to clear all in its path like a tidal wave, and tainted by the vessel that carried it. She eyes me now, her lids creasing. I only tell you because my mother is dead, and the truth can't hurt her anymore. Yes, I say, nodding. I understand. I won't tell anyone anyway. Mira softens, looks convinced. They say that's how she came up with the mantelpiece to begin with, your grandmother. That she dreamed it the first night she came here, and when she found she couldn't leave, how she had the dream enshrined inside the mantel, bringing it to her instead of the other way around. I'd heard some semblance of this before, but without knowing the whole story, without knowing the fathom. I never could have understood its significance then. Thank you, I tell Mira, for sharing all of this. I know it's not easy to talk about. She nods. Yes, well, I guess there's only one question left. Oh? I worry she'll ask about that night, the fire, how it started, how I got out. But she doesn't. Instead, she looks at me and says, "Now that you're back, what are you going to do with all this?" We don't sleep in my old room, or the one my mother slept in. We don't choose Nina's or my grandfather's. Instead, we choose one of the nameless guest rooms, one with no past and no future. Levi, who drove most of the way, is passed out beside me in under half an hour, but I don't sleep at all. I wait until I hear the crying and make my way to my grandmother's room where it all started in one way or another. Inside, it is vacant. The soft whimpers hushed the second I opened the door, but it is identical in every way to how I remember. The same gauzy curtains and collection of perfume bottles, the same oversized bed and mirrored vanity, but the drawers are empty. The candle I found consumed long ago in the fire I started. I wait on the chaise longue, eyes trained out the window as the moon sails over the water, stars winking into existence like beads on a grand dress, until I see her pale form gliding along the bluffs, pacing in the dead of night, looking to the horizon. She is white and billowing against the pitch of sky, and I don't run and hide, don't cower under the blankets in my room. I take a breath, rise from my seat, and go to meet her. The night is unseasonably cool, and the winds are high. I cross my arms against them as I walk, barefoot in the grass, to the place where she stands. I wonder if she will waver, blow away on a gust before I can reach her. But she is constant in her cradle by the sea, her back to the house where she was murdered, her gaze on the water where her body was found. When at last we are side by side, I tell her, "I know what happened to you." She blinks, soulless eyes reaching through the dark, and then she looks at me. "And I know what happened to you." She is softer this way, so much easier to take in than the portrait, without the hard lines of flesh and blood, without the years of misunderstanding, of secrets and lies between us. "Mother said you cast a love spell on a man with no heart, and it brought us all to ruin." She smiles. "Your mother spoke the truth. Part of it, at least. My Winnie was always a smart girl." "Why?" I ask her. It is what I have wanted to ask since the day I arrived here. "Why does anyone young do anything foolish?" she responds. "Because they believe they can get away with it. I was infatuated and incorrigible, but I never wanted to hurt you or your mother. I couldn't see what it would become inside him, and by the time I did, it was too late. The die was cast, my hand played. The magic spiraled out of me and punched a hole through my future, then kept on going. We shouldn't have it, I tell her, casting a baleful glance at my own hands. This power, it's dangerous. Power is always dangerous, she agrees, but the magic is not to blame. That lies solely with me. Wisdom is the antidote, temperance, compassion.
and you have need of them all now." It's an eerily similar refrain to what the Fathom told me herself.
Can we ever truly be free? I look to the house, so perfectly restored. Or will this place, this legacy, continue forever, the spell passing into eternity?
"You will free us," she says confidently, "when you free yourself, Judith. You are not bound by my mistakes, especially now. Stop living in my shadow. Start casting your own."
I don't understand, I tell her.
"Give me up," she says easily. "Look around. There is no one else holding me here but you."
I shake my head at her. No, I didn't do this. I didn't take the money. The house, having it rebuilt, that was all him. She smiles again.
"It's not McAllister's money anymore. It's no one's unless you claim it. Do something better with it than he ever did. Stop running from what is yours."
I pause, unsure how to respond, and watch her turn back to the sea, the water crashing below us. She makes it sound so simple, but I've never felt free to own what's mine. The magic, the money, the voice. I used to think it was you, I tell her. When I was young and I heard the voice inside me, I thought you were whispering to my heart.
"The voice was always your own," she says. "It was always a part of yourself you'd been taught not to trust, made of the pieces you carved away that were not docile, that were liberated. So they took on their own life when given the chance."
Did you hear it too? A voice like mine? I ask her.
Her eyes glitter with memory. "I heard a voice, but it belonged to another. A creature who thrashed inside my dreams, as powerful as she was pitiful."
The Fathom. I stare at her, disbelieving but knowing she cannot lie. Not now, not like this. Long before Arla or me, she called to you. The Fathom had mentioned a sensitivity that made connection easier. One it seemed I lacked, but which my grandmother and Arla must have had. Was it their affinity for water, or their affinity for power? The desire to use their magic, the willingness to create something with it, even to destroy something with it?
"I was just beginning to stir with her whispers when I met your grandfather," she recalls. "I came here following that voice, but he captivated me, young and brash as he was, a bull among men, and I could think of nothing and no one else. When I felt him slipping through my fingers, I made a bargain with the creature in my dreams. Show me how to hold on to him, and I would set her free. It was an exchange of prisoners, and so she gave me the spell which would be my undoing. I cast my net into the sea and caught my prize in return, but he was no prize at all. I thought I could pick up where I'd left off, that once I had him, I could return to what had beckoned in the dark, fulfill my end of the deal. But he ensnared me as surely as I had him. You can't own a life. It's a lesson we both learned the hard way. I was trapped here, close but still too far. I could do nothing, and the knowing ate at me. The incessant wailing of a beast not of heaven or earth, but trapped between. A cry that no one else could hear. I'd come out here in the night to escape it, but it only grew stronger by the water in the dark. She turns to me again. I thought maybe your mother would succeed where I had failed. But after what she'd seen and been through, what she'd come to believe, she would never have dared to save it even if she could hear it. She hated her power because of what I'd done with mine. The only time I saw her use it was the night he came for you. The fire, I whisper.
She nods, grave.
I felt her in that searing heat and rage and joined her there. I thought we could undo all the damage that had been wrought, but I was wrong, because it lived on in you.
But I found your spell, I confessed to her. The candle in your room, the flowers, the snake. Why continue to work it if what you wanted was to be free? She shakes her head.
I wasn't reworking it. I was trying to undo it. Many, many times over, I tried. I gathered the same items from the spells she'd given me and remade them over and over, but with 2 extra letters. Unbind. I thought if I could retrace my steps, untie what had been knotted, I could find a way to finish what I'd come here to start. But it failed again and again. Untying a knot isn't always as simple as making one, but I need to understand both if I'm going to straighten this out.
So how did you do it? How did you bind a man with no heart?
Blood, she says frankly. I gave the night and the ocean a life that wasn't mine to give. Such things are always bought this way. Only blood can bind, and only blood can unbind. No wonder the magic turned foul, the spell rotten. It was cast in another's sacrifice. Such a thing can never end well.
So why didn't your death release us from the spell you cast? My grandfather should have gotten better after she was gone, but he only became worse in her absence.
To do the working, she says now, the blood must be taken. To undo it, the blood must be given. There are only 4 kinds of blood when it comes to magic, Arla had said. And then I hear the fathom in my dream. Opposite forces cancel each other out. Magical blood and non-magical blood, blood given and blood taken. Rudzetan's spell to hold the fathom needed blood taken, but it still wasn't enough, not to last forever. It needed magical blood as well. But without Arla's recreation of his right, sealed in the blood of our full circle, all I need to undo Rudzetan's bind is the magical blood of one person. My own, freely given. Aurelia is fading, streams of ghostly white drifting away on the wind like dandelion seeds. She won't haunt these bluffs anymore. Her story told. Her debt passed down to me.
Wait, I still don't understand. Why didn't I die that night?
Her hand reaches out to stroke my face, but it is just a breeze toying with my skin. Because the fathom brought you back, spit you out like a seed from the pulp. Someone must complete the bargain I struck. I watch her dissipate over the water, a chill penetrating my bones where a moment ago it was warm. Her voice carries back to me, unencumbered. Free the deep, and it will wash our sins away. I pad down the long hall to the bedroom, dragging over a chair and clambering up to reach above the mantel and rip her portrait down. It comes away easily in my hands, the faintest trace left behind to mark where it once hung. Tucking it under an arm, I fight the winds all the way back to the cliff, where I inch closer to the edge than I've ever allowed myself before. She said to let her go, to let them all go, and so I will. With a great heave of my arms, I fling the painting out over the water and watch it drop, splintering across the rocks and sliding into the sea. I watch until the last shreds disappear beneath the waves, until I can be sure no piece will wash ashore, and the sun begins to bleach the sky in the distance. And when I am certain her memory is laid to rest in the same fashion as her body was, only then do I go inside. Mira and Levi are awake. They follow me as I enter and stalk toward the kitchen. I ate last night before bed, but the sleepless night has killed my appetite for breakfast, so I only make a hasty cup of coffee.
Levi, however, nibbles a muffin, watching me. I must look as crazed as Aurelia was rumored to be, my hair matted, clothes wrinkled, eyes red with lack of sleep. But, like Cadence, I'm clearer than I've ever been, and I know now what I need to do. I turn to Nina's daughter. Mira, I need you to do me a favor. She pours her own coffee, nods stiffly. Sure. What is it? I need you to reach out to Mr. Lampett, I tell her. Mr. Lampett is gone, I'm afraid. He died last year. It's Mr. Colby now. Says he tried to reach out to you, but some man told him he had the wrong number. Roger. I can hear the words in his hollow monotone. I'd caught him watching me type in my passcode more than once. Not that it mattered, I had nothing to hide. My past, maybe, but nothing in my phone. He must have picked up because he saw a man's name calling. He was never very good at sharing. No wonder he picked me, a woman he didn't even have to share with herself. He wasn't McAllister Bates, but he wasn't far enough off. If only he knew that phone call was his ticket to all the items on his fantasy Christmas list. I scrawl my number across the back of a business card from Pacific Creative and slide it over to her. In that case, let Mr. Colby know he can reach me at this number. I'm ready to receive my inheritance. She takes the card and nods. Okay. I don't want you to worry about your job. I have work for you. You won't miss a single paycheck. But I need you to do one more thing for me. She scrutinizes me, her eyes shifty with suspicion. She has reason to be mistrustful. My family doesn't have the most stellar history. Even Levi seems uneasy, unsure of what I'm about to say. Don't sleep here, I tell her. Not tonight, not tomorrow night. Pack your things and find somewhere to go. Check yourself into a nice hotel on me. She looks torn. But Mr. Colby works for me now, I tell her. Never mind whatever else he said. Never sleep here again. My eyes burn with deadly sincerity, and Mira is forced to capitulate. I'll leave today. I'm relieved, but then Levi gets a call. He steps out of the room, and when he returns, the color is drained from his face. My grandfather had an accident in the night, he says. A fall outside. A neighbor found him this morning. They've taken him to the hospital. Something doesn't smell right about this news, and it's clear Levi is struggling to understand how his grandfather ended up outside at night in the first place. Will he be all right? I don't know. I need to head back. I need to check on him and speak with the doctor. Of course, I tell him. I'm all done here. We finish our coffee as we hastily gather our belongings while Mira packs. After I see her out, I turn to Levi and tell him, I have to do one last thing. I extract the painting of Thalassa from the back of my car and carry it inside. Using the same chair I did before, I stand and hang Annalie's painting over the fireplace where Aurelia once was. Climbing down, I inspect my work, straightening her a little before I turn to leave. At the door of the bedroom, I pause and look back. Do your worst, I tell the ancient goddess, and leave Solidago behind. 28. Eat the world. Levi's a wreck of nerves when we pull up in front of his house, worried about his grandfather. He gets out and I start to follow, but I get a text message from the maintenance man at my condo. There's been another flood in your place, it reads. A lot of damage. You'll need to come and meet the insurance estimator. Levi pauses in the driveway when he sees my face. Another water leak, I tell him, putting a hand to my head in disbelief. I had the painting with me this time. At my condo last night. I need to go and see how bad, talk with maintenance and the insurance person. Good thing we didn't stay in the city, he says. I'll text you later. Let you know what I learn. Okay, I'll come by after to check on you both. With a nod, he stalks toward the front door, and I climb back into my SUV and head home. But when I get there, I find a gutted carcass instead of a condo. Carrie is waiting for me in the parking lot. Damage is an understatement, I tell him as I get out of the car. There's barely a condo left. He shrugs. Seems all the pipes burst at once. There was so much force it took most of this wall out and the ceiling caved in. That's why there's plaster everywhere. And we just finished most of the drywall repair, too. Lucky for you, the load-bearing beams and subflooring held, so your neighbors aren't sitting in your lap. Bet you're glad you weren't here last night. Any idea what happened? Shouldn't the water have been off? I ask, a hand shielding my eyes as I stare through dripping scraps of timber into my living space. Beats me. Weirdest part is how it didn't spread to any of the other condos. Your upstairs neighbor had no water pressure and called me. By the time plumbers arrived back on the scene, the damage was mostly done. He scratches his chin, perplexed. But I am less confused. In fact, I have a pretty good idea exactly what, or should I say, who, happened. She was sending me a message when she didn't find me here. One she knew I wouldn't overlook. Worst luck I ever seen on a person, he says, eyeing me. I give Carrie a pat on the shoulder. Well then, you'll be glad to know I'm selling after this. Relief floods my veins when I see the storefront come into view. After hours speaking to plumbers and then the insurance estimator, I was glad to get a text from Levi saying he'd be swinging by the shop to check on a couple of things before returning to the hospital, and I could meet him there. But a fresh wave of anxiety rises in my chest when I find the door unlocked. Levi nowhere to be seen. I call his name over and over, check between the bookshelves and in his grandfather's office before I try the antiquities room, which is unlocked but empty. That's when I see the black envelope waiting for me on one of the tables. The symbol I know so well. My heart hammers out a jagged staccato as I reach for it and lift the flap, sliding the note card out. There are no pithy riddles or verse to ease the blow, no wild goose chase to go on. She is blunt, at the end of her rope, and quickly unraveling. I'll trade you. Beneath this, a single, dark fingerprint. I worry it's been made with blood. She has the journal if she has Levi, but it's not the journal she wants. It's the key. I rush through the store and launch myself into my car, speeding toward an end I cannot see but must contain. I don't know how Arla overcame a man twice her size, especially without the full spectrum of the Circle's power at her disposal, but I wouldn't put anything past her. Ether, taser, gunpoint, blow dart, and she always has Rock, who easily dwarfs most men I've met, including Levi. 1,000 scenarios race through my mind on the way to the club, but I'm not stupid enough to pull up in front of it when I get close. Instead, I park a couple of blocks away and enter the pub Levi, Cadence, and I burst through when we fled last night. Instead, I head for the kitchen, moving with such speed and determination that by the time someone realizes what's happening, I'm already slipping through the back door, lowering myself down the dark stairs, giving over to the stink and the grime and the pull of a monster I have come to defeat and another I have come to save. I look for the axe we left here before, but it's gone now, either taken by the pub employees after we charged into their kitchen, or found by Arla. Of course, I want to save Levi, but I'm not Arla's fool. I don't believe for a second that if I return and place the key in her hand, she'll let her captive go, see us off into the sunset to live our lives free of her sick imaginings. Whatever any of us are now, we are food for her pet, fuel for her ego-crazed desires, and that's not something she's likely to waste. If I walk in by the front door, she'll have 2 for the price of 1, and no one goes home, least of all the Fathom. My only hope, Levi's only hope, is tied now to whether I can get in without Arla knowing, free the creature before she realizes, and watch her power drain with that well. Then and only then do I have a chance in hell of getting to Levi, of getting us both out of here alive. Finding my way is easy now that I've been this way twice before, the pull of the fathom dragging me forward. Her eerie murmurs in my ear, as if she's slowly bleeding into this place, leaking from the chamber like bad wine, an overgrown snake in a very long hole. I think of the animals I've seen along the way. The raven on the bridge, and the rat in the cathedral, the snake in the grass, and the dove here in the tunnels that first time, the moth in the window. I think of the seeping bricks and the glowing words in the mortar, the fissures running through them. I think of the slime mold circling the well and crawling from the stones, and the call Arla spoke of. The dreams my grandmother had, the revelers in Medusa night after night, the ways we were each lured, the way I died and came back. The fathom was always working behind the scenes, always freeing herself, always reaching her long tentacle arms into our lives to stir them to a frenzy. She's been weakening the chamber all these years, her magic a force that exists beyond spells and incantations, even those written in blood. Yes, you may cage the dragon, but the fire defies keeping. My mother was right. You can never stop the burning. But she was also wrong. You can never control it either. The best you can do is surrender before it eats you alive. I slither through the iron gate into the back of Arla's basement, the broken padlock not yet replaced. A weak film of light is filtering down over the chamber from a single fixture at the center of the room, but the walls are ringed in shadow. The chamber is pulsing before me, the words I'd read in the mortar the brightest I've ever seen them, the cracks wider. Water beads along the bricks in anticipation of my arrival. It runs between them like tears. It gathers on the floor, a moat around her keep. The slime mold I see now has crept its way across the outside of the chamber, glistening along the walls like violet fingers, an alien presence. A terrible stench rolls through the room. I move around to the front of the chamber, eyes swinging side to side, looking for lurkers in the dark, until I see the iron door, rust crusting it like burn on toast, an unearthly light spilling from beneath. I quickly approach and pull the key from where it rests next to my body, sliding it into the lock, hearing the mechanism sound. The bolt slides sideways, the hinges grating out a tired song. A blast of humidity meets me, salt water and fir trees like I could smell along the cliffs. Behind it, something sick and foul, turning my stomach. I am about to step inside when I hear her. "Where do you think you're going, kitten?" When I spin around, the sight of her as she steps into the paltry light nearly knocks me off my feet. Her hair hangs long and tattered. Her eyes are pits at the center of red and purple craters. Her lips are peeling and cracked at the corners. Her dress is ragged, filthy, the lace torn in more than one place. Beneath its uneven hem, her bare legs and feet are smeared with red. Her hands and arms, too. It's only been 24 hours since I last saw her, but she looks as if she's been down here for weeks. "Arla, what the fuck? What's happened to you?" She leers before me, rocking on her heels, nothing about her quite steady, not even her stance. "Shouldn't you be asking about your lover, Jude, your precious book slinger? Don't you want to know what's happened to him?" I wrap the key in my palm, put my other hand up to try to reassure her. "Of course, Arla, that's why I'm here. I got your note. Now where's Levi?" She grins and her gums are livid red. "He's in costume waiting for you. Give me the key and he's all yours. But you better hurry up. Those ropes won't hold forever, and once they slip..." She yanks behind her head, pretends she's being strangled. My heart lurches. I don't know what she's talking about, but it can't be good. Let me see him, I tell her. Then you can have the key. No, she growls. I hold the power here. If you want to see him, you have to hand over the key first. I figure the chamber is already unlocked, so I do as she asks, tossing it at her feet. She grins as she retrieves it. You know, I thought you'd come this way, so I took it upon myself to set up our opening act where you could watch. She snaps her fingers and a spotlight comes onto my right, illuminating Levi, bound in an elaborate network of ropes and knots, his mouth gagged. But it only takes a moment to see what she's talking about. His arms and feet have been strung up to the ceiling with rope. So has his neck, but it's looped in chain, fastened to a copper pipe above him. If something happens to those other ties, if his legs or torso fall, he'll hang. A sob catches at the back of my throat, a strangled moan of fear. She grins, clearly happy with my reaction, and points a finger. A tiny spark ignites on one of the ropes holding his right arm, and it sizzles and smokes, a trickle of fire running along it. I really should thank you for the idea. Please, I say, my arm's still out. Please, don't hurt him. You don't need to do this. Her smile widens, and she dashes over, glares up at him as he blinks in the light. Look, puppet, your lady love has come to save you after all. I told you she would. She claps her hands, then narrows her eyes deceptively. Or is she trying to steal what's mine like all the rest? That's when I see the bodies lying beneath Levi. One long and unusually large, the other a dainty spread of limbs, twig and rock. They don't move, even with the light spilling over them. They don't speak. Their chests don't rise and fall with breath. Angry red burns have eaten away at their skin in blotches. Arla, annoyed, kicks at Twig's foot. Nothing I can't fix later. She has power over death, you know, our mutual friend. Oh, but you do know, don't you? I don't think it works like that, I tell her. They've been dead too long. It's possible they died from their burns, but I saw the fire trucks heading to the club as we left. They should have gotten help fast enough, at least to have made it to a hospital. Something else happened here. Something more sinister. Arla prevented or discouraged them from leaving, made them hide down here when the paramedics showed up, maybe even finished the job I started herself, killing them some other way. I'm not close enough to tell. She shrugs. Doesn't matter, she spits. I needed them, but they were useless in the end, like they always were. It's your fault, really. What do you mean? She wipes an arm across her mouth. Well, I couldn't feed them to her, could I? Not with you gallivanting along the coast with my key. It was a bold move, that. Smart of you. I was stupid to have mentioned that detail. But it doesn't matter because you're back now. Anyway, I did try my best with what was left to me, but I was short 2 members, wasn't I? I don't understand. She sighs, exasperated. You were always thick, kitten. She points over my shoulder. I look back and see what I'd missed when I first entered. Glistening streaks I'd taken for water in the poor light. Some were, but others were blood. It smeared across the walls and door of the chamber, even the floor and around the basement walls. A haphazard mockery of Rudzetan's right, made up of the bits and pieces she could remember, written in the blood of Brennan, Twig, and Rock. It seemed like such a waste to just let them rot. After everything it took to find each of you, bring you together, so different but so tragic. I needed your magic and your blood to create a pigment that would hold. Only blood taken can bind, and only magical blood can bind something as vast as the fathom. But once you left and took my carefully laid plans with you, it seemed my only choice was to improvise.
I used less of the other ingredients, more of the good stuff to make up for it. She nudges Twig's foot one more time. Sadly, I don't think it worked. Gagging, I turn away from the sight of their lifeless bodies on the floor, Arla's feet and hands crusted in their blood. "Oh, don't worry, kitten," she reassures me. "I've still got more power than you." I take a step back. She tisks, shakes her head, and points a finger. Another of Levi's ropes begins to smolder, tiny tongues of flame licking around it. His right arm drops where the first rope she lit has burned through. His body lurches forward on one side, eyes wild with shock. Whimpering, I take another step back. "Don't," she says, dropping the act. "Do not fuck with me, Jude. I don't bluff." "I know," I tell her, sliding back yet again, crouching to be able to glide through the door once I'm close enough. "I know about your dad, what you did." Her eyes shine with anger, and the ropes holding Levi's legs both catch. But my only hope is the fathom. I spin into the room and grab at one of the dogs on the well lid, turning it feverishly. By the time Arla joins me, I'm on the second one, nearly finished, but she beats me to the third. "No!" she screams, slapping her hands over it. "She's mine!" "Arla, listen to me." I try to reason with her. "You cannot own a life. You cannot hold her. Look at yourself. She's tearing you apart. Do you know what happened to Edward Rositen, huh? Do you? He fed himself to her when he couldn't stand it any longer. She will consume you, one way or another. Think about it. She's been working her way out of this cage for decades. You've seen the cracks in the bricks, the water seeping, the slime mold creeping outward. You said so yourself. If you free her now, you stand a chance. But if you try to hold on, she will get out. And when she does, she will destroy you for your transgression." I see the truth lighting in her eyes behind the greed and the anger, but it cannot take hold in such shifting sands. Her mind is gone. Cracked, beyond logic, she will fight this battle to her grave. She lunges for me, her fingers clawing the air, tearing at my face and skin, yanking out hair. I back away, screaming, but I can't shake her from me. Before she is done, she will peel the flesh from my bones, tear me to pieces in this suffocating room, draw my blood with her own nails. Summoning all the energy I can muster under assault, I send fire into my hands, let it radiate beneath my fingers as I grab her. She shrieks and jerks away, giving me a temporary reprieve and dropping the key. But I know it won't last. She'll never stop. Not until I'm dead. "If you want it so fucking bad," I grind out, snatching at the key, her link to the power of others, her way to lock the fathom in here, to lock everyone else out, "then go get it." I hurl it through the open doorway, watch it hit the concrete floor and slide into one of the dank, sightless corners of the basement. She skitters from the room like an animal on her hands and knees, and in that moment I jump up and throw myself at the last dog, twisting and twisting to loosen it. But before I can get it open, she's back, pouncing on top of the well like a cat, her face a snarl of hate, the key clutched in her blood-stained fingers, my skin beneath her nails. I twist away, but she grabs my hair, pulling me back, the key clattering to the ground once more as she slams my head against the side of the well. She may not have gained Twig's power over darkness or Rock's gift for nightmares, since she hasn't been able to drag them in here and dump them down the well like she did Brennan, but she seems to have taken on a supernatural strength, the agility and speed of a jaguar. Whatever magic she's wrought down here in the rot hasn't been for nothing. My temple splits with pain and my mind reels. A deep gash beside my right eye spits blood down my face where tracks of red have already been carved by her nails. I sink to the floor, crawling, reaching for the key. But just as my fingers wrap around it, she lunges for my arm, clamping her teeth down, and it flies away, goes skittering toward the bricks. Kitten, we mustn't play with what isn't ours." She wipes her mouth and stands over me as I crawl away. When I reach the wall and can go no farther, I turn over, look full into her ravaged face.
Somewhere beyond this chamber, I hear the rattle of chains. Another of Levi's ropes has snapped. If I could just get past her, I could hold him up, figure a way to free the chain around his neck. But she has me cornered. She takes another step and stands over me, looking down with pity. Maybe I'll leave just enough blood in you to keep that heart beating. Give the rest of you to her alive. See what that gets me. Although, I'll be sad not to finish you off myself. I've been so looking forward to it. I want to tell her to stop, but my tongue isn't working. Or maybe it's my mind. I put my right hand out to hold her back, but it's useless. I place my fingers to my temple, and they come away covered in blood. I may not be long for this fight. The Fathom brought me back once before. I don't know if she can do it again. Now, Arla coos. Never you mind your pretty little head. It will all be over soon. For you, anyway. And your boy toy. For me, it will just be the beginning. Because I won't own the Fathom anymore. I'll be the Fathom. Or may as well be, with all her power at my disposal. She turns to loosen the final dog its last few turns, believing already that she's won. Don't, I scrape out, but she doesn't hear me or doesn't care. Arla, with all the power of a primordial goddess bent on rage and revenge, greed and infamy, it's too terrible to imagine. And then I see the key, glinting in the light. You have the key now, small one, the Fathom said to me in my dream. Try not to lose it. Suddenly, it all fits together in my mind. The key, the spell, the blood, the binding, the way forward and the way back. I was the last to touch it, so maybe it will still work. I summon all my strength as Arla tosses the dog aside and reach out my left hand, using the same power I used to unlock the door in the pub basement, Brennan's power. Only this time, I concentrate on drawing the object to me. At first, it only rattles against the floor, alerting her, but then it zips toward me, zinging into my grasp. Her head swivels as it happens, too fast for her to understand or stop it. As I rise up the wall, I see her eyes widen, the whites growing. Her fingers lift to stop me, but she'll never close the space between us in time, because all I have to do is turn around. With the key in my left hand, I stab the bit into the open bite wound of my right arm and drag to connect the punctures, blood rushing to the surface. Then I swipe my arm across the wall, leaving a wide, wet stripe of red that crosses over line after line of slanting script and complex drawings, blotting out detail after detail, letter after letter. Incomplete, the spell can't hold her. Blood I drew myself, my magical blood given, and the binding is undone. Arla's face sags against the bones as if it already knows what's coming. Beneath our feet, the floor begins to rumble, growing louder and louder with each passing second. In one fell swoop, the bricks surrounding us crumble away, raining on our heads in a cloud of dust. I stumble over them and crash to the floor in time to see Levi's last rope give. He swings, dangling like a cloth doll, but I am already feeling the ability blast through me as I eye the ceiling pipe from which he hangs. I wrench at it with every ounce of power I have available to me before the Fathom breaks free of her cage. The water inside surges against the metal even as it grinds apart at the coupling, and in a second he falls free, coughing and wheezing as I scramble to his side, a spray of water showering over us. I jerk the chain from his neck and the ropes from his wrists and ankles and turn to see Arla throw herself across the lid of the well as if she can hold retribution down with her own frail body. Her eyes meet mine across the room. Then suddenly I see the girl in them, small and hurting, used by those whose job it was to protect her. We both knew the pain of growing up in a world that couldn't understand or appreciate us, that saw only something to be feared or something to be exploited. We grabbed at whatever we could to save ourselves. We did damage in our own desperate attempts to stay safe. I pushed my power down so others wouldn't persecute me for it. She tried to grow hers beyond their reach. I stretch my hand forward as if I can get to her, pull her to safety, set her free. But in that same moment, the well beneath her erupts in an explosion of stone and water and fire, a column of energy mutating before our eyes, elements braided together like an umbilical cord. The room goes deathly black, all light extinguished as if it never existed, as if the world has been raked back into the slumber from which it crawled. Everything drops away. Levi at my side, the corpses behind me, Arla's pleading expression, all I've held or known or been since that terrible fiery night so long ago. I am swallowed now as I was then, lost to the living. But this death is not soft or peaceful. It's hard as flint and sharp to the touch. It gouges into me, pitiless, and I call to those I know and love who share this deathly space. My mother and grandmother, my father, my baby. I'd think myself lost forever if not for the screams. They reach out to me from some wet, slapping place at the center of it all, where bones are ground to dust and flesh shrivels out of being. They get louder and louder until I realize they are right before me, until I can practically taste them, until I know them by name. Arla. Between them, something else sounds against the dark. A steady beating that won't let go. In a moment, I know it for my own heart pumping, though I'm reluctant to believe it. Even the sound of my breathing as it returns to me feels deceptive, impossible in this void. The screaming stops, and the blackness begins to shrink, to pull itself away from the walls, from clinging to our eyes and lashes, our throats and lips. The room comes back into focus. The black, gathering in starlit swirls over our heads, over the hole where the well used to be, over the ragged form of Arla's lifeless, shredded body. It condenses in an opaque cloud at the center of the room and barrels for the hole in the door, shoving her body down with it, folding her in half as it surges out of view. It streams and streams, a current of night that seems like it might never end until it finally does. Levi and I are left breathless, panting, alone. But I feel instinctively that it's not over. I get to my feet, just as the cracks emerge, radiating out from the well like a deranged star. Scrambling, I reach for Levi, snatch him up, and pull him away toward the gate and the tunnel. The floor suddenly shifts inward as we make our escape, everything rolling toward that hole in the ground. Twigs and rocks' bodies slide into it like Arla's before them. We stumble, but manage to get out before it buckles again. When I hear the building begin to fall, we are already pounding our way through the darkness toward the light, letting her eat the world as we leave it behind. 29. Sinkhole. Seattle still stands, I'm happy to report, even if Medusa is gone, reduced to a pile of rubble that caved in on itself, destabilizing the buildings next to it, which also fell in turn. We made our way out of the tunnel before we could be trapped by the landslide, blinking in the penetrating daylight, clinging to each other for support. His neck a ring of bruises, my face a field of scratches, our frail bodies in shock from all we witnessed, from being swallowed and then spewed out from the belly of the whale. But alive. Desperately, inconceivably, wondrously alive. That was 6 weeks ago. Experts are calling it a sinkhole, a geological bombshell that nobody saw coming and everyone is lucky didn't get any bigger than it did. They're not wrong, of course, but they're so far from right. Storms and floods have rampaged along the Washington and Oregon coastline ever since, downing power lines and flooding whole towns, overturning boats and leveling homes. They bring renewed cries and reports of climate change, causing humanity to turn its gaze back to the terrible power that formed it, the fathom leaving a trail of destruction in her wake, making sure her wrath is remembered for centuries to come, so that no one dares attempt to hold her again. But she could have done worse. So much worse. Sadly, the property at Solidago was ravaged in one of these very storms. The winds roared and the waters rose, I'm told. The bluffs toppled in great chunks into the sea. The house was flooded and torn apart, old trees uprooted to crash in on it. Nary a stick was left standing. Even my grandmother's legendary fireplace mantel was demolished this time, the pieces of marble hungrily carried to the ocean by intruding waves. Mira drove out to inspect the damage for me, said the field of goldenrod had at last been drowned. Mr. Colby had taken it much better than Mr. Lampett would have. All his fine efforts to see my grandfather's vision restored, brought to ruin by wind and rain. He did try, half-heartedly and unsuccessfully, to convince me to rebuild. But surveyors declared the site unsuitable. The erosion is too deep, the ground too uneven. What was, they insist, can never be again. The property, it seems, is no longer fit for human habitation. There are plans to turn it into a nature preserve instead, which will come with a handy tax write-off according to my new finance lawyer who, alongside my new estate planner and Mr. Colby, insists that McAllister's will is not nearly as unalterable as was first presented. Mira will manage the preserve for me, making sure nature is allowed to take its course. It will be a very low-impact, hands-off kind of job, but still important. She'll be more than adequately compensated, far more. It will afford her a very nice life in Bandon, with every comfort, where she can be near her boys, now grown, one with a boy of his own. For myself, I have no desire to return to either my old home or my old job. That life is at last behind me. I'm starting a foundation in Dara's name. We'll raise money to help families in need, whether it's property or repairs, legal assistance or medication and surgery that's warranted. I don't really discriminate. There will be enough to go around because I'm already our largest donor. I spend many days helping Levi in the store and taking his grandfather fresh bagels and cups of Seattle's finest coffee at the rest home. He seems happy enough to see that Levi is no longer alone, and always pats my hand before I leave, calls me Mamala as he insists that I come back tomorrow so he can finally teach me how to make his Passover brisket, though he never does. Levi says it's the thought that counts. It's on one of these days, when I'm busily helping Levi shelve some new releases the store just got in, that the doorbell jingles. I can feel her enter the room before I see her, a sticky sort of presence that beckons like an itch. I turn to see Cadence on the front rug, rain dripping from her now dark hair, a slicker fisted at her chest. She doesn't smile until I do. And then her face breaks open with a toothy grin, her eyes crinkling with emotion. I take her raincoat and lay it across the end of the counter, leading her to the Rare Editions room where we can speak privately. She looks around a moment before turning to me. I shake my head. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. Her smile is soft this time, brief. I only just got back to town, but I sensed you here the second I crossed the county line. You don't have to worry any more, I tell her. Twig and Rock, Arla, they didn't... I know, she tells me. My abilities have dulled some since it happened, but I couldn't feel them anymore. I knew they were gone. You saw the news then? I ask her now. You know she's been set free.
She nods. When the storms came, I figured she was making her way to the South Pacific. I'm glad to see Cadence, though a little uneasy still after all that's passed. She takes a breath. I'm not staying, just so you know. I came back to take care of some things, and then I'm moving to Kansas City, somewhere away from the coast. I lean against the table behind me. Can't say that I blame you. I wanted to come by, though, to let you know I was okay. She glances around the room, sensing something, and her eyes grow round and luminous. I see her hands knot themselves into familiar fists. Trailing off, she walks over to the back wall, where a glass-topped case sits on a middle shelf, locked. Her eyes gaze down at it. I move to join her, peering through the glass. I usually avoid this particular relic, letting my eyes glaze over as if it isn't even there. Inside, a worn wrap of dark leather can be seen, pages bound within, the top tucked in a bit like an envelope. Rudzeaton's journal. You kept it, she whispers. I thought Arla had taken it when she took Levi, that it was lost in the wreckage at Medusa, but he'd actually left it at his house that day before going to check on his grandfather. I'd nearly forgotten about it until we came across it later. This seemed like the safest place, I tell her. And the key? She asks, curious. It's gone. Disappeared with everything else into the sinkhole. Good, she says. That's good. She turns back to the case with the journal. It reeks of blood. She reaches down and lifts the paper tag that dangles from the empty lock. Not for sale, it reads in elegant script. That seems to appease her, though her fingers tremble ever so slightly when she drops it again. She takes a breath, then seems to square her shoulders and shake the memories off. Well, I should be going. She turns for the door. I follow her out into the bookstore, to the front. Don't be a stranger, I tell her as she prepares to leave. I think I will, she says. It's better that way for us both. But I wish you nothing but the best, Jude. Thank you for doing what the rest of us couldn't. I nod and watch her go, the swish of her legs so fast she's practically running out of the store. Levi meets my eyes from where he stands behind the register, ringing someone up, and a silent understanding passes between us. The nightmare is over. But for me, the dreams have only just begun. I still see the Fathom when I close my eyes at night, still feel her mysterious presence when a dark cloud passes overhead or a black cat shoots across my path, still feel her essence in the heat of a fire or the crash of a storm over the sea, the chill of a starless night. I know she is only one of many, a multitude, she'd claimed, and I believe her. So would Annalie. Because there are more things in this world than we can name. Strange things, dark things, wondrous, magical things. But I've no interest in caging them. Unlike Arla and Rudzeaton, I've learned my lesson twice over. And I think my mother was right all along. There is something inside me. Maybe it's a touch of God, like she said, or a touch of hell, as Rudzeaton believed. Maybe it's just the fire, the burning all women share, that dragon of feeling and power and passion coiled around our hearts, that gives rise to our deepest desires and our darkest fears, that holds the seeds to both our making and our undoing. But like the Fathom herself, it comes from the deep, from a place that can never be fully known. Maybe it takes a fool to trust it.
but it takes an even bigger one to ignore it. This concludes Only Spell Deep by Ava Morgyn, narrated by Jennifer Pickens. Copyright 2026 by Ava Morgyn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with St. Martin's Publishing Group and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.